We're back and ready for action.
You hate me today, don't you, Scott?
Yeah.
10 months of searching. Could this be it?
We'll be battling confusion.
Phil is playing with your head.
Oh, you're mean!
I'm not mean.
So cruel.
And fighting high expectations.
I want pillars outside my front door.
Does it worry you your future wife doesn't agree with one word you've just said?
As we try to make property dreams a reality.
Wow.
What is going on at the moment?
Today, we've got a right royal challenge.
With two scrupulous sets of subjects.
It's all quite negative for me at the moment.
Matt usually ends up getting his way.
There's a court jester in our midst.
Oh, Phil, you look small today.
But will our choice of residences be granted the seal of approval?
Absolutely astonished.
I was confused.
Yeah, I'm astonished, actually.
Confused.
I'm actually astonished.
We actually really like it.
Let's buy both.
Yeah. This week, we're in our capital, London.
I'm with a couple who are torn between life in the big city and life in the leafy suburbs.
And I've got my work cut out with towering twins who want two of everything. They better not be double trouble.
We're house hunting in and around the pricey postcodes close to the river.
As well as extending our search south of the water to the leafier areas where you can get a bit more for your money.
Unlike other parts of the country, demand for buying property in the big smoke has risen ahead of supply.
There just isn't enough on the market.
And to top it off, in the wealthy pockets, house prices have gone up and up and up.
So if you want a posh postcode, be prepared to pay the price. I've certainly got a tall order with 6'7" identical twins Chris and Matt Wickham, who are looking to make the biggest purchase of their lives so far together.
Meanwhile, I'm on the house hunt for a recently engaged couple.
Quality and sourcing manager Sam Taylor and business manager Crystal Mayer are desperate to move from their small rented flat in southeast London's Deptford and get onto the property ladder before their big day.
It'll be just lovely to come back to our own house or flats after being married rather than a rented property.
And this search is one where size definitely does matter.
Every time we want to have friends over for dinner, we actually have to use chairs from outside because we can't actually physically store any more chairs within the flat.
It'll be really nice to have some more space to entertain.
Moving house isn't cheap, but tying the knot in a little over a year will be an expensive business too. Crystal's struggling to prioritise.
The more money we save on property means that we can put a lot more money into the perfect wedding, the big fairy tale in the castle with a big dress.
I don't think I'd dare to not give you the dress that you wanted.
Crystal's not only fallen for Sam, she's also fallen for the bright lights of London town.
But they don't exactly see eye to eye about what they want in a new home.
I'd really like somewhere that has an amazing view of the London skyline, high-spec finish throughout.
Whereas I really just love kind of warehouse conversions and something with some period features.
We don't know really which one we should be going for. Do we sound very confused?
Just a bit.
Time to meet my couple in a quandary.
What's been the difficulty?
We're really torn between whether we go for the young, trendy flat in the centre of London and have the view, or whether we go for something a bit more sensible and think about the future and having a family.
It's not easy because you're trying to forecast a life that you don't have, and actually you don't want to have right now.
No.
And budget?
290, but we could go a little bit above that.
Would you do any work to a place?
I'm a little bit scared of that, but Sam, I think, is quite...
Okay.
I've knocked down some walls before in my time. The main thing is that we were trying to make sure that the budget for the house was exactly right, and whatever we had left would then go into the wedding.
So basically, the more money I can save you, the better wedding you can have.
Exactly.
No pressure, though.
None.
Put it all on me. Broad shoulders.
Ooh, you know perfectly well it should be property first, wedding second. Honestly.
Sam and Crystal have a top budget of £295,000.
What they do agree on is that it must have 2 bedrooms.
A good-sized living room to entertain and some outside space.
They want a maximum commute time of 40 minutes to work in central London.
But aren't sure if they want a party pad near the city
or a practical period property in the suburbs.
So my plan is to show them the best of both worlds.
London is home to Western Europe's tallest building, so hopefully it's a city that can accommodate our tallest first-time buyers.
26-year-old identical twins Matt and Chris Wickham have identical housing needs. They've both outgrown their rental pads.
So they've been working hard, and between them they've saved a whopping 20 grand deposit to buy their own place, close to their city jobs in finance, and their lovely girlfriends.
We looked at a few places. We looked a bit in North London, but it was just so expensive there, it was becoming impossible.
Their money may not stretch far, but at 6'7", these basketballing brothers also have a size issue.
The fact that we are quite tall does impact on what we're looking for. High ceilings would be lovely, I think, so that we don't have to duck. With little things like we have big feet, so our shoes take up a lot of space.
With size 14 feet, they're going to need some super-sized storage.
Very sadly, the boys' father recently passed away. They've decided to use the inheritance to top up their deposit and increase their budget to 350 grand, hopefully helping them find their perfect pad.
It's been a dream of ours to kind of buy with each other, and there are very few people you can enter into a mortgage with, and someone you can trust implicitly, like my brother.
But these two peas in a pod do have some differences.
I've been told that I can be very awkward. I like things the way I like them, sort of thing. I would describe Matt as stubborn. Stubborn.
Sound familiar, Kirstie?
What I need to know from you two is what's not important.
If the bedrooms weren't exactly the same size, I think that's something we could compromise on. As long as we can stand up straight. And, for us, location is the most important thing.
You have 350,000 to spend. Do you feel the weight of the responsibility of investing that money wisely?
Definitely, yeah. We want to make the best use of it.
London is one of the most expensive places to live in the world, and what you're seeing does not reflect what you're spending.
Yeah, we're not afraid of doing a bit of work to a property, and we are realistic.
Right, OK, drink up, because
Okay.
flats don't find themselves.
Thank goodness. We'd both be out of a job.
Matt and Chris ideally want no more than a 40-minute commute to work in the city.
And have high expectations when it comes to location, preferring the central spots north of the river, like Pimlico and Victoria.
But I will also be pushing them south to show them how much more they can get for their money.
For £350,000, Matt and Chris are after a place with 2 equal-sized bedrooms.
As this won't be a forever home, they'd like good investment potential.
They aren't afraid of getting their hands dirty with a bit of work.
And no hitting their heads on the ceiling.
So you've got a couple of giants, I hear.
No, Phil, they're tall. They're tall.
Basketball players.
Basketball players, yeah. Twin basketball players, yeah. And they've worked very hard and they've saved their money, and it's really hard. How do you turn to someone and say 350 grand isn't enough? In the rest of the country, 350 grand buys you a 5-bed house with a large garden. Anyway, how are you doing?
Basically, they don't know what they want, so they've asked for everything. It could be in town, it could be out of town, it could be short term, it could be long term, it's got to have a London view. So although it is tough, we're both on home ground.
Yeah,
Nice to be
completely
in
on
London.
home ground. Know what I'm talking about, know the streets, know the areas. All of that's really good.
You know what you're talking about and everything. This
know.
is going to be interesting.
Thank you, Phil.
We may be on home turf, but this isn't going to be a walk in the park.
The average age of a first-time buyer in London is 32. That's 2 years older than the rest of the UK.
Compared to this, our guys are getting in early. They've saved hard for their deposits.
And it's up to us to see they spend their money wisely.
The first property I'm showing Sam and Crystal is in Limehouse, on the northern bank of the River Thames.
Less than 6 miles to both their workplaces, it's pretty central, offering Crystal the city views she wants and isn't the move to suburbia they've been wary of.
And this quirky period conversion, chosen with Sam in mind, is a great find.
This was built in the 1920s. How do you feel about being in Limehouse?
I do like the area. There's lots going on around here.
Happy enough with the outside?
Yeah, it's nice.
Cool. Come on then.
Once a sailor's mission, it now houses around 50 apartments.
I'm showing Sam and Crystal a spacious, bright top-floor flat. On the market at just under 300,000, it is £5,000 over budget, but I've been told a deal could be done. My mission is to show it's a wash with potential. All aboard.
Right, we'll see what you think of this. It does need a bit of tarting up.
Yep. Yeah. I think from a space point of view, this room does feel really good. It's massive compared to what we've currently got.
My plan of reconfiguring the flat would actually bring the kitchen into here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it would be a very open plan. Take this wall out. The current kitchen is in there. Total cost of all the things that I'm talking about, probably 15,000, 20,000. But you would need to save up to do the work. Yeah. And that means you've got to live in a flat in the interim period.
Yeah. That isn't scary. We wouldn't do the work straight away.
I knew Sam would like the potential of this place.
I think our only kind of slight concern is outside.
I wouldn't want to live somewhere with that approach.
I don't think you're winning Crystal over with this one, Phil.
I'm not giving up yet.
In the short term, you could spend minimal amount of money painting, redoing the surfaces.
It's a usable kitchen at least.
I haven't seen part of this flat that I actually like. It's all quite negative for me at the moment.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Fine. I've got broad shoulders, I keep telling you.
Maybe she'll like the room with a view.
This is the bigger of the two bedrooms.
It's actually quite a nice view from the window as well.
And I've saved the best view till last.
Follow me.
Surely the communal roof terrace will wow Crystal.
God loves a trier, Phil.
Well, if you wanted to be reminded that you were living in London, this wouldn't be a bad place to do it.
It's really nice.
But it's not my own, and I won't really use it. Everything needs changing, the carpets, the floors, walls, and it just seems like too big a job to tackle.
And how about you, Sam?
Oh, I think from like a space point of view, it's a brilliant size.
Does it worry you your future wife doesn't agree with one word you've just said?
A little bit.
Never mind him, Phil. It's you that should be worried.
This week, I'm with towering twins Matt and Chris, whose expectations are through the roof.
And I'm with Sam and Crystal, who can't decide whether they want a cool city pad or a future family home.
Don't worry, I'll set them straight.
Can't wait. The first property I showed my soon-to-be-married pair, the former sailor's mission in Limehouse, didn't send Sam jumping overboard. But with a wedding to pay for, the scale of work left Crystal with a sinking feeling.
I'm hoping my first-time buyer twins, Matt and Chris, will be a little more enamoured by what I've got up my sleeve.
We're headed south of the Thames to the bustling area of Putney. Here, the average price of a flat is £100,000 over the boys' budget.
But the place we found in East Putney is affordable, partly because of the work that's needed. And I've invited Phil along to meet the big brothers.
Oh, Phil, you look small today.
Thank you, Kirstie. How to make me feel nice. Oh, no, we're here. We're kind of equidistant between Wandsworth Town train station and East Putney Tube Station. So you've got, both of them are within a 10-minute walk from here.
Oh, fantastic. We've got long legs, we can walk.
You've got long legs,
We can
so
walk 10 minutes.
under a 10-minute walk is probably a 2-minute walk for you two,
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
Okay. Right, in we go.
Thank you.
They may not mind a morning stroll, but their commute to work from here could take up to an hour, longer than the 40 minutes they'd like. But this two-bed first-floor flat is in a great area and is bang on budget.
The living room is a great space for our lads, with plenty of scope to make it their own. The compromise lies in the bedroom size.
God, this is lovely. Wow.
It's a good size, yeah, really high ceilings.
I think the first impression is it feels big and roomy to me, really airy. It does take a lot of our boxes at the moment. This is a lot bigger than I thought we would be looking at.
Its condition is letting it down. If you two spent one Saturday in this flat, you could add £10,000 to the value, and that is no word of exaggeration, is it?
Possibly more.
No, that's the exciting thing I think about it. You could do a lot with it for little effort.
But will our supersized siblings remain as unfazed by the little and large bedrooms?
There's definitely a senior bedroom and a junior bedroom, and I don't know how you would resolve that.
Have you thought about that?
I'm not too fussy, and Matt usually ends up getting his way, so we'll see what happens.
Do you agree there, Matt?
Well, I'm painting me in a bad light, but no, possibly. I think I would make sacrifices. I'll do some more cooking.
compromising already.
They'd make any mother proud.
It looks like we might have to be a bit more creative with space in this room.
Yes. I mean, there are lots of things you can do.
You could move the kitchen into the living room.
Yeah.
Creating an open-plan kitchen living space means that this small bedroom could be knocked into the current kitchen, creating a giant sleeping space.
It'd be something you'd have to save up for a little bit.
Yeah. We were forewarned that it would be a big room and a
Yeah.
small room. I wasn't necessarily quite prepared for the size of this one, I think.
Well, have a wander, have a think.
Okay.
Take your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
So size does matter in the bedroom.
This room is massive to me. Yeah. Makes me wonder whether we actually need the space. Yeah.
But there's too much square footage in the sitting room.
It's a very good flat without other things to compare it to. It's quite difficult.
No, it is really difficult for them, but I'm really keen on how much value you can add to this flat.
So, time for some reflection up there.
I think you can easily see that you could do something to it and make it a nice place to live. It's a great investment, but we would be willing to sacrifice the size to maybe reduce our commuting a little bit.
We got a maybe in the bag?
Definite maybe in the
Maybe
bag.
in the bag. Okay.
A definite maybe.
What do
We
they
like
call it
those.
in
Come
basketball
on.
when you get a shot? Is it a shot?
Slam dunk.
Slam dunk. So
It's not quite a slam dunk, but it's,
it's getting there.
it's getting there.
Thankfully, you know more about property than you do about basketball, Kirstie.
What I do know is that although they liked this flat, I can definitely do better.
I certainly need to do better, as my search for Sam and Crystal got off to a rocky start in Limehouse, especially for Crystal. So I've got a chic city pad for her, just 5 minutes down the road in Docklands. A major business centre with excellent transport links, homeowners round here even get a great view to boot.
What's it like living by the river?
It really makes you feel like you're in London, like being right by the Thames. It's really nice to have a part of it just outside your balcony.
Is there much to do locally? Are there places to go out, shops?
Absolutely. There's bars and clubs on every corner.
You've got parks nearby as well, so it's lovely, and as you can tell, it's peaceful, it's quiet, it's a very safe area.
It's certainly a popular patch, but what will my pair make of it?
It's a modern block built 6 years ago. No
Nice and
work
new.
required.
Good.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
Looks nice from the outside, I'd
Yeah, it
say.
does.
Come on.
All smiles so far. Cheaper than the last flat, this luxury pad is at their ideal price of £290,000.
It needs no work, but let's hope the lack of period charm won't be a stumbling block for Sam.
It's nice.
It's lovely. It's really nice.
Yeah?
Yeah. I like it so far. I love an island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think you're backing a winner here, Pipsqueak?
And there's still more to come.
Key reason for choosing this flat above others of its type was it's got a proper balcony. I mean, this
It's a nice size, isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely
It's-
get a good, decent table on here and barbecue.
And if you go up the end of there, you can glimpse to the right. You can see water,
That's so nice.
and Canary Wharf to the left.
That is beautiful.
Really lovely.
And somebody practicing a musical instrument rather badly over there.
Setting my teeth on edge.
The higher up you go, the better the views become. We are on the second floor and we're on budget.
Yeah, it's really good, because at least that will give us a bit more money to be able to get the perfect wedding and to get you that perfect dress.
He says all the right things, doesn't he?
He's good, isn't he?
Come on.
You missed your cue, Phil. Less dress, more flat is the line.
Does seeing this flat make it any easier for you in the kind of cool city lifestyle versus the slightly more suburban, perhaps longer term?
I think I still want the view, and so, yeah, it's swung it for me, definitely.
OK.
Well, Crystal's clear on what she wants.
But how's sensible Sam feeling about the prospect of living here?
I could see us in here. The thing that I'm still kind of concerned about is, could I see us in here if we had a family?
Well, Crystal's certainly looking a lot brighter in this flat, but I can't help feeling that there's not as much for Sam to get enthused about in here, because he genuinely is thinking long-term, adding value, having a family, and all those very sensible things. What they're going to do. Have you had a bit of time to think about it?
Yeah, we have, and we actually really like it.
You sound surprised.
Yeah. It's not going to be any major kind of renovation, but I think there's still kind of little things that you can do to make it just that little bit nicer.
It does offer you everything that you're looking for out of your current lifestyle, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
You've turned it around with the hip pat, but they've yet to see any family-size flats a bit further out.
Don't worry, Kirstie. Baby steps.
Whereas I'm taking huge strides with twins Chris and Matt.
Oh, don't get run over, Matt.
The next property I'm showing them is all about Postcode. We're staying south, but heading to popular Clapham.
High on the boys' list of preferred areas, there's a young vibe and plenty to do here.
They do get a little less space for their money, but this flat offers oodles of curb appeal.
What do we feel about this location?
I'm absolutely astonished that we can afford somewhere around here. I mean, I know the area quite well. It's a 5-minute walk to Clapham North Station.
It is.
20-minute commute into the city from there. Location 10 out of 10. I mean...
10 out of 10? Oh no, Chris is not so sure.
I'll put it up as a solid 9.
In we go.
OK.
Thumbs up for the location. Recently reduced, it's still £5,000 over budget, but I've been told there could be wiggle room.
This is risky. Your last one failed on bedroom size, and this is even smaller.
Yes, but has period charm and very little to do to it.
So, a smaller sitting room, but equally high ceilings, very light and in lovely nick.
I can't believe we could afford somewhere like this.
There are basically 2 bedrooms, neither of which would take 2 cats swinging around.
Right.
You know, 1 cat, fine. Little mouse, fine.
Yeah.
2 cats, no.
Yeah. It's a lovely space. I think you've got practical use of shelves and things, so you can take everything you need.
Yeah. Asking price, 355.
I mean, if it's top end of our budget and it doesn't need work doing to it, then who can
All the
argue with
better,
that, eh?
exactly, yeah.
In terms of investment potential, the boys would struggle to add much value here.
So they could just sit back and enjoy it.
So, this is the smaller of the 2 bedrooms.
I'm not as shocked as I know it might be thought in a room this size. I've lived in a small room in my current location as well.
And Matt's supposed to be the awkward one.
I mean, I know it seems like a cheap trick, perhaps, if you put a mirror on there.
On where?
On
the wall.
The wall.
Oh,
Hey,
each to
ideas,
their own.
ideas.
Yeah.
He didn't mean a mirror on the ceiling, Kirstie.
Let's move on and see if Chris is as laid back in the other bedroom.
So, not huge.
It's bigger than I thought.
Really?
Yeah, you undersold it, I think.
Did I? Oh, that's rare.
I mean, for the location and our budget, it's surpassed my expectations.
Is it the location that is so fantastic, you're just like, as long as this flat is humanly habitable, we'll go for it?
I can't really find a negative.
I think you agree on this flat.
We have pretty similar tastes.
Yeah, no. It's good.
Hopefully we'll be easy.
I think you're easy.
OK.
In the good way, not the bad way.
OK, thanks, Kirstie.
I know what you're going to say. Oh, bless. So sweet.
Just want to put them in my pocket, but they're a bit big to keep as pets.
And think of the food bill.
I mean, it's hands down better than the last one, and the last one was good, so I'm taken with it. Yeah.
Top marks, Kirstie.
So, gents, what do you reckon?
I'm kind of blown away, really. I would agree. I'm astonished, actually.
Do you want to see another flat?
Yeah, I mean, if you can better it, that'd be fantastic. But I mean,
OK, that is how I like to end a day.
You've raised the bar.
See, it's all about location, location, location.
This week I'm in London, helping slightly confused couple, Sam and Crystal, find their first marital home.
And I've got 2 for the price of 1 with my London search for twins Chris and Matt.
This 2 of a kind have been very open-minded with what I've shown them so far, preferring a popular postcode to extra space in the bedroom.
it's nice not to have to duck through these doorways.
I've got a tricky property hunt on my hands with engaged couples Sam, who wants old, and Crystal, who wants new. I've stuck close to their cool comfort zone with central flats near the river, but with a wedding looming, every penny counts. So I want to show them what's on offer a little further out.
Yes, we're going from C for city to S for suburbia, and Brockley in southeast London.
This area not only has good transport links, but is brimming with amenities, and would give Sam and Crystal a future-proof lifestyle that they really should consider.
and I'm coming along to show them the benefits of a family-friendly house.
Gently does it, Kirstie.
Well, something a bit different today. Not only are we joined by the glamorous Kirstie,
That's me.
we're also in a very different area. Trees and greenery all round us.
Green as the Incredible Hulk.
I just hope Sam and Crystal don't burst with anger when they see the property.
This is a converted pub.
OK.
It's lovely.
It is nice.
Really nice.
Yeah.
And how do you feel today being in Brockley as opposed to being in Docklands?
I feel a bit nervous because I thought I loved the flat yesterday and that whole lifestyle, and I'm a bit scared that I'm going to prefer this today.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing.
But let's get inside and have a look.
Now a spacious two-bedroom flat, this converted pub has recently been reduced to £284,950.
10 grand under their maximum budget. There'll be plenty of change for the wedding fund.
And I think the cool vibe here is exactly what they're after.
Let's hope your idea of cool, Phil, marries up to theirs.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
It's very, very cool.
Crystal thinks it's cool.
It feels more like a warehouse conversion than anything else that we could
Yeah.
probably afford.
Sam's on side.
I've got to say that I think that it's utterly charmless at the moment. Totally, utterly charmless.
Whoa, whose side are you on, Allsopp?
Hang on, I've got a plan.
You need to get some works of art on the wall. You need to put up some
colour.
cool
Need some
posters. You
colour.
need some colour.
What strikes you about it?
It's very different, it's very urban, it's really quite striking, I think.
This flat could be a family-sized flat.
You're going to have the chat, aren't you?
You may not want children ever.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I do.
How old will you be when you get married, Crystal?
Well, hopefully next year.
Hopefully next
And
year.
then hopefully children immediately.
The cost of a move, £25,000 to £30,000. It's none of my business whether people want children or not, but if they do, trust me, I know you don't want to incur costs at that period.
Good advice. Makes sense.
Honesty is the best policy.
There's no controlling her whatsoever. Come for a bit of peace in here, Sam. Master bedroom, much bigger than we saw yesterday. If it was down to you,
Yeah.
where would you be?
I still think the Docklands one is slightly winning. We like to have people over for dinner, so it's trying to work out where you could fit in a big table into this flat.
OK, sounds fair enough.
Sam's not as taken with this as I thought he'd be.
But I think Crystal might be hearing the distant pitter-patter of tiny feet.
Bedroom 2, what do you think?
It's a great size second bedroom.
You said before we came in here that you didn't want really to see this flat because you thought it might confuse you.
Yeah, I'm confused.
You're confused.
Uh-oh, the other dreaded C word.
What's the confusing element?
Because I know that this is probably the right way to go, but I need to come to terms with the fact I need to step away from the city London life, I think.
And the penny has dropped. Didn't take long for Crystal to see the light once I'd arrived.
How the tables have turned with this pair.
It's really nice. I think just the total flat needs a bit of soul, a little bit of TLC.
Hello.
Slick job, Spencer.
Slick job indeed. I feel like we've been in this place 100 times. The same situation, couples having the same debates. It's a very normal debate to have. We need to ease them through it, guide them through it, cautiously.
You know why I have the chat.
Yes.
And you know it's entirely well-intentioned. And
Of
if
course
you
I
want
do.
to wind me up for kicks, that's fine, because I'm a grown-up and I can deal with it.
And they're grown-ups as well, and they know the situations that they're getting themselves.
Not everybody does. You'd be amazed by how many people don't know these things.
This is going to be fascinating. I've no idea which way they're going to go.
Only time will tell if they're really sold on suburbia.
And I still have a fourth and final property up my sleeve to win Sam and Crystal over. It's the furthest I've taken them away from central London, but we're staying south and heading to Forest Hill.
Forest Hill is very much up and coming with a lot to offer. Dare I say it, particularly to families.
As it's still pretty undervalued, property prices here are affordable. So I have a whopper of a flat that might make easily confused Crystal, well, even more confused.
You get a lot more space for your money
Yeah, it looks really nice from the outside. Interesting.
How are you feeling?
Confused. And probably more so when I get inside.
I'm afraid you will. Come on in.
As I suspected, but hopefully the confusion won't last long, as this is a spectacular period conversion.
On at just under £290,000, it's not only on the money,
It's the biggest property I've shown them.
with bags of baby-friendly space and a private garden. Not too easy to come by.
It also delivers on character to satisfy Sam, as well as a beautiful finish for Crystal.
What do you think?
There's a garden.
The one and only
I've never
private
had a garden. It's lovely.
We've got over 1,000 square feet here to play with. It's by far the biggest thing.
It's
and
very
it's
nice.
on the market at a shade under 290.
Wow. There's so much space.
So much space. Really nice.
I'm very confused right now.
Let's see some more.
Hopefully the size of the master bedroom will help put things into perspective.
Wow.
Oh my God.
It's definitely enormous, I'd say.
Huge.
Fantastic proportions.
I think only room for Crystal's clothes, though. She has a lot of clothes.
Anything that'll do for the wedding?
It's just got that bit of character that the last place just
It's got a
definitely
lot of
didn't
character.
have.
This is really exciting.
Have you seen anything that troubles you?
No.
When we met, Crystal, you were categorical about the fact that you wanted to be reminded
Of London.
of London.
I know.
This flat doesn't offer that.
The space and the period features, the garden, all of that's blown me away.
Good.
I was sold on number 2
Yeah.
and then you showed me number 4. And now you've made it difficult again.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. Let's buy both.
This flat and the one in the Docklands are in the running. Excellent result.
This would be the sensible purchase. I just hope they see it that way.
You could fit a table in here as well.
It's actually a kitchen by itself.
Yes. It's really nice. You're very excited.
I know.
No confusion here, it's crystal clear.
Come on out. This is like another room.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
And in my opinion, it has value like another room.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
really lovely.
You did set us quite a large challenge, given all the different elements that you were unsure about.
I think you have shown us the best of the kind of each
Yeah,
set of
I
different
think so.
living lifestyles.
I feel happy that we've kind of closed the door on each one of those and we can now make a decision on what we want to do.
Yep. On our future.
It's a big decision and may need a little meditation. It's my last chance to score, with both location and size for Matt and Chris's first flat together. I'm taking them to my final property by rather unconventional means.
You certainly know how to travel in style, Kirstie.
How would you feel if this was your daily commute?
I would be pretty happy with this as a commute, a lot better than the tube.
The method of transport's floating Matt's boat, and you'll get points for Postcode.
Yep, and we've gone north of the Thames and ended up in Pimlico, a central spot I know they're going to love. Pimlico is in Westminster, the second most expensive borough in London, where the average house price is over £880,000.
But because you can get more square footage for your money, ex-local authority can often be the smart choice for first-time buyers.
So my wildcard property is this two-bed flat in an ex-local authority building.
You might set the cat among the pigeons here. Estates aren't everyone's cup of tea.
But the sweetener is the basketball court, within shooting distance. Slam dunk.
Ooh, you're learning.
What do you feel about the block? You've seen that this is a flat that comes with a basketball court.
It is. Yeah. It's an amazing area. I mean, it's beautifully maintained.
This flat is still 10 grand over budget, but I have it on good authority that the vendor is open to offers. It has a bright, spacious sitting room, the biggest kitchen I've shown them.
And there shouldn't be any squabbling over the bedrooms, as both are a pretty good size.
The only downside is right outside the window.
This is amazingly big.
It is really big.
I think it's massive.
Oh, here's
Probably
the train.
constantly. Well, you had to point it out. Compared to my last flat where it took me about 2 months to get used to going to sleep with the noise.
But you did get used to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I sleep through anything now.
I think you two should go and look at the bedrooms.
These two are so laid back, they're almost horizontal.
It's a slam dunk. That's what I reckon, anyway.
I can't get over the size of it.
What do you reckon?
1 massive bedroom.
Good.
2 massive bedrooms.
2 massive ones.
Kirstie.
I didn't say it, they said it.
That's a double bed with room to run around in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I definitely didn't think we'd find somewhere with that much space.
Yeah.
Hasn't Chris said that in every place you've shown him?
Yes, but here it's true. This flat has over 200 square foot more than the last.
Kitchen could do with the tart up.
It's a really good size.
It's a really good size. The answer to this flat is that some people are put off by the idea of living on a council estate.
I'm actually astonished. I'm still slightly staggered about how massive this place is and the location. The only thing for me is the Clapham property was such a good one.
It was such a good one.
We know that area well, and so it's a good dilemma to have.
It's game over for me and the twins, but which flat will come out on top?
Sam and Crystal fell for the style and space of the last property I showed them in Forest Hill. But they've surprised me by asking to come back to the stylish city pad in Docklands.
Why here?
This is an easier move. The other one seems to be like a whole life-changing step, probably. That's the bit that I kind of woke up in cold sweats about this morning.
How are you feeling this morning about being in Docklands?
I'm interested to see my gut reaction as soon as I step into that property, because at the moment I'm still very confused. But the way I felt yesterday about Forest Hill, I'm not sure that reaction's quickly going to subside.
Come on then, let's get inside.
So Crystal's heart is in Forest Hill, and Sam doesn't want to let go of the Docklands dream.
This should be interesting.
Going to be vital, Crystal, as you come in this room. Tell me what you think.
Oh, I was confused.
No, that's not the right answer anymore. Yeah. I think, like, the fact that it is so light and airy, yeah, it's massively difficult.
I don't know.
They're all at the same price. I have confused you with Forest Hill, which is bigger and leafier, and perhaps not what you had in your mind's eye. It would last you for longer. This would be more fun in the shorter term.
What are you thinking?
How much fun do you want to have? I think that's the problem.
Family versus fun? What will it be?
Poor Crystal. It looks as though she's got the troubles of the world resting on her shoulders, and I suppose to some extent she has.
Go and look at the view, Sam.
But at the same time, I also think it's an easy decision, because I think they should buy the one in Forest Hill. But it's not my job to say that. You can lead a horse to water. You can't always make it drink.
I mean, certainly wouldn't be able to have baby or family here. It's still just a two-person flat.
No, I agree. I'm glad that we came to see it again.
Are you coming round to Forest Hill?
Yeah, it's easy.
Really? Yes.
Do we have a happy Crystal?
Yes, you do.
Good.
Hello, Phil.
Hello.
I've come to look at the view one last time.
One last time?
One last time.
Why don't we go and get a drink somewhere?
Yeah, that sounds good.
And sit down. You said that very quickly.
Looks like these two have decided to walk away from the party pad.
Now the pressure's on to try and bag them the family home.
Only a few hours after their first visit, brothers Matt and Chris have opted to go back to the ex-local authority flat in the swish spot of Pimlico.
It's a block that's only 5 stories, and this would go in the twins' favour. Any higher, and some mortgage providers may not be willing to lend.
But inside, the bigger the better.
There seems to be a lot of storage space.
I know you're concerned that you have more clothes than most girls, but I think you've got the place to put them.
Yeah.
Plus any other pieces of equipment.
Yeah, agreed.
Like the balls.
Basketballs, of course.
So it's pretty scruffy, the bathroom, isn't it?
It is, but I think with a little bit of money saved up over a few months, we could probably do what we wanted with it.
We're not talking a lot of money. And the tiling you could probably do yourselves.
Yeah.
Once you get your own drill, there's no holding you back.
A second viewing of a property gives you the chance to look at things without rose-tinted spectacles.
Look at the practicalities.
And come up with any questions you may want to ask the estate agent.
How does it feel now?
It's quite nerve-wracking because this is a realistic possibility.
That's the compromise, I think.
Yeah. It doesn't bother me at all.
Some people will walk into the sitting room and say, no way.
Just because we're not bothered by it, would it affect the ability to sell it on?
Do you want to go somewhere and have a drink and discuss?
Yes, please.
Right. After you, sir.
Chris and Matt loved the space and potential of the Pimlico flat, but they also loved the style and location of the flat in Clapham. This really could go either way.
Where are you at the moment?
The Clapham's the safe bet. We know the area very well. The only concern is whether we get in there and find that it isn't big enough. And I think in comparison to the one we've just been to revisit, it seems like it may be one that will increase in value.
Matt and Chris are going to think about this huge decision overnight. And all I can do is make sure we have all the information on both flats to help them.
I'm very conscious that you feel, in a good way, the responsibility of the money that your father left you, and we've got to make sure we do it right.
Yep, agreed.
48 hours ago, we thought we'd never find anything that you could stand up in and have equal bedrooms. So we're in a really good position. Tomorrow we will chat, and hopefully I will make an offer on one of those flats. Yay!
That'd be fantastic.
I'm with Sam and Crystal, whose journey of confusion has at long last become clear. They want to call the Forest Hill flat home.
OK, well, what are we going to do about it? It's on the market for $290. I think if you could buy it for $280, that would be a big result.
I said $280. I said that to you this morning.
And I was thinking $275. I'd much rather that you said no first time.
I would go in 277, 278.
Okay.
Expect it to be rejected. Come straight back. OK, we'll increase our offer. 280 is the price. Take up the market right now.
Pressure's on, Phil.
Ross, good afternoon. Phil Spencer here. I sat here with Crystal and Sam. They've asked me to make an offer to you of $277,000. I hear what you're saying, so let's keep talking. Cheers. Bye. He doesn't expect it to be accepted simply because they have had an offer close to that in the past that was rejected.
Right.
But he's going to ring straight away.
OK. Thank you.
Every £1,000 that we save, of course, is a better dress for the bride.
She has got her heart set on something nice. And by nice, I mean expensive.
I would never have imagined, Sam. Hi, Ross. How did you get on? We've been sitting here debating what would happen if you declined it. And I do have a best and final offer for you at $280. Cheers, Ross. Bye. He wants $285. The agent asked whether we would, just go a little bit above $281, $282.
What do you think?
Let's see what he comes
See what
back
he
with.
comes back with,
Yeah. And then quite happy to go to 282.
Yeah.
282. Hi, Ross. We're all a bit nervous at this end. I'll bring you back. Thank you very much. He's accepted it.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
Thank you.
You've got a flat. And with any luck, I've got an invite to the wedding.
Yes!
When it comes to driving a hard bargain, Phil, you're always the best man.
Matt and Chris have had time to look at the pros and cons of both flats.
And they've decided to opt for a bit less space, but stick to the area they know best, Clapham.
We've asked Kirstie to put in an offer of 345 on the Clapham flat. We're willing to go to 350. We've got everything crossed for good luck. I've volunteered to take the slightly smaller room, but I will be demanding washing up duty for at least a year.
That's brotherly love for you.
A few days later, their offer of $345,000 was rejected. I upped it to $347,000, but sadly this was also turned down.
After going back to the flat for another look, Matt and Chris decided not to re-offer at the top of their $350,000 budget.
But now they've seen what their money can buy them, Clapham is very much top of their list. And I'm sure they'll be settled soon.
Over with Sam and Crystal, I'm delighted to say that they're hoping to move into their family-friendly Forest Hill home in a few weeks' time.
Having bagged it for $15,000 under budget, Crystal certainly has plenty of pennies left for her dream wedding. The icing on the cake to their dream home. This time, we really need to keep our eyes on the ball.
If he'd have shown me this one first, I think I'd have just walked out.
For every lucky break,
Score!
there's a miscue.
He failed you and he's very sorry.
What is going on at the moment? If we don't reframe...
Wow. Ooh.
We could both be snookered.
Is that a hole-in-one?
No, that's gold, darling.
Oh, right, OK. This week, we're north of Leeds, helping a stylish young couple find a character property that won't leave them cramped.
And guiding a couple of first-time buyers into a home with room for them to entertain.
So, the battle of space versus location starts here. And at the beginning of round one, it's all to play for.
We'll be sizing up Yorkshire properties in the sproncy spa towns of Harrogate and nearby Ilkley, and down in the hip northern neighbourhoods of Leeds.
Hip is my middle name, so I'm closest to the city helping Mike Ritchie and Katie Roberts, first-time buyers who've recently returned to the UK after 10 months of globetrotting, 5 of which were spent living in a camper van.
Well, the first thing my dad asked us when we got back was, are you still together? Because I think if we could survive that, we can survive anything.
New jobs have brought them from York to Leeds, Katie with the probation service and Mike at a video production house. And having raised enough cash for a deposit, this once footloose and fancy-free pair are ready to put down some roots.
They've been renting in the suburb of Meanwood and are keen to stay in the area, within walking distance of shops and bars and with the bright lights of the big city not too far away.
We want to make sure we find a balance, so where we can get the best of both worlds and not completely give up on our youth just yet.
Living in the back of a van to looking to buy a house, it's like the complete opposite end of the spectrum. But yeah, I think we're ready for that. I think it's time to sort of grow up a little bit and get that sorted.
Real life now.
Real life means thinking ahead, and they want a house big enough to accommodate their 5-year plan for a family.
But just when I thought I had a pair with their priorities right, turns out they've just bought a brand new car.
We've said when we buy a house, we are definitely having a drive. Yeah. As a treat.
A chocolate bar is a treat. A driveway is a luxury they may not be able to afford.
So, essentially, you are already in my bad books.
Why?
A new car? A new car?
Yeah.
Before the house hunt? Which is so precious that we must have off-street parking.
It's a practical thing as well with a drive. It's not just we want to protect our precious car.
We will bear that in mind. So your budget?
Yeah. 147.
147 is your top.
Yeah.
Yes, so we don't really want to necessarily push to 147.
Yeah, ideally a bit below sort of...
development
room to spend a bit of money on the property would be awesome.
When it comes to development opportunities, how up for that are you?
We don't want to spend 5 years doing the house up and then move out after 5 years. We want to spend maybe 2 years or so.
Yeah,
so
and
nothing
then
too kind of major.
You want to just make sure that the house you buy although on paper it's for a 5-year plan, and you want something more grown up and bigger and better, which we all do, it would be also nice if that house had the ability to keep you safe and comfortable in the long run, just in case anything happened.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, we hadn't actually thought about that, had we? Does that mean we have to look at like schools and stuff as well?
No, I swear, no, I will not discuss catchment areas with you. Thank you. I promise.
Mike and Katie have a top budget of £147,000.
They want a 2 to 3 bedroom house with off-street parking and a decent entertaining-sized kitchen, or at least the potential to create it.
And they like to be within a 30-minute walk of the bars and buzz of Headingley or Chapel Allerton. Both areas are former villages now absorbed by Leeds suburban sprawl and increasingly popular. The average house price is over £170,000, so they're smart to opt for walking distance to them rather than being directly in them.
While the road not yet travelled for Kirstie, Mike and Katie encompasses neighbourhoods just north of Leeds city centre, I'm 30 minutes up country, searching in some of Yorkshire's sought-after spa towns. Ever since the arrival of 1-year-old Georgia, architectural technician Lee and NHS manager Anne-Marie have been anxious to exchange their modern rented accommodation for more character and space.
The most important thing is actually a couple of family rooms.
Lee and I don't feel that we have any grown-up space of an evening without spending an hour or so tidying everything away.
Ilkley and Harrogate, near the picturesque moors, are top locations. But holding back their search is the ghost of a past property disaster. 6 years ago, they bought a Leeds inner-city apartment, but very quickly fell out of love with it.
Within the first 6 months, we knew we'd made a mistake and we put the property up for sale. And it took us over 2 years to sell it and at a huge loss. It has scarred us, both mentally and financially. And it's taken us this long to have the courage to put money back into a property.
They've set very high standards this time round, but there's been a lot of sofa searching, and they've only been inside a mere 12 properties in the last 10 months.
We have quite particular requirements, and so we do rule out quite a lot, which we think on paper don't work for us.
You should never dismiss a property on the basis of an online glance. Pictures don't tell the full story. The best way to get a feel for a house is to get inside it.
A firm hand is needed here, but also a fair one. First property catastrophe was very bruising.
It must have been a fairly torrid time.
I think the apartment affected me more than it did Lee. I feel like I lack the confidence now to make the right decision because we thought we'd made the right decision then.
To look back and think we got that wrong would be very tough when it comes to making another decision. What are we looking for? What is the ultimate property?
We've always lived in very modern accommodation, but now we're looking for a family home. I think what we would really like is something with that bit of charm and character, but that is fairly modern internally.
Would you renovate a property?
I would be happy to take on a bit of a project. I think you have said you'd like a bit of a turnkey.
Anne-Marie, what's more important to you, the property itself or the location it's in?
For me, I think it's location.
For me, it would be the property over location.
I'm getting confused. So how long have we got to pull this off?
2 months.
2 months?
Yeah.
When's the next train, Sal?
There's no going back, Phil. In 2 months' time, the lease expires on their rented flat. They need you, and they need you now.
I'm really going to have to access my inner superhero on this one.
Just remember, underpants on the outside is very last century.
With a maximum budget of £235,000, my couple are looking for a Georgian or Victorian property.
They want 3 bedrooms and 2 family rooms, ideally in the Ilkley area, because they're after good transport links to their jobs in Leeds. Both couples are looking for similar-sized properties, and although their search areas are only 15 miles apart, the difference in average price is over 100 grand.
Oh, Kirstie, a comfy seat. It might be the last one we get for a few days.
Oh, don't be such a pessimist.
I've got a lot of work to do my end. I don't know about you.
Why?
Well, you know, usual old story in a way. Been searching for 10 months.
Yeah.
And they want different things. She doesn't want to do any work, he does. He wants a really nice house. She's more worried about the location. Happy days.
Oh, I'm okay in comparison.
Yeah.
Actually, I've just got a car and they want it parked off street so it doesn't get keyed or
And
scratched.
that narrows down the housing choices.
Narrows? That just like completely takes it from 60 to 0.
Then they're going to base the house choice over...
I know, not when I finish with them, believe me, no.
So it looks like someone's off to get the backseat driver. And I need to gear up for what could be a royally rough ride amid the majestic scenery and impressive heritage of my patch of Yorkshire. 30 minutes up the line from Leeds, with the Yorkshire Dales on the doorstep and plenty of old world charm, the spa towns of Ilkley and Harrogate are sought-after spots indeed.
In a recent property website survey, Harrogate was voted the 4th happiest place to live in the UK.
We just fell in love with the place because it's full of flowers, it's beautifully kept. We just thought, wow, this feels a nice place to live. We still feel like we're on holiday.
Very good shopping, restaurants, bars, and yet you can be out into the countryside within minutes.
And even if you're not going anywhere in particular, like tonight after school, just walking around Harrogate's really nice.
And there's lots of space to ride our bikes and all that type of stuff.
Desirability drives prices up, and the average cost of a 3-bed property in their favoured towns is £245,000. 25% more than the rest of the region, and £10,000 more than Lee and Anne-Marie have to spend.
Here in their #1 spot of Ilkley, they have good access to shops, schools and the moors, and the street's only 10 minutes from the train to Leeds.
This is a little smaller than I think you'll like, but it's got lots of other things going for it.
All right.
Most of all is where it is in Ilkley.
Yeah.
I like the privacy, and there is some character, and it's on a very nice, quiet street.
So far, so good.
Come on then.
This 1900s stone-built terrace fits the bill with 3 bedrooms and has a separate sitting room and dining kitchen. There's no chain, so it could work well for their 2-month deadline.
And the charm and period detail should be right up their alley. There's a gap in the property stock that meets their strict criteria, and the price on this place is 45 grand less than their top spend.
How does it strike you so far?
I like the style. It feels very homely.
Yeah.
It's like a family home, definitely.
It would be a compromise not to have that extra family space. I think we knew Ilkley would be a push to get what we wanted.
Yeah, we have found that, haven't we?
Yeah.
Spacious character properties in this area and in their budget are few and far between. It is the turnkey home Anne-Marie would prefer, and this next room's proportions should impress.
Pretty glamorous bathroom, I thought.
It's really nice.
It is really nice, isn't it?
I'd sleep in here.
Yeah, well, it would have been a bedroom when the house was built, because the bathroom or the loo would have been outside. So a lot of these Victorian houses around these streets have got really very nice bathrooms.
It is lovely.
The bathroom's a hit, but my instincts tell me this might get a low reading overall on the yes-o-meter.
Very light and airy and quiet.
Yeah. I like it, it's a good size.
I think I'm just getting a dose of kind of first viewing politeness, I'll put it down to. I don't believe they like it, but they're not telling me that yet. There are choices, there are compromises, but they're going to be making them, whether they make them now or whether they make them in 3 months' time, they've still got to make them.
It's too small for me.
Is it?
Yeah.
Think about it without the clutter.
Will the love of location win out over the need for space here?
Soon find out. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
How'd you get on?
The 3rd bedroom is a little bit of a concern for me. I just think it's really small, even as a guest room, but that could be the compromise.
And it seems to be a very sensible choice.
Somehow I don't think sensible's going to swing it here.
Let's head on.
Thank you.
Come on, Phil, you really need to fire up this search.
I'm struggling to find a home that offers enough space and period style for a practically perfect couple.
And I'm dealing with an elephant in the driveway. This could be a complete catastrophe.
North of Leeds is our house hunting patch this week. My first property in Ilkley with Lee and Anne-Marie was the right location, but the house itself was a bit of a disappointment.
It's too small for me.
Is it?
My next number needs to spark a lot more enthusiasm.
And I'm searching with Katie and Mike closer to Leeds City. They've got the travel bug out of their system and now want a 2 to 3 bed home with a driveway so they and their new car can park for at least 5 years. They'd like to be within 30 minutes of either Chapel Allerton or Headingley. Location's popular for a buzzing vibe close to the city centre.
What's good about North Leeds for me is a kind of mixture of both modernity and old-fashionedness, I guess.
There's a good mix of students, young professionals, and people that have been around here for generations.
It feels a really nice, safe place to live.
Today, I'm taking them just beyond the borders of their preferred patch to Kirkstall, where their budget of £147,000 goes further.
The average price for a terraced house here is just under £120,000.
It's stretching their boundaries, but this sociable pair want a house with a kitchen big enough to cook and entertain in. Our first property is the best example of that we could find. The compromise, yep, you guessed it, not a driveway in sight.
I'm totally listening to what you're saying about off-street parking. Despite my things about the car, I'm not ignoring it. But this is, you can park outside your front door and you can do it safely.
I think it's hard to tell in the middle of the day. It's the sort of thing where I'd come back in the evening and just see
exactly.
how it is.
No. Yeah.
Nice manoeuvre. At least they didn't do a complete U-turn.
I'm hoping this 4-level terraced house will impress them with its walk-in wow factor and spaciousness. We've heard it was once owned by architects, which could explain the clever conversion of the cellar into a kitchen diner.
Terraces this side often have 3 bedrooms, but here there are 2 large ones. The whole house has been done to a very high spec, and it's under budget at just under £145,000.
Is this house an interesting beginning or a possible contender?
I think it's tricky because we haven't seen any terrace houses. We hadn't really thought about them because of the off-street parking situation.
Right.
It's annoying because we've not researched terraces, have we?
As first-time buyers, these two really have been approaching things the wrong way, and that means they've disregarded around half of the property stock in their area.
What I cannot believe is that they never considered a terraced house because of the off-street parking. Ta-da! The only reason to veto a property is because of location.
Terraced properties have enormous benefits. An English Heritage report found that over a period of 30 years, the repairs on a Victorian terraced house could cost 60% less than building and maintaining a new one.
You're also well insulated thanks to houses either side, and the square footage is often generous.
This property has 930 square feet, heaps of room to cook for friends.
Gas hobs.
Gas hobs.
Store.
They're definitely cooking on gas in the kitchen, but what did they think overall?
For me, showing us this has made me rethink the parking, which we've not done yet.
Fantastic inside. I kind of think if there was a house that wasn't quite as nice that we could do up, that might be a better thing.
Okay.
Well done, Kirstie. The driveway seems to have lost top spot on the wish list.
Quite right too.
Up yonder in Yorkshire with Lee and Anne-Marie, our first property was all about location, but lack of space took it out of the running. Our next property is in Harrogate, and I'm hoping it gets me back on track.
Very excited.
Yeah, this one's exciting.
Yeah. We are smiling, aren't we? How about this? Come on then. Hope the inside's as good.
The curb appeal is clear. There's a nursery nearby for 1-year-old Georgia, and the train to Leeds is a 15-minute walk away. There's nothing cramped about this property, with outside spaces front and back, and even a garage. And with the 2 family rooms thereafter, I'm confident it'll measure up.
Originally on at £225,000, it's now been reduced and is 20 grand under budget.
Yeah, it's on the market for 215,000. It's approximately 200 square feet bigger than we were in Ilkley, so you're getting better family space.
Yeah. However, the extra family space has been created at the expense of the kitchen.
Just doesn't quite feel like a family kitchen as such. It feels like something that we had when we lived in our flat.
Okay. Is it doing it for you?
In here, I think I share the same sense as what you do. Wow. Ooh.
There are compromises here, and the problem is they seem to be comparing it with another near-perfect property seen some months ago.
At the time, they couldn't quite afford it, and now it's another shadow hanging over this search.
Is the existence of that property and the memory of that holding you back from making decisions on other ones?
Quite possibly, yes, because it did set the benchmark, and I think we have to forget about that one and move on.
Okay. Whether you're actually able to do that, whether Anne-Marie's able to do that, is perhaps a different matter.
You've really got your work cut out for you here.
I just get a sense that they're still dwelling on the past and they're struggling to accept what the market can offer them at their budget right now, and they're struggling to reach any decision with any confidence.
That's a really
And this is a good size room.
Yeah.
I see smiles, Phil. Quick, bats on the positive.
If the kitchen looked different than it did today, what would we be talking about now? How would you be feeling?
What offer should we put in?
Really? As
Yeah.
strong as that? But the kitchen could look different. You can sort that out.
I think there's lots of potential.
Finally, we're making a bit of progress, but Anne-Marie's aversion to taking on work could really stymie this time-sensitive search.
15 miles south in Leeds, my first-time buyers are happy to take on a doer-upper, and I think this rather individual-looking house could be the one for them.
We've come to Meanwood, much closer to their favourite watering holes.
Mike and Katie rent in Meanwood, but this is a part they're unfamiliar with.
Yeah, we drove past a sign that did say about criminal activity nearby, so that sort of worries us to start with, but, you know, keep an open mind.
Never fear, Phil is here.
You want to know whether this is a good street or a bad street? Just look up there. Tell me one thing. Do crims trim hedges?
No.
No.
Maybe that's what they want you to think.
Well-kept gardens are an encouraging sign, and if they're on board with the Kirstie maxim, crims don't trim. This house offers Katie and Mike all they asked for and more. We're talking garage, even a games room, and a garden of rather grand designs.
This could be a no-brainer, and there's my kind of room for improvement.
Now, this is the wall that I would knock down.
OK.
Yeah. So that this is your kitchen diner.
True to form, Kirstie, but yes, that would create the entertaining-sized kitchen space thereafter.
Apart from the kitchen, this 3-bed semi only needs cosmetic updating and a touch of TLC. There's money in the pot for that. The asking price is £125,000.
I'm excited about designing this kitchen now.
Yeah, I like the idea that you can do work to it and make it ours.
I also think you'd be enhancing the value.
Yes,
because
that's a big,
families want big family kitchens. When this house was built, this is how they like to live.
Yeah.
We've changed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The wife doesn't stay at home, cook, and put the dinner on the table at 5:30 anymore.
Sadly
Yeah,
not.
tell me about it.
I think you two better beat a retreat before you dig yourselves any deeper.
Merely jesting, Kirstie, but I do want a chance to check in with Mike. It's quite a transition from being carefree in a camper van to finding a future home. And how are you dealing with the whole sort of concept of choosing a house?
Thinking about this is our sort of 5-year house, you've got to think about things that are going to happen in sort of 3, 4, 5 years, which is kind of scary. So sort of thinking about maybe having kids and how they would work in the house as well. It's important to do it, but it's sort of the next 5 years all in sort of a couple of weeks, which is pretty crazy.
You're absolutely right to do that. To think long-term. This is a long-term decision.
Absolutely.
You've no idea how the next 5 years are going to pan out for you guys.
No.
In the current economic climate, especially if you're buying for the first time, it's sensible to aim for a future-proof home.
Sometimes we forget how difficult it is for these young first-time buyers to navigate this. Actually, everybody needs a helping hand. I wish I could split myself in a million.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh!
Several million of you isn't enough to scare anybody.
Is that a hole-in-one?
Oh, that's golf, darling.
Oh, right, OK.
Never mind, you may not know the lingo, but to be fair, Mike and Katie did need your help to queue up this particular pocket in Meanwood.
I think we might have discounted this area completely in our search.
Yeah.
And now I'm here. I don't know why. Because it's nice.
In terms of space and what's there of the house, it's spot on.
Spot on, yeah. Yeah.
Terrific. Excellent. I'm delighted.
What's got into you all of a
I'm
sudden?
feeling very chipper at the moment.
You're looking very chipper.
Don't encourage him. Oh, Gordon Bennett, all we need is a chipper pip.
I'm just happy that wagon wheels are turning in the right direction here. I need a bit of that further north.
I have great expectations, Pip.
Over in North Yorkshire, Lee and Anne-Marie are still not entirely in agreement on their priorities. Space or location, turnkey or doer-upper. The 3-bed in South Harrogate met with some approval, but they felt the kitchen needed work, something Anne-Marie's not keen on. Today we're in Knaresborough, a traditional market town 5 miles northeast of Harrogate.
There's more potential to bag a bargain here, so their budget could go a little bit further than in South Harrogate.
I need to know who's more willing to compromise on what, so I have a trick or two up my sleeve.
What do you guys think? Has it got the right kind of curb appeal?
It looks really nice from the outside, but I'm not entirely sure about the street it's on.
Opposite the house is an empty development plot, the fate of which is uncertain. But this is a period property with an interior that will bowl Anne-Marie over.
It's a seductive mix of old and new. You get all the benefits and even some of the luxuries of modern living combined with beautifully preserved character features.
The major attraction here is the two longed-for living areas. It's all very spacious and stylish for our perfectionist pair.
You couldn't get more turnkey, and it could be theirs for £225,000, 10 grand under their top budget.
Now this would be dining room, playroom, family room.
Oh.
Woo! It's pretty special, isn't it?
I'm quite speechless.
Think Georgia would like this one?
This is my room. Yeah, I think
I'm
he's
at the
lost
front.
out now.
Anne-Marie's obviously smitten, and there's plenty of room for the whole family, with the galley kitchen opening out onto an entertainment and play area.
The current owner is a decorator joiner, and every room has been done to an exceptionally high spec.
Wow.
It is lovely.
It is truly spectacular, isn't it?
The place is a hit, but because Lee's always been more keen on a project, this is where my third gambit gets two-pronged.
Sounds painful, Phil.
It's all in hand, Kirstie. Up for sale, just 2 doors down, is a 4-bed semi-detached with exactly the same footprint, but without its potential fully realised.
Having seen what can be done, there's no imagination required, and this property is significantly cheaper.
2 doors up is on the market at 225,000. This is on at 180,000.
Wow.
So,
wow.
Massive difference.
Massive.
That is.
If they were both game for it, this could be the perfect place to satisfy Lee's fixer-upper fantasies.
But you'd have to live through it.
Yeah, I don't think I could. If you'd have shown me this one first, I think I'd have just walked out.
Sounds like a no from Anne-Marie, but maybe Lee can still get her fired up?
We could get it to your taste. We could take this on as a project, but it would cost a bit of money and it would take a while.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not interested.
I got that impression, that's fine.
That's a no then.
What's going through your minds?
Out of the two, it has to be the one that's good to walk into and start living.
Okay. How do you feel about the area?
The plot of land opposite is causing me few concerns. It's something that I didn't want, but it may have to be the compromise.
Well, we've got another one to see.
Yeah.
You only need to choose one. That's all I ask. This week we're hunting out homes for 2 couples, both of whom have a preference for prime locations north of Leeds.
But if they want premium postcodes, they'll need a big injection of cash or a healthy dose of compromise. For my first-time buyers, postcode doubts seem to be balanced by the great potential of property 2. But could this proactive pair be pushed even further in the project department?
Lee and Anne-Marie fell for the interior of property 3, the curb appeal of property 2, and the location of property 1.
But their rental lease expires in just 2 months, so they really need to come together on the compromise.
For my final property, I'm taking them to Burley in Wharfdale, a 6-minute drive from their preferred town of Ilkley. And I might need a bit of backup on this one.
You know you can always count on me.
Well, a bit of a curved ball here.
Yes.
That's a cricketing terminology.
Yeah.
Bit of an in-swinger.
Well, I'm definitely putting a spin on things, taking them to a house that's barely 10 years old.
I wanted a period property. I never said which period. Maybe I should have stated a bit clearer.
From the word go, I'm sensing a big fat no, Phil.
Give it a chance. This is all the space they need in a good location. And with their deadline, if Anne-Marie's adamant she wants perfection over potential, they do need to be open-minded. The house is priced at just under $240,000, but for a quick sale, it's likely we could get it on budget for $235,000.
I love this room. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Would you trade the character?
That's the question I don't think I can answer.
This is actually a sympathetic development designed to fit in with the surrounding architecture, and it is well laid out over 3 levels. However, there's no denying it looks new.
It's just not really what we're looking for as a style.
No. As a family home, it would work, though.
There is only really one compromise with this house, and that's the character. Could you see that being sacrificed?
No, I don't think.
It hasn't
I
won
think
you
it's
over.
too much of a compromise.
But there's going to have to be a compromise somewhere along the line.
That's fine.
But luckily, that's Phil's job.
Compromising? They keep talking about it, but are they actually ready to do it?
I can see the benefits of as to what this would give us, but I think there is one property that stands above the rest.
OK, and it's not this one. Anne-Marie?
Same as me. I think we're on the same page.
OK. That'd be a first.
No arguments just yet.
If this property has helped completely clarify character as a main priority for both of them, our time here hasn't been wasted.
This was the right thing to do. I'm with you all the way, backing you up.
I've wasted your time.
I don't think you wasted my time at all.
Well, I probably could have.
And I'm sure they don't either.
Why don't I believe her?
Phil and I keep busy while Lee and Anne-Marie check out the house.
Right.
Hello.
He failed you and he's very sorry.
No offence.
No offence.
One learns by one's mistakes. You cannot learn without mistakes.
Don't look at me like that. Get out of here. Go on.
OK, come on, moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's try.
Day in, day out. Week in, week out. Month in, month out. Decade in, decade out.
Phil's final viewing might have fallen flat, but I'm very excited by the last property I have to show Mike and Katie. They love Chapel Allerton, and although the kind of property they're after is generally more expensive in this neck of the woods, I've managed to find a ray of hope in this 1930s Edwardian-influenced home.
On this lovely day, we have a little sparkling gem. And the look of the house, what you can see over the hedge?
Nice, yeah?
Cute, yeah. I really like the street.
Yeah, it's a lovely street. Yeah.
You've got a driveway as well, so...
In my opinion, that's completely irrelevant.
Yes, there is off-street parking for the precious car, but we find homes for people, not cars, and if they're as keen on a project as they say they are, they could score themselves a diamond in the rough here.
The downside is there's no longer a kitchen in place due to a burst boiler, but they could start from scratch and create the dining-sized kitchen thereafter.
A deceased estate, the house is on the market for £140,000, £7,000 under budget.
Do you think you're equal to the task?
I think we're going to need a lot of help.
Yeah.
But we've got people who are willing to do that.
What a fun thing to do, what a good thing to achieve after like 2 or 3 years and go, look what we've done. That really excites me, yeah.
I have to say, I am thrilled that you're thrilled. Go and have a look upstairs, see what you think of the bedrooms. Cool. I'm going to sit in the sun.
Yeah.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Sit in the sun? You are feeling confident. If they go for it, the challenge will be to knock down the price so they can afford to do the work.
On our side is the fact that it's a private sale we found through an online bulletin board, so the vendor's already saving on marketing fees.
Average fees in the UK are around 1.8% of the house price. So by not using an estate agent, they've potentially saved themselves over £2,500.
Deals can be had with private sales, so don't just rely on property websites, check out community bulletin boards too.
How do you feel about the level of work we need to do?
It's just cosmetic, isn't it?
When you're thinking of taking on work, it is so important that you're both up for it. I'm shouting. This is a good, strong house, and it would be a good buy. But they need to be in it together.
It's so big, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so grown up.
The last owner of this house lived here for over 50 years, and apart from the kitchen, it is in reasonable shape.
But they'll still need to spend every penny to bring it into the 21st century.
Contemplating the enormity of it.
It doesn't put me off.
I know.
One bit.
It's not you I'm worried about. I think you're being really, really up for it.
I get a slight sense that Katie's a bit nervous.
I think she's up for it as well. Like, from the beginning, we've said we want a project. No, I'm really excited. Really excited.
I'm excited.
Good job, Kirstie.
If you buy this house, I'm doing the revisit.
Even if you're gung-ho about creating your ideal family home, do your homework so you don't overcapitalise. Check out what the done-up houses in the area have achieved price-wise and scale your plans accordingly.
It's a big step forward for my pair, but I think they can see there's a massive window of opportunity with this house.
Would it be jumping to conclusions to say that you might want to come back and see this property?
I think definitely we'd like to look at it in more detail, yeah. Brilliant.
Happy days.
Good job.
We found a house.
No doubts about which one's the front runner for Katie and Mike. But Lee and Anne-Marie left me in limbo overnight. I need to get to the bottom of where their heads are at.
Have you reached any conclusions, decisions?
We know which area we want to live in.
We've agreed on Harrogate.
Yeah.
We like the second property very much, and we would just like to have a look to see what else was on offer to make sure that is exactly the right one for us in the area.
Given their history, we saw this coming.
Our cautious perfectionists couldn't resist trawling the net overnight and think they found something we've missed.
As if. We never skimp on research and know exactly what's going on with all the houses in the area.
It came on the market at the weekend.
Right.
At 250. They had a full asking price offer by Sunday night. They had another offer on it on Tuesday. That was over the asking price. That will fetch north of 260. It's just way out of reach, isn't
it?
Yeah. It is.
Totally.
So what were you doing looking at it?
We thought no one else would like it and they might take a cheeky bid.
Harrogate is such a prime location. People will always want to live here. There will always be demand.
I think I definitely needed to hear that. And it's just making me focus more on property too and what we could potentially do with it.
Back on track then. There is a real danger in looking beyond your budget online. You're only setting yourself up for disappointment with what's available within your price bracket.
No such muddying of the waters with Katie and Mike, who've been exploring Property 3's neighbourhood, and I've called in some building expertise.
Paul Spencer, no relation, is here to assess the cost of making the place habitable by reinstating a kitchen and creating a good entertaining space by knocking through to the dining room.
I know they love the idea of this house, but the reality of it has to be faced.
My budget for doing the whole of that work was probably a little bit higher than you think, but maybe 7 for a new kitchen of reasonable quality.
£7,000 would be doable within their budget, but to err on the side of caution and to cover a new boiler and possible rewiring, best to allow £10,000.
It's just a case of us talking about what we can live with for a bit and what we need to do now.
Paul estimates the basic building work could be done within 2 weeks, which is good news as the mortgage company would want to know it was being made habitable as soon as possible, or they might consider it a high-risk loan and only release money in stages. And when it does come to knocking down walls and updating, bear in mind the value of retaining any original features.
If someone takes that out sympathetically, you can put it somewhere else, because it's absolutely charming. And I'm telling you this now, 16 years of house hunting experience, this is the kind of thing that sells a house.
Yeah.
Kirstie's sold on the place, but for Katie and Mike to commit to buying, the price has to be right.
Let's go and talk tactics.
After our little hiccup, Lee and Anne-Marie decided Property 2 in South Harrogate was definitely worth a second look.
It feels good to be back. You get a nice feeling about it.
It's nice to see it in the sun.
Yeah.
They love the area and space this house has to offer, but the main sticking point was the kitchen. It's small and on a different level.
Yeah, it still is definitely an issue.
But I have a solution.
To lower the floor and to open up the archway and to redo the plumbing and the electrics is a total cost of £4,000 plus VAT.
Okay.
Okay.
If they wanted to go one step further, they could extend out the back, as has one of the neighbours.
As this isn't a conservation area, under permitted development rights on a terraced or semi-detached property, Lee and Anne-Marie could extend from the original house by 3 metres, using matching materials, unless it was a conservatory.
We've spoken to a builder who's actually working on this street and he knows that extension.
All right.
He reckons £16,000.
That excites me though.
Yeah.
Not the money, but...
The fact that Anne-Marie's excited's got me pretty chirpy. Considering a project is a turnaround from the turnkey she was always after.
Why the change of heart?
Definitely get the right feel about the area, and to get what we want on this street, we're going to have to
Deal with the project.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm happy to make that compromise, and I think Lee's very excited about having his own little project.
Yeah, it's win-win.
A bonus.
Although there is, of course, a project to manage and to live through.
Yeah, that's the short term. Long term is family home right for us.
Fantastic, Anne-Marie. This is music to my ears.
And mine.
Anne-Marie has seen the light, but have they both finally got the confidence to commit to buying again?
10 months of searching. Could this be it? I don't know.
We're north of Leeds with some first-time buyers who've been won over by a 1930s semi-detached house in Chapel Allerton.
And after 10 months of searching and often different priorities, we finally found, once bitten, twice shy, Lee and Anne-Marie, a terraced house in Harrogate with the potential to become a good family home.
The question from here is, what do you want to do about it?
We would like to make an offer.
Confident?
Yes.
Good. Well, that's the first.
Well done, Phil. Now the hard part.
They have a maximum budget of $235, and the current asking price on the house is $215.
Do you have any figures in mind?
I think we're really keen to try and buy it, but we want to be pretty sensitive with the price. We don't want to push it too far, knowing that we have to withhold some budget for the extension.
Well, if you're happy, I'd suggest that we start negotiating at 205 and just gauge reaction. Alex, hi, it's Phil Spencer here. We don't particularly have a massive problem with the price as such if it was in slightly better condition and the kitchen didn't have some of the issues that it does. They would like to offer you $205,000 for that house. OK, terrific. Well, thank you. Bye-bye. Yes, you wouldn't be drawn on whether she thought it was a good offer or bad.
Right, OK.
In Leeds, I have to do the same negotiating for Katie and Mike. They have $147,000 to spend, and the asking price on their semi-detached house is $140,000. But we also need to factor in the cost of a new kitchen.
I think we can get it for $130,000. What are your feelings about that?
It's the only house we've ever liked that we could actually afford. So
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, do it. Do it, absolutely.
It's a private sale and a deceased estate, and I'm dealing with the wife of one of the inheritors.
Tammy, hi, it's Kirstie.
Katie might want the house. They really love the house. They're completely okay with the house as it is. They don't want you to do anything more to it. If you were able to accept an offer of $130,000, they would take the house completely as it is, 100%.
Kirstie's working her magic, but I've not pulled a deal out of the hat in Harrogate. Our initial offer of $205,000's been rejected.
Well, how about this? Because we've been sat here talking about how you might react and what we might do about it. I've got instructions to offer $208,000 now. However, if your clients would move out within 2 months and complete the deal and to take the property off the market with no further viewings today, then I would talk to them about paying the $210,000. Thanks, Alex. Bye.
We could get lucky with $208,000, but my feeling is Lee and Anne-Marie will have to go slightly higher to seal the deal. Time alone will tell.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
You and me both. In Leeds, I've just been dealt a body blow.
Yes, yes. Right. Yes, Tammy, that would be great. I'll do that. Thanks so much. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Bye. What is going on at the moment? This is fine. This is okay. We're not going to lose the house.
I'm terrified right now.
But the neighbour opposite as Tammy came out the house this afternoon, having locked up after we went round, made an offer on it.
Oh, man.
How much?
A bit more than we've just offered.
But Tammy met Mike and Katie earlier and liked them both. She felt they'd be sympathetic to the period features, but she needs to discuss it overnight with her husband.
We'll just have to do this and touch this.
It's going to be a long night.
It's a game of patience now for Katie and Mike. Can Phil at least come up trumps for Lee and Anne-Marie?
That was quick work. $208's not enough.
Okay.
But she does believe there's a deal to be done at $210 if you were prepared to pay for it, for them to move out and take the property off the market.
For $210? Yeah. Yeah.
Alex, we have a deal. Terrific. Delighted at this end. Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye. We have a deal.
Thank you very much.
Goodness me. Well done. A long, long search with a very happy ending.
Yeah.
And a terrific house.
A very happy ending.
I love it.
2 weeks later, Lee and Anne-Marie's building plans for their new home had an unexpected setback.
We got the offer accepted and we were dead excited. Shortly after, we found out in the deeds there was a restrictive covenant.
Frustratingly, the covenant means Anne-Marie and Lee can't alter the house to make it work for them, putting the purchase in jeopardy.
But we tracked down the covenant owners, and if Lee and Anne-Marie can get planning approval from the neighbours, hopefully their perseverance will net them the home they clearly love.
I can picture us in this home, and if we get this issue resolved, it'll just feel amazing to be there.
That's going to be one hell of a moving in party.
And don't forget my invite. I wouldn't miss it for the world. But it all proved a bit more straightforward for Mike and Katie. After an agonising weekend wait, their offer of $130,000 was finally accepted.
It was amazing, and it was a big journey we were about to embark on.
The house is full of like old furniture, old beds, old microwaves, so a lot of that needs to go.
They're the perfect pair to get stuck in and transform this house into a home.
I think by the time we can actually sit back and go, wow, it's finished, we'll have like a screaming baby and all loads of other stuff going on. I don't think we're ever going to relax again, are we? This is just our life now. But that's a really good thing. Sorry.
Brilliant.
Don't look so worried, Mike. I'm sure there'll be just as many happy times as nappy times. This week we're wheeling and dealing in South London.
And Kirstie's dressed up for the occasion.
You're in the right part of London as well. We're quite near Peckham, aren't we?
Oh, very
Delboy.
funny. We're back in the groove.
Trading insults.
Stop pretending to be tough.
Rude. It's just like a dog with a bone.
And brokering deals.
This week we're on house hunting's front line, searching for the impossible, affordable housing within easy reach of central London.
We've got an all-female cast of house hunters, each of them determined to stay on the right side of the tracks without breaking the bank.
We're searching in South London with 3 essential workers whose budgets are modest by this city's standards.
They're all new to the area with similar spending power and wish lists, so we'll be battling the market to find the very best affordable properties within their budgets.
Hope you're up to the challenge, Phil.
Right at the top of my game, Kirstie. I'm with civil partners Joe Hendel and Ali MacDonald, a charity worker and a mental health nurse who want to start a family.
And my house hunter is government worker Jennifer Dean, a brand new Londoner longing to buy her first home.
It's something I've wanted for years, I've been saving up for, I've tried to do it in so many different ways over the years. and now it's here.
Jennifer and her 2 kittens, Safi and Sue, are currently living with a friend. Her transient job has made it tricky to put down roots.
Last year I was in Afghanistan. I was seconded to the British Embassy and I worked in Kabul. Now I'm back and it's just perfect time for me to buy my property and settle down.
Living in a war zone has taught Jennifer how to plan her dream home with military precision.
I have 2 notebooks. I have one which is more of a practical one, which has all the facts and figures in for buying my house. And my other one is my luxury pleasure one, just to give me some good ideas for when I move into my property. I want to find a property where I can settle down, get to know the neighbours, to get to know the community really. So being able to have Kirstie and Phil to help me is going to make things a lot easier for me.
Easier for Jennifer, maybe. I'm not so sure it's going to be easy for you, Kirstie.
Just concentrate on your own business, please.
What made you decide it was South London that you wanted to live in?
I think where all my friends have been and where I've visited them have all been in South London. Without my family here, they're the people I turn to with day-to-day problems.
And you want the 2nd bedroom for why?
All my family are in Liverpool.
Yeah.
I'm very close to my parents and my sisters. So to have my family come and stay regularly with me, I need to be able to have somewhere for them to stay.
You have got 2 kittens.
Yeah.
So you'd like access to outside space of your own?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Right. Final question. How many properties have you actually physically seen?
About a dozen when I first came down to London.
So, do you think you are softened up to the realities of this?
I hope so. I hope so. I think I'm aware of how far my money can stretch and what I can get for that.
Okey-doke.
No snug, no library.
And no movie room.
Don't be fooled, Kirstie. Those notebooks suggest a lot of emotional investment.
Takes more than a couple of scrapbooks to scare me, Spencer.
With £209,000, Jennifer wants to buy a 2-bedroom flat close to transport links and bustling streets. She would love a period property that's in move-in condition, and ideally it would have some outside space for the cats.
My southern search will be fairly broad, but I'm keen to ensure that Jen is close to the train line and her friends in Streatham and Catford.
Civil partners Ali and Joe met and fell in love at Soho Pride 3 years ago.
We just met under the statue of Freddie Mercury.
For romantic Ali, this chance encounter rocked her world.
Before I met Joe, I hadn't had a relationship of any kind for about 10 years, and I didn't realise that I was so unhappy until I met Joe, and I realised that I could love somebody and that this was what all the fuss was about.
The happy couple are now ready to consider whether 1 and 1 makes 3, and it's sensible Joe who's focusing on the practicalities.
I think the stage has come in our relationship where we really want to start thinking about family. So obviously we need to move up from a 1-bedroom to a 2-bedroom. So that's the main theme of this move, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Buying a home with that key extra room for a little one is going to come at a cost, saying goodbye to the cherished North London village where they've been renting.
We couldn't even really afford to rent a 2-bedroom flat in Belsize Park.
To buy in Belsize Park, the girls would need double their budget at least. Their aim now is to find a village south of the river that offers them everything they've found around here.
We want to be able to just be part of a community and have little things going on that we can take part in. I've got my choir that I really love, and I've made new friends.
While Ali wants to find somewhere to sing her heart out, Joe's keen to make sure they're exercising their lungs in other ways.
We do love to go for walks on the Heath and Primrose Hill. That's really important, the green space.
Bringing buyers to an area they don't know is always a challenge. I've arranged to meet Ali and Joe at a local landmark to help give them a feel for South London.
I know you live in Belsize Park, which is a really lovely villagey area.
Yes.
And there are parts of South East London, if we look hard enough, that offer a similar feel.
I mean, I think I've been, particularly me, have been quite pleasantly surprised by South London. I've really liked a lot of the areas like Forest Hill, Hither Green. There's so many nice spaces and like community feel and everything. So it feels like we could really settle here and build a home and a family, hopefully. So
good.
We've had quite a lot of weekends trekking down the East London line and traipsing around the streets and looking around at areas.
And how's that been?
Confusing, because we'll go somewhere and then we'll like it, and then we'll go somewhere else and then we'll like that more. And I always think, well, you know, there might be something else around the next corner.
So the headlines are South East London, villagey feel, £200,000, 2 bedrooms, period, modern.
I would love
a period property. I really would. My thing has always been I want pillars outside my front door.
OK. Moving on. It's very nice to meet you both.
It's not me.
I'll get Kirstie, OK?
Run, Phil, run! Don't look back!
And I've got 10 grand less to get the same size of flat as you.
With the maximum budget of 200 grand, Ali and Joe are after a 2-bedroom flat that gives them room to grow. They'd love to be in a location with a community or villagey feel that has good access to the city, and they want to be close to green space.
My search will be spread across a number of areas in the southeast of the city, all close to good transport links and with that community feel.
My difficulty is they don't know South London at all. They live in lovely, leafy, villagey Belsize Park. They want to replicate that in South London. They are very location sensitive, but they don't know it.
Why are they making the move?
They want to start a family.
That explains it. I, on the other hand, have a single girl working long hours, so she wants that combination of busy, so there's lots of people around, but also outside space, somewhere for her cats, a slightly cottagey feeling house.
And she doesn't know the area
No,
either.
she's from Liverpool.
Yeah.
No, she lives a bit in the area, but she's been in Kabul for a year.
So we've got 2 house searches across a massive swathe of South London.
Yeah. And neither of them actually really knowing the area. Yeah.
So we've got our work cut out.
Yeah.
We'll need the coffee.
In London, prices differ hugely from postcode to postcode, but as a general rule, you get a bit more for your money south of the River Thames.
And it's price that's brought our buyers here, where an average home costs £352,000, £88,000 less than in the north of the city.
Although much of South London is missing from the tube map, it's well served by overland trains. Another reason it's a great place to buy.
Well, South London is a good place to live in, good place to do business, good place to meet people.
I like living in South London because it's got a fantastic community. What particularly does attract people to this area is the amount of green space that there is.
I brought Joe and Ali to Sydenham, which is as far south as they're prepared to go. The transport links here are excellent, and the flat is 5 minutes walk from the high street.
Victorian building was modernised in the 90s and extended at the back. So although it is a character period exterior, we are looking at a modern flat at the back of it.
Okay. Yeah.
It's quite appealing.
I think it's really
from the
cute,
outside.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
And it's a
lovely.
nice road.
Let's go have a look.
All smiles so far, and quite rightly so. This is a great property in which to start our search. It's a bright, quiet flat in perfect condition. It has 2 good-sized bedrooms and a lovely outlook over the shared garden. The flat is 10 grand over their maximum budget of 200,000, but it's been on the market for a while, and I'm confident it would go for less.
Righto, come on in. We've got living room, lovely communal garden.
That's nice to look out on that greenness.
But what do you think of the flat itself? Living room here.
It feels quite small.
Yes, it does.
It does feel a bit small, but
then it's
we wouldn't have
what was that? That was a Can I Swing a Cat, wasn't it?
Phil, you can't encourage that kind of thing.
And at 617 square feet, this place is the biggest I've managed to find that meets their needs.
And you haven't even told them the price yet, have you?
This is on the market at 210,000.
Wow.
It's been on for 6 months, and it would be available at 200,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a definite wince.
I wouldn't have thought that it would have been right at the top of our budget. So that's a bit of a downer for me.
It's not making my heart sing or anything, but I can see it being livable in.
Not blown away, but you haven't seen it all yet. So why don't you help yourself, have a look around the bedrooms.
Yeah, we should go and have a look at the bedrooms.
Go on in.
So it's Riet Petite and right at the top of their budget. I hope the bedrooms are very special.
This is nice.
I quite like the size of this, actually.
It's got a nice, tranquil feel.
Well, it's kind of a tentative start, but they are being, as they said they would be. Ali, quite emotional. Joe, quite practical. And I think they're coming round to the fact that this actually is a practical option.
Just imagine a little cart with lots of baby stuff in it. So basically that would be taken up by all this shoe stuff.
Bit of baby talk, always a good sign.
I think it's grown on us quite a lot.
Yeah.
Looking at the living room from different angles, I'm kind of liking it.
Your initial reaction was a bit sort of downbeat, and it was top end of budget.
I guess I'm just a bit nervous with the first one being right at the top at the very beginning is just making me a bit scared. We have to see whether or not things that are not at the top of my budget are going to give us that same kind of feeling.
Why don't we do that right now?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Follow me.
They weren't blown away by this one, and you're going to show them something cheaper. Brave boy.
This week our watchword is thrift.
We're in South London, where we're hoping our property pound will stretch that a little bit further.
We're trying to find 3 deserving women desirable homes. I'm with Ali and Joe, who are a bit concerned about not quite having room to swing a cat in the first property I showed them.
And I'm joining first-time buyer Jennifer, who's longing to find the perfect home for her and her feline flatmates.
All 3 of our house hunters have decided they want to be south of the river.
With budgets of around 200 grand, they're all in the same ballpark and have similar wish lists.
So we're facing similar challenges in our quest for the best affordable properties.
Of course, it isn't a race, but I'm about to pull into the lead and bring Mr. Spencer along for the ride.
Jennifer's currently living with a friend in Streatham. She has a budget of 209,000, which won't go far here.
But being close to her friends is important, so we've brought her to see what she can get for her money in an area that she should be familiar with.
Well, it's yards from where you're living now, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
It is.
It is 3 minutes walk from where you live now.
Right, OK, that's good to know.
This ground floor flat has its own front door, a lovely big kitchen and a private garden. It's on the market at a cool 200,000, but in order to stay within her 209 grand budget, we've made a fairly big sacrifice.
It is arranged at the moment as a 1-bedroom flat.
Right, OK.
We happen to think it's very good for you, this flat, because it has a really lovely big kitchen, then it has the bedroom, so that basically, if you had a sofa bed in here, this would make a lovely room for someone to stay in.
I had in my mind to have 2 bedrooms, but I can see the sense of what you're saying. I think it would be good to see the kitchen, because I think that's a really big thing for me.
Jennifer has spent ages planning for this, and she's quite rightly clinging to her dreams. But on this budget in this city, compromise is going to be crucial.
Well, if she's going to buy your idea, the kitchen will be the clincher.
So, here we are, Jennifer. This is the kitchen.
Ooh, I like it.
It is a really good-sized kitchen. I think you can very easily have a sofa in here.
Yeah, I don't like kitchen living rooms. I would like a kitchen separate from a living room, so when you finish your dinner, you can go and put it into the kitchen, the smells of the kitchen, and you're in another room separate then. Yeah.
What we are here to do is show you the best of what's available. Now, I'm going to back off at this point, because I know Phil feels I've been putting the pressure on. So I'm going to walk away, and I will allow Phil Spencer to show you the bathroom and
Let's go and look at the garden.
because he's cross with me now. I can feel that. It's coming off him in waves.
She's overdone it.
I've not overdone no.
Well, I apologise for my friend, Jennifer. She gets things set in her mind, and she's like a dog with a bone.
Woof, woof.
it can be quite difficult to kind of separate the dream with the reality.
I've got to be realistic. But I do also have expectations. You know, I've gone to friends' flats, I've seen what they've got and what they've been able to afford, and there are certain things that are kind of tick boxes for me almost that I would like to have in my first home.
Yeah.
So.
Oh dear, Kirstie's desperate to make this flat work, and Jennifer's doggedly pursuing her dream first home. Time to smooth things over while Jen checks out the bedroom.
Where are you? Bad girl in the corner.
I am not.
You're a bad girl.
I'm not a bad girl. I just, you know...
I think it's a great flat, and it's not actually what she asked us to find.
I'm just saying, we're in a situation now where what it costs to buy a square foot is like that many stacks of money.
And you're right.
I'm right. OK,
but
so...
don't put her under pressure
So
this early in the search. This
what
is
have
the
you got a problem with?
place.
My methods? My methods? Is that what you've got a problem with? So how do you reckon we're doing, percentage-wise? 50-50?
Yeah, I think a bit better now, 60-40.
60-40?
Yeah.
I haven't done that badly.
It'll just take a bit of time to get your head around, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Become clear as you see more.
It's fine. Once we lose Phil, we'll be fine. We'll be flying. We'll be cooking on gas.
Ignore her.
When are you going, Phil?
Very shortly.
With your own house
Very
hunters?
shortly.
I know when I'm not wanted. I'm taking Ali and Joe to see a flat close to the popular area of Forest Hill. It has that villagey feel the girls are after. I'm over the moon with the flat, but it's not quite as close to the buzz as they might like. Time to test their mettle.
Now, I wanted to walk you up here really to show you this sign and give you some sense of where we are. We are here positioned exactly between Catford and Forest Hill. I know Catford's not on your list, and I know Forest Hill's quite high up your list. So the flat I'm going to show you is down there.
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle, yes. You could call it Borders of Catford, you could call it Borders of Forest Hill.
Borders Forest Hill, right? Let's call
Should we call it Forest Hill?
I think so, yeah.
Once you start talking borders, Phil, I know you're desperate.
The flat I'm taking them to see is within a 1930s build, so not the period dream, but it's on a great street, has 2 double bedrooms, a separate kitchen and a fantastic light and spacious living room. It could do with some updating, but at just under 180,000, it's a full 20 grand less than their top budget of £200,000.
We'll come in here and start. Corner property, ground floor, double aspect. Lovely and bright.
Lovely windows.
I really like this room.
You should be pleasantly surprised at the price. It's on the market at just under 180,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
We have traded village life right on your doorstep for access to green space and good transport options.
Yeah.
While Joe checks out the flat's practical credentials, it's time for a bit of a heart-to-heart with Ali.
Life must have changed a great deal for you. You're now in a relationship with Joe, you're thinking of starting a family, you're choosing a house in a new area.
Yeah.
You know, there's an awful lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd have asked me back then when I was living in my little village house, how I saw myself 10 years in the future, I would have had no idea that I would have been living with my civil partner. I would have thought you were off your rocker. But I suppose I love all those things in my life, and I just want to have the next bit of the puzzle, which is getting the right house and building our family together. And that's why I think I'm quite romantic about it. And Joe's quite practical.
I mean, does this flat feel it could offer the next stage of your life?
So far, it's pleasantly surprised me.
Well, that's the romantic one on board, but does it match up to level-headed Joe's high standards?
There's about 7 or 8 cupboards, there's about 4 or 5 drawers, and there's built-in fridge and freezer.
I think we're getting there. I do think we're getting there.
You really like it, don't you? I can see in your face.
Well, things are looking up. This pair are really seeing the positives in this bright, spacious flat.
I'm genuinely a bit excited about the property, to be honest, so... But I know, yeah.
And how about you, Ali?
I feel a lot happier
I feel very
finishing
positive.
day one here and wondering how you're going to beat it tomorrow.
OK.
Good to see they're keeping you on your tippy toes, Phil.
Well, that's 2 of us under pressure then.
What? Pressure? Not in the least bit. I've brought Jen to Annalee, an area she doesn't know but where she can get more for her money.
Lots of nice, well-looked-after houses. I can't tell you whether it's always this cold in Annalee because I don't live here, but if it is, don't buy here. Should we go in? Let's.
I don't think that's exactly what you'd call the hard sell, Kirstie.
This is a spacious 2-bedroomed Victorian ground floor flat. It should impress Jennifer, as not only does it have a good-sized garden, but it has the added bonus of 2 reception rooms. It's over budget though, just shy of £220,000, but I'm confident that we could get it for less and bring it in on budget.
But will it live up to her notebook dreams? You better hope so.
Lovely front room with fireplace. And then, with kitchen in there, all nicely separated.
Yeah, no, I
think it's been done really well. And you've still got the possibility of having a sofa bed in your living room for 3 bedrooms.
I'll send pictures if I do to make sure you see.
Thank you.
You don't give up, do you, Kirstie?
I don't know the meaning of surrender.
A nice-sized back bedroom. What are you feeling now?
I still like it. I still like the second bedroom, it's fine, the bathroom's good.
Jennifer's making all the right noises, but I sense a nervousness, and I think I know why.
You seem apprehensive. Smiley, but apprehensive. Is this just the nerves of being a first-time buyer?
Yeah, probably. It's a big amount of money, and I wanted it for so long. The nerves about making sure it's the right place. Probably hitting in a bit, yeah.
Buying for the first time can be terrifying, but fear not, Jennifer. We're with you all the way.
And we're well used to shooting for the moon and delivering the stars. For my third flat, I've brought along my property partner for some moral support. Joe and Ali were desperate for a villagey vibe south of the river. The flat I'm taking them to see is in Charlton, a London village that's still within reach for key workers on a budget.
The flat's a cracker, but the girls have never been to Charlton before, so it's a risk.
I've got high hopes for this one.
This top floor flat has 2 bedrooms, a large sitting room and a good-sized kitchen. It has the most stunning views of the city skyline, and it's in a lovely Victorian building. It's on the market at just under £200,000. That is bang on Ali and Joe's budget.
It even has a rather special feature that Ali had set her heart on.
There's pillars outside the door.
Yesterday we were dreaming of having pillars outside the door, and I said it wouldn't happen.
You laughed at me.
It has got lovely views from every single window. And it's a real weekend flat. Once the weekenders come, you're just a bit elevated.
Being up high may well provide a great outlook, but it does have a downside.
Being on the second floor is not 100% ideal for a child.
It's a bit of an inconvenience, but it's better to be on the second floor here than the second floor in an area where we wouldn't want to go outside.
No,
We'd just
exactly.
be very much confined inside the flat.
How did you get on last night?
I went to bed feeling a bit worried about the locations that we were in yesterday, but this location's giving me a nice feeling.
How about Jo? Does she share your thoughts?
I think she really liked the property that we saw at the end of the day yesterday. So it's about whether or not she likes this one more.
Okay.
I think the dreamy one is waking up to this place, but is her practical partner seduced?
Oh my God.
Hello.
Yeah. Come and have a look at this. Look, you can see the wheel.
Oh my God.
I think that view may have captured Joe's heart.
I didn't think I'd like a property better than yesterday, but I actually like this one more.
Ali, not like you to be quiet.
It's a bit of a leap coming somewhere that we've never even been to, but I think that the whole package feels like it might be everything coming into place.
Wow, that's a fairly ringing endorsement from both parties.
You may have cracked it, Phil.
No, I don't know. Not counting my chickens.
You're so wrong. They love this flat. Be confident. They like this flat. You've done a good job. Hold your head up high.
I know I am. I just want to sort this out. That's what it is. I just want to help them.
And now you can put your scarf back on and stop pretending to be tough.
Rude.
We're in South London, in search of the Holy Grail, affordable housing for the city's essential workers.
It's a tall order in a tough market, and even more so because we're both after houses around the 200 grand mark, with buyers who don't know the area.
My house hunters, Ali and Joe, are gradually getting to know this part of town.
Look, you can see the wheel.
And nervous first-time buyer Jennifer is slowly learning to marry her dreams to the harsh realities of home buying.
Having a kitchen in your living room, just to me, that wouldn't have suited me.
Having travelled a bit further afield to her last property, we're back in Jennifer's comfort zone.
This is Catford, a bustling area with great amenities. With a theatre, shops galore and a giant cat, surely there can be no more perfect home for Jen and her feline buddies.
This is a house. A whole house, yeah. A whole house.
Kirstie's rather hoping this could be the property that will help Jennifer see the light.
It's a beautifully finished Victorian house, and Jennifer could move straight in without the need of a paintbrush. It's got a bright, open-plan sitting room with period features, 2 bedrooms, and a swanky separate kitchen. I think this could be the one.
Hang on though, it is well over budget at $235,000.
I know, but I understand that the vendors have found their dream home and are in a hurry to sell, so I think we're in with a shout.
We made it perfectly clear to the agent what your budget was, and he said yes, that the vendors would be open to an offer at the level that you can afford, but only from someone who was prepared to really push it through.
OK, that I can do.
What is your feeling?
I can't believe it's a house. Having a door that opens into the living room and stairs in the living room isn't something that I would have thought I wanted.
Yeah.
But actually, I think the layout and the style of it is really nice.
Having too long a list of what you do and don't want can prevent you actually going to see things. You might well be surprised when you turn up.
Jennifer, would you be happy to wake up here on a Saturday morning?
Yes, and a Sunday.
And a Sunday. Go and have a look at the rest of it. You can walk into every room and imagine how you decorate it.
Right, with pleasure.
This is the one, isn't it? Definitely. It's definitely the one.
In spite of her jitters, I think the dream property of Jennifer's notebooks may be in reach.
So, I really like it. It's more me than the last property. Yeah.
Is it more you than anything else you've seen?
Yes, and a house me, which I haven't thought of either. I definitely want to talk to my friends about it and get that reassurance, but yeah, very excited.
Well, things are looking good, but will this cautious lady be decisive enough to clinch it?
I've come to Hither Green with Ali and Joe. The original green itself is long gone, but the area has retained its verdant name and still boasts 2 great parks, has plenty of local amenities and is known for its community spirit.
Self-contained flat, purpose-built, own front door.
OK. Oh, OK. Brilliant. That's rare.
Yeah.
This property's up on the 1st floor. It has lots of original character features and, a small but perfectly formed private garden.
It's on the market at just under £205,000, which is over their 200 grand budget. It has plenty of space, but they may have to mentally declutter to see that.
Now, you're going to need a little bit of imagination in here, simply because, whilst it's good space, they use it in a different way. What are your first thoughts?
Feeling a bit flat, but I think that's because of last property. I'm too excited about the last property.
Yeah, I'd like to see what else it's got to offer, but it's going to have to go some to beat where we've just come from.
There is one special treat.
Right.
If you ever look down those stairs, you'll find it.
It's the hot tub.
Not the swimming pool.
OK.
What do you think?
It's quite titchy.
Well, they seem a bit flat coming in here. I don't know whether that's because they can't see the potential in the property or it's because they like the last one so much. I'm hoping it's the latter.
Oh, it's quite small, isn't it?
Yeah. So the spare room's boxy, the garden's titchy. And what will they make of the master bedroom being an office?
You actually have the bed here.
Yes.
Going along there, and then you've got the fireplace at the end of the bed.
I'd have it this way, just to be awkward.
I've a feeling this one isn't happening. They seem to be just going through the motions.
I mean, it's a nice flat, it's got lots of character, but...
And it's the first thing that we've seen that had a bit of private space outside.
Yeah.
And its own front door.
Yeah, all things we asked for, everything on our list.
In a nice villagey community spot. Shall I keep going? So where does that leave us?
Well, I think we've seen somewhere which we really like, actually. We're really quite excited about, haven't we?
Yeah. So. Good work, Phil. They may not have fallen for this one, but it sounds like you've shown them something they want to call home. And I'm happy to say they're not alone. Jennifer has asked to meet me back in Catford, and this time our first-time buyer has brought her friend Ari round for a second opinion.
There we are. So Ari, straight in.
It's nice.
It is, isn't it?
Very nice. And the two things I didn't think I would have looked at was front door coming into living room.
Yeah.
And stairs in living room, but actually it goes.
But it feels spacious.
Yeah.
It really does. It's homely. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great idea to take a trusted ally along to a second viewing. If Jennifer wants to grab this property, things are going to happen fast, so she'll have to be sure.
It's difficult because I want to push this. If she wants it, it has to be pushed. But you can't push people.
Zen and the art of property finding, Kirstie. It's the way forward. Breathe in, breathe out.
Bit of shed, little beds.
And it's all yours, you're not sharing it with
No.
anybody as well.
No.
So
No.
that's a bonus.
I got the feeling, Jennifer, as soon as Ari came in, that you felt that it had all been a bit unreal seeing this house with me, and then once she was here, it became a bit more real.
Ari knows me, she knows what I like.
Yeah.
And just to sort of get that kind of second yes makes me feel better.
Ari, have you been able to give her that second yes?
Yes. Definitely, yeah.
Let's go and sort it out.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Double the pressure now, Kirstie. Dare I say, you've got your work cut out on this one.
Thanks, Ari.
Thanks so much.
Unsurprisingly, Ali and Joe have asked to meet me back in Charlton, the London village we've helped them discover. And this time, they've been for a bit of a look around.
I hope it lives up to their North London standards, Phil.
Morning, both.
Hello.
How you doing?
Thank you.
We talked when we first met about a sense of community. Will this offer a nice environment to bring up a child?
We've just been for a cup of tea inside Charlton House, and there's groups of mums with their kids, and there's a lovely park just out of the back there.
So we're feeling very positive about the location,
Yes.
which is a big tick in the box given what you set out to look for.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go and have a look at the flat.
Yeah.
Second viewings are being objective, head, not heart,
Okay,
no
yeah.
emotions involved.
Okay.
Okay? Fine. Come on then, we'll go for a walk.
This flat's at the top of their budget, so Ali and Joe want to be sure there are no hidden expenses. Time to get practical.
You can see there's grass growing out of the gutter. The fascia boards below the gutter have seen better days.
Yeah.
We've actually had a builder look at it this morning, and he wasn't concerned at all.
Right, OK.
External building repairs can often be costly, so it's worth getting a rough idea of price before you buy.
You're immediately struck by the light up here, aren't you?
That's the thing that is really nice about it, I think.
Now, there is an issue that I do need to talk to you about, which is the lease length. This flat at the moment has a relatively short lease, 73 years,
OK.
which is almost unmortgageable.
If a property is leasehold with less than 70 years left on the lease, it is a struggle to get a mortgage, and you will need to extend. Make sure your lawyer has done it lots of times before. It's tricky stuff, but as always, Phil's ahead of the game.
They will extend the lease by 100 years as part of the sale. So they've taken that into account.
Right, so we don't need to worry about that really.
No.
That was a bit of a
bit of a scary moment.
Why don't you have a bit of time and see how your things would fit in and just how you'd live?
It was clear from the off that Ali and Joe loved this flat, but they want to be sure that it really will offer the space they need, and storage is something they're concerned about.
We could have super tall.
Well, they could go
wardrobes.
much higher.
Yeah.
There's one other place that they could put a little more than just their stuff if they wanted to stay here after the baby grows up.
If you were to buy this flat as it stands today, and subsequently later in time, buy the loft from the freeholder, 25 grand-ish would get you a master bedroom and ensuite.
Be quite grand.
That sounds really good.
Ensuite.
Yeah. What do you think then?
Positive still, very positive.
Yeah.
You?
Yeah, I mean, the things that we've mentioned aren't enough to put me off.
No, I think all the things we're concerned about are workable.
For you to not worry about the storage means you really like it.
Yeah. Anyway, I sorted in my head anyway, so you know what we're going to do.
They may have fallen for this place, but it's time to put the romance to one side.
With an asking price of almost $200,000, they're going to have their business heads firmly screwed on.
How are you feeling now? Had a bit of time to think about it, reflect on it?
Very nervous.
You look all shaky.
I can feel you. I think we still feel really good about
We
it.
do, yeah.
Joe?
Yeah, I feel very positive about it, yeah. I think, I can't believe we found an area which we didn't know about, and within like a day, we're saying we want to move there.
Well, what are we going to do about it? It's on the market, just under 200,000. It's been on for a little while. We know the vendors are keen to go.
Yeah.
We know that they have said that they would extend the lease.
Yep.
If they end up paying the full asking price, they'll be left with nothing extra to spend once they move in.
Every £1,000 that you can save us is a piece of furniture that we can go out and buy, and we're basically coming at it with nothing.
I think we should open things up with something that sounds academic and carefully thought through. It's not. How about 193.5?
Yeah, I'm quite happy to start that.
OK.
We trust you.
Here we go. Michael, good afternoon. Hi there. We've been having councils of war about your property, and I do have an offer for you. And it is an opening offer. It's at 193,500. Well, we are anticipating that the lease would be extended. Yeah. OK, good luck. Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
We're in South London, where our house hunters are preparing to take the plunge and part with their hard-earned cash.
I'm with Ali and Joe, awaiting news of how their low offer on the house in Charlton has gone down.
And I'm about to offer every last penny of Jennifer's $209,000 budget to try and nab her longed-for home.
Now, what I'm going to do, with your permission, is buy a house that's on the market at £235,000 for £209,000.
Gladly give my permission.
Right. Just putting in a moment of calm. Right. Here we go. He's called Peter. Peter, it's Kirstie. I have had a talk with Jennifer, and she is mad keen on that house. Our only problem is that her top budget was 209 and is still 209, and there is nothing we can do about that. If your clients were able to accept her offer of £209,000, we would be able to progress properly, swiftly. Okay, thanks, Peter. Okay, bye.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
While Jen's wait has just begun, could Ali and Joe's be over?
Hi, Michael. How'd you get on?
Your hands are very clammy.
Sorry. Sorry.
See what I can do. Thanks a lot. Cheers. Bye. Much as expected, they feel that they didn't put the asking price up when they agreed to extend the lease. They could have done.
Yeah.
But no, they won't accept your offer. They are looking for much closer to the asking price.
Okay.
What do we do from here?
I reckon 197.5. Come on, it's the flat we really want.
Okay.
You okay?
Yes. Yes.
Michael, we can't quite get to the full ask, but we've got to 197.5. Okay. Thanks, Michael. Good luck. Cheers. Bye-bye. We wait. We wait.
I can feel the tension from over here, Phil, and I'm definitely getting low on zen.
Okie doke. That's common in most homes. The agent has spoken to the vendor. He has said, I have to sit down with my wife and discuss it with her. She wears the trousers. We will hear in the morning.
Long night.
So it's a sleepless night for Jen. Across town, I'm afraid things are looking much the same for Ali and Joe.
Try not to get too upset. It's in their court. We've done.
Oh my god. Oh. He's probably just responding to your phone call anyway.
What news? Any news where this end, bated breath, slightly anxious? Yep, understood. Just hold there, Michael. Basically, it's 198 is a price that they would take the property off the market. They would give you exclusivity. They would get on and get the lease extension done whilst they're searching for a house. So I think it's good. I think it's good news. And they would sell it at 198.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy at 198.
Until the legal stuff is taken care of, you don't pay for the house. So it's fine. I'm happy.
Okay.
We have a deal, Michael, at 198 under the terms you explained. Very happy. Great. All the best. Hey! Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
This was a great result for Ali and Joe. However, it was disappointingly short-lived, as 2 months later, when things were still not progressing fast enough with the purchase, they reluctantly pulled out of the sale. Ali and Joe remain in rented, but are still determined to find a home of their own.
Over with Jennifer, and there's a bit of a twist to the tale. The vendors rejected her offer of $209,000, but undeterred and now focused on finding a house, she continued the search. After just 3 weeks, she found an amazing 3-bedroom house in Catford, right across the road from friend Ari. I'm so happy that Jennifer is finally living the dream. This week, we're back in Devon, visiting 2 couples whose searches had weeping.
You're not going to cry, are you?
Wailing. And the gnashing of teeth. as we struggled with house hunters who didn't see eye to eye.
You love it, don't you?
I do.
I know sometimes Jamie is wrong.
Frankly, we were in the drink.
One sea breeze, please.
This sea breeze or the one with vodka in it?
Which do you think?
Vodka. A little early.
This week, we're catching up with two couples who had their hearts set on the beautiful south coast of Devon. Both pairs wanted to be near the English Riviera in Torbay. Phil was trawling this Devon market for Sharon Schulberg and Jeff Harrop, who were relocating to Torquay, and I was searching in the countryside for local couple Sam and Jamie Brown. They'd met as teenagers at his mum and dad's stables, but it wasn't exactly love at first sight.
He used to call me a geek. Just used to shout geek at me.
You had a short, curly, ginger mop of hair.
Mushroom.
It took 12 years and a new hairdo for Cupid to strike. They now live together in Gampton, where Jamie grew up. It's the perfect base for Sam to indulge her love of horses and Jamie his passion for surfing.
Jamie's interest in surfing, I wouldn't really use the word interest to describe it. I would use obsession.
I could never contemplate living in an area where I couldn't get to the surf. It just wouldn't compute.
As their life together flourished, tragedy hit the family. Jamie lost his dad several years ago, then shortly before their wedding, his mum also passed away.
It was a very tough time for them both, and as well as dealing with their loss, they also had to sell his parents' farm. After their wedding, Sam and Jamie rented out their house in Totnes and moved back to the farm in order to help with the sale. It was a difficult decision, but at least some good has come from it.
Since moving back, we've sort of re-fallen in love with the village. Suddenly you sort of think, God, I can see why my parents wanted to bring me up here.
Sam and Jamie have now decided they want to start their own family near Gampton, so they've kept a small part of the farm for themselves and their horses.
What's proving to be a trickier choice is how to invest their inheritance. I'm hoping I can help them spend their budget of £400,000 wisely. The money that you're spending is the money from the sale of your parents' house. Is that an added responsibility?
Yeah, just want to make sure it sort of goes somewhere proper. Like, I don't want to sort of get 10 years down the line and think, God, I made a really bad decision there. So, yeah, it's a bit of a weight on the shoulders, really.
We found ourselves in this situation without expecting it, you know, without building up to it, just completely out of the blue. And we were lost, weren't we? We've not known in which direction to go, what kind of house to buy, where, you know, what to do. And we have been lost, and we do need a bit of help giving a push in the right direction.
In a way, that's where I can help.
Yes.
That having never met Jamie's parents and therefore not having an emotional feeling about it, I know that I will always do my best to ensure that where you put your money is the right place to put your money.
Yeah.
So that's an absolute given.
Yeah.
So you can stop worrying about that.
I'm going to have to work hard to take the pressure off Sam and Jamie and steer them to a home they feel happy in and one that does his parents proud.
The good news is that by putting their inherited money towards buying a house, they don't need a big mortgage. Finding any way to reduce your mortgage is a smart move, and you don't need a lump sum in order to do it. A recent study showed that overpaying by just £50 a month can shave over £7,000 off the money you owe.
Sam and Jamie have £400,000 to find a house with 3 bedrooms, within driving distance of the sea, and the land they own in Gampton.
The village sits a few minutes from the beaches of the English Riviera, 6 miles south of Torquay, where my couple have signed up for a new life. Jeff and partner Sharon have been together 5 years, and now he's landed a job as head of youth for Torquay United Football Club. A move to Devon is on the cards for the whole family.
With your mother, then us, your children, my children and grandchildren, it's going to be a house that's got to accommodate certain people at certain times of the year.
Luckily for me, I don't have to house the full squad of 11, just the 5-a-side team of Jeff, Sharon, 2 of her children and her mum, Joyce Williams.
I'll have a fruit scone.
Yeah, with jam and cream?
Yes, please.
Oh, just 3 generations to cater for then. piece of cake.
We're hoping to find a property that has an annex or a cottage sort of on the side that she can remain independent.
Joyce has contributed her share of the family's £550,000 budget, but she's happy to let Sharon and Jeff decide how and where to spend it, which might be a rash move as they can't even agree on the style of house they were asked to find for them.
I know what I want.
And I know what I want.
Exactly, but I'm not really sure yet. It'll be interesting.
Great. To top that, they're poles apart when it comes to doing work. Sharon loves renovation and Jeff hates DIY. Plus, this is the first house they've bought together. I smell trouble.
Do you think you'll agree, Jeff, if you've never lived in an old house? Sharon's never lived in a new house. Where's this going to go?
Do you know, we've discussed this and we haven't got a clue. Good luck.
On the one hand, you're in a good position because in your price bracket, there aren't many buyers out there at the moment here in Torquay, and there's quite a lot of property on the market. So, in theory, we've got lots to choose from. However, the room configurations and the layout that you need for the different generations restricts the choice back down.
The next week is really important for us.
Home is the top of our list.
Yes, it is.
Always.
We've got to pull it off then, haven't we?
Yes.
Come on.
Jeff and Sharon have got £550,000 to spend on a new family home. They want room for the 2 kids moving with them, an annex for Mum Joyce, and great entertaining space for visiting family, all within commuting distance of the football club in Torquay.
How did it go?
It went well, but I'm filled with the usual worries of 3 generations, granny, various kids, all coming to live together. They all think it's going to be easy. There's lots of houses on the market to choose from, very few of which are going to suit.
Right.
And I just add into that a little neat scenario, they've never looked at a house together before. So...
I think it's one of those weeks, because my couple, he surfs, she rides, he was brought up in this area and he wants to hold on to the land, although he's selling the house.
Yeah.
But they want a family house. Well, when they've got kids, there's going to be a lot less riding and a lot less surfing. So criteria 1 and 2 are in direct opposition to criteria 3. Should we run hand in hand into the surf?
We'll go for a swim, exactly.
Yeah. Never come back.
There's no doubt we're going to be swimming against the tide in Devon's very special property market.
Prices here reflect the fact that with every house comes pretty easy access to some of the best beaches and countryside in the whole of the country. The average house will set you back £238,000, which is 75 above the national average.
Sharon and Jeff are new to the area and their main competition is other incomers who head to the region for the good quality of life. With £32 million being invested in Torquay alone, its popularity is set to continue.
Do you mind if I sit down?
No.
Looks like you've got the top spot here, watching the sun go down over there. It's quite special.
Welcome to Torquay.
Thank you.
Having lived here 21 years, Torquay is a place I would just love to stay for the rest of my life. It's fantastic.
It's a nice place, close to the sea. 20 minutes and you're on the moors.
By heading out of Torquay itself, we'll find beautiful Devon villages that could hold the key to this 3-generation search. Broadhempston sits just 30 minutes out of town, within commuter distance of the football club for Jeff. It has a tight-knit community that could be perfect for Mum Joyce. There's even a local shop run by volunteers, and new residents are met with a welcome pack.
As a village goes, it's got everything that you'd want. It's got 2 pubs, shop,
and a shop.
Real community, and lots of these very pretty houses.
This barn is the perfect style for Sharon, who's mad for period properties.
It's absolutely lovely. I love it.
That is different than what I'm used to, without a doubt.
And with no DIY to be done here, hopefully the inside will make Jeff feel more at home. This converted barn is currently on the market for £585,000. It has 3 bedrooms and a separate annex for Mum Joyce. This space has pushed the price over their £550,000 budget. But as it's been on the market for several months, there could be a deal to be done. Having 2 properties on the one plot wouldn't suit everyone, but for Jeff and Sharon, it offers a solution for the whole family.
You talked about having friends round and that sort of thing. Can you entertain them on this level?
Yes, especially in the summer. You open the doors.
Yeah?
I love the space.
Yeah, I'm sitting on the fence because I do like a big sort of social area.
This is the first property they've viewed together, but sitting on the fence isn't going to help me or them find the right home.
So, kids' bedrooms that way. Master bedroom with the all-important ensuite.
That's nice, an ensuite.
And lovely views, lying in bed, you're looking straight down the valley.
Yeah.
It's on now at 585. It was been over 650 at certain stages of its marketing.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of money for what at the moment feels a very small property.
You're being asked to pay for the finish,
Sure.
the position,
Yeah.
and the fact that it's got the annex.
Yeah.
There are 2 further double bedrooms for Sharon's kids and an extra room downstairs to put their extended family in. And the separate annex just might be enough to justify the admittedly chunky price tag.
Across the yard is where Joyce would live.
After you.
Wow.
With her own front door and her own kitchen.
This is lovely.
I'd say your mum would have no problems being in here.
This is perfect for Mum. Absolutely perfect. Just not sure about that spot for us.
This is the only suitable independent annex I've seen in their price bracket. Separation costs, and if this barn isn't big enough, they're either going to have to up their budget or be prepared to compromise. Oh, the joys of 3 generations all wanting to live together and all wanting different things. Oh, the fun of it continues.
Oh dear, he's got that slightly manic look of a desperate man. This week we're catching up with 2 sets of house hunters who wanted the best of Devon's coast and country. We failed to score with the first property we showed football coach Jeff and partner Sharon, so needed to be more tactical in Torquay. Further south, we were searching for local couple Sam and Jamie, within 5 miles of Gampton and their family's land. They'd inherited some money from Jamie's parents, but even with their generous budget of 400 grand, the properties they preferred, ideally with some land, were scarce. Our first property has no acreage, but it's a wee cracker in Churston Ferris, the neighbouring village to Gampton.
It's a conservation area, so property developments are restricted, but a green light has been given to a new build on the footprint of former railway cottages. Priced between £285,000 and £320,000, they each offer 3 bedrooms and a smart, open-planned living space. Sam and Jamie have been struggling to invest the inheritance from his parents, so I've come along to offer them and Kirstie extra support.
This house is the super-duper easy option. We're not taking some kind of hard route to eventually find the right house. This is like, we're close, this house is sorted,
Yeah.
do you want it?
It's a very easy option.
We could throw our furniture here from
You
home.
literally could throw your furniture here. The show home is sold, but I want Sam and Jamie to see how easy one of these houses would be to make a home in.
I'm pleasantly surprised. It feels a lot bigger once you get in.
It does.
Than it did from the outside.
Which is why they redevelop them.
These guys have been carrying a heavy weight on their shoulders, and I hope we can help make this next stage of life a little easier with a house that offers a fresh start.
It's very simple. You know, you've had a difficult time over the last 18 months.
That's true.
You've both got busy jobs. You want to settle. You want to get on with your lives now. You're not going to cry, are you? Sam!
Why are you crying, Sam?
Come on, I'm going to take Sam off. Come on.
OK.
Seeing how easy life could be is a massive relief for Sam after a tough year and a half.
Relax. I know. Don't. You'll set me off. I know, exactly.
Things go back to normal.
I know. Just riding and surfing and having a nice time and seeing your mates and doing all of that stuff.
I didn't know that was
No. It happens, and it happens a lot. And it's about exactly, you put your finger on it. I mean, the great thing is that you know exactly why you're feeling like you're feeling. It's just about that. It's wanting to have a normal, young life.
I think she might have just sort of gone, because it has been sort of a tough 18 months, and that might have just been, wow, this is how easy it could be.
Yeah.
We could move in and it could all be OK.
This modern cottage may be just what Sam and Jamie need.
Well, talking to Jamie, he thought that it's probably relaxed tears. It's at last we're seeing something that lets us move on.
Yeah, it's just that.
Yeah.
It's just like, God, we've had a terrible time.
This is the next stage.
This is the next stage.
And they both seem very positive about being here.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's totally good.
Happy days.
I know. She is setting me off, though.
Oh.
I don't know what's wrong with me. The whole thing is just like, I really want to get them sorted out. And I just think, you know, I really hope I can.
You will.
And like you said, tears aren't always a bad thing.
It's not what we had in mind at all, is it?
No.
But yeah, it took me by surprise how much I did think about just sitting down and staying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I said at the beginning. We can go and see other things and think about other options. But I wanted you to know from the outset that there was something which was easy.
Easy does it really could be the key to this one. For Sharon and Jeff, I'm hoping Torquay holds the answer to their property conundrum. The English Riviera attracts over 4 million visitors every year, and Torquay's right at the heart of it.
Over 400 properties here are dedicated to the tourism trade, and properties big enough to put up guests are also big enough to house 3 generations.
Priced at £535,000, this former guest house is under their budget of $550. It has a self-contained flat for Mum Joyce, 4 bedrooms, all with en-suites, and enough entertaining space for an entire football team.
This house is so big, I think we should both tackle it.
I think a bit special, this. You've got reception rooms either side, all the bedrooms that you and all the extended family could ever wish for.
This is my type of lounge. You know, the high ceiling, I'm in love with the lounge. I think it's great.
This is just lovely.
Coming from a council estate, and it's a big jump up in the world, so, you know, this is lovely.
Sharon and Jeff seem impressed, but the compromise here is that Mum Joyce wouldn't have her own front door. This time, her self-contained flat is on the first floor.
Given that we've already established today that an entirely separate unit puts a lot on the price.
Yes.
This, you get a separate unit, but you would benefit from the increased size of the house.
Yeah. Seeing these rooms compared to the massive rooms downstairs, it doesn't feel very fair either, doesn't it? If you see... I mean, it is a nice flat, but I could put one of the kids in here, you know, one of the older children.
Yes.
That feeling,
and you could
rather than my mother.
Some of the rooms, or 2 of the rooms downstairs, she would have greater independence.
Yeah.
And perhaps she could have her own entrance down at the back of the house.
Yeah.
But it would mean quite a lot of switching around of rooms.
Yeah.
Perfectly possible.
Yeah, yeah, and there's a lot of space downstairs.
Sharon's right. This house does offer other options, and she's happy to take on a project. But I'm worried self-confessed DIY detester Jeff might not be.
If you hand that side of the house over to Sharon's mum, you lose the current kitchen.
Okay.
If you fitted this out as a kitchen and knocked that through, that would still be like a sitting room diner, and this would be where the actual kitchen bit was.
When you're not a do-it-yourself man, the imagination of it all...
Yeah, yes, it's hard, yeah.
It is.
At least he's honest, but Jeff's lack of vision could put paid to this house.
I know you've had a good old look round and a chat together and think about the layout.
If we can do something on the downstairs, on the ground floor level...
I just can't imagine how much work has got to be done to get the mother-in-law in. And for me, that's going to be the difficult part of it.
If Jeff could trust Sharon's instinct for improving this house, it could still be a winner. If not, I think this next property might simplify things. This dormer bungalow's been finished to an incredibly high standard, and Jeff won't have to lift a screwdriver to enjoy living in it.
It sits in a rural location just outside Torquay, only 10 minutes drive to the football ground, near to the village of Stoke-on-Teenhead.
It's bang on budget at $550,000. The house has 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and a kitchen diner that's made for having people round.
Well, quite an impressive spot, this is.
That's a view to die for, that's for sure.
Picture yourself out here in the afternoon, Sharon?
Oh, quiet. What's the problem?
I don't like it.
Don't like it.
Oh, gosh, if I say this, it's
Go
so
on,
rude.
say it's not rude.
It's
Go
like
on.
living in an old person's bungalow.
Well, it's interesting you should say that. Let's hold that thought. Hold that thought.
Yeah.
All of you, follow me.
If we're going to get Sharon to even consider this house, we've got to get her inside and quick.
Oh, my Lord.
Not quite so the old person's bungalow.
Oh, gosh, no, not
I
at
think
all.
you might have to eat your words.
Yeah, I eat my words completely. Oops,
It was an old person's bungalow until the current owner made it twice as big.
Everything is fabulous. The space is fabulous. I just need to see, I think, the rest of the house.
Okie doke. Right, Sharon, you come with me and I'll show you where Joyce could be.
Well, I walked in here and I went, Jeff is going to love this.
Yeah. I like the hallway is me, the kitchen is me, because it's nice and big. Like the stalls by there to have brekkie and the garden. Oh.
With 5 bedrooms, there's enough space for the whole family. But if Sharon insists on her mum having her own front door, they could convert the garage.
There's no of your hated DIY involved in the main house.
I do like that. I do like that, as long as it's not my space that's got to be DIY.
What's going through your mind now?
Everything's been done beautifully, but for me, it just doesn't feel like a home.
I'm sensing trouble ahead.
He said to me that Sharon has always lived in old houses and she's always done work. He's never lived in an old house and never has wanted to do any work. So
I said to Sharon, can you imagine a scenario where you bought a house which Jeff was keener on than you?
Yeah.
And she said, no.
Did she?
You love it, don't you?
I do. I do.
It's just completely you, isn't it?
It's
completely you.
It is.
To sit here and think, the sea is that way, beautiful countryside is that way, the village and the pub and the football ground's 5 minutes there, and Kirstie's about to be quiet. It does happen now and again.
Shut up! I'm having 5 minutes of sun.
There's no time for relaxing, Kirstie. Sharon and Jeff are not seeing eye to eye on this house either.
On so many practical levels, it really works.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why Phil picked it.
Yeah, it's a man's house, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's true.
We're doing all right, Jeff.
Yeah, I need your help on this one.
I really want to help, but to DIY or not to DIY is the burning question this couple really need to tackle. I'm worried we've hit an impasse.
On the other side of Torbay, I'm working hard to help Sam and Jamie find the right place to invest the hard-earned inheritance Jamie's parents left them. The last house showed that they are ready to put difficult times behind them. Our next choice in the village of Little Hempston offers them a completely fresh start, a house with its own land and stables.
With a guide price of $385,000, it's 15 grand under their £400,000 budget. It's a 2-bed semi-detached cottage with a sauna, plunge pool and access to communal tennis courts.
So, what we've got here, guys, is...
Kitchen.
Kitchen. First impressions?
Doesn't feel like
I'm
a
not
kitchen.
keen. No.
Cooker, check. Fridge, check. And, oh yes, it even has a kitchen sink. I think it is a kitchen, Jamie.
For us to look around this house, first thing we need to know is how much it is, because I think pretty much going by this room, we're going to want to change everything. So...
£385,000.
With 2.5 acres, some stables, a tennis court and a communal plunge pool.
The plunge pool actually is yours. It's not even communal. So I think it's a good price, don't you?
Yes, no,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah,
I thought it would be a lot more.
As most of the work is cosmetic, it won't break the bank to make changes, and the price tag has certainly got their attention. If this house with this amount of land was detached, it would cost around £450,000, way over their budget. You've got downstairs shower there, coming in from surfing.
Yeah.
And then this is your sitting room with your mezzanine.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
This room's really nice.
You're taking this a bit more seriously now, aren't you, Jamie?
Yeah.
It does have an unusual layout, but I think with a bit of imagination, it could be a great space for Sam and Jamie.
Truthfully, Sam, does the whole thing fill you with a bit of dread?
No. It doesn't fill me with dread. I'm just not feeling it.
I really like it.
Oh, God.
I'm going to give Jamie a little space to try and win Sam over to this cool pad. I can totally see why Sam doesn't like this house, and I can totally see why Jamie does like it. And if you want to know what a pig in the middle looks like, look no further.
Well, you're going to have to play big bad wolf if they don't agree on what they want.
Jamie, you look slightly browbeaten.
It just, I don't know. It's cool, but I think that's all it is, really. It's cool. It's not what we should be moving into.
Listen, we've got another property to see.
That lounge is really cool.
We can...
And the mezzanine is cool.
Oh, for God's sake, he's going to make me start to feel sorry for him soon.
But Sam is more than cool about this house. She's frozen it out. There are couples at loggerheads all over Devon. Yay. We're back with two sets of house hunters who had very different, challenging searches in Devon. Local couple Sam and Jamie were struggling to use their inheritance wisely. They loved the simplicity of the first house, but the unusual layout of the second caused a rift. Football coach Jeff and partner Sharon were in search of a home to suit 3 generations, but we were struggling as their tastes couldn't have been more different.
I've got one last stab at finding a house which they can both love for their £500,000 budget, and I think this former coach house could be it. It's in Meadford, one of Torquay's more desirable areas. Properties around here can sell for in excess of £1 million.
For £530,000, they get 4 bedrooms. Sharon's mum Joyce has her own front door, and there's even access to their own woodland.
If any room can impress them both, it's this beautifully finished lounge.
Vaulted ceiling, beams.
Oh, look.
Fireplace. Pretty garden.
Yeah, look at... Oh.
And a very quiet Jeff.
Very quiet. I just don't get the feel of it. It's like having a Mercedes and a Mini to me. I've just seen a Mercedes.
You haven't seen the garden.
This is going to get difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't need me at this stage.
Yeah, OK. Thank you.
Eek. I don't want this to be awkward, but I have a funny feeling it's going to get very awkward.
You really like it, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Let's see all of it, and then we'll talk.
Yeah.
Reality has finally hit. Jeff is in love with the last house and Sharon has fallen for this. It's 1-1, but that's not the score we're after. I need to help them find a solution.
How does it work on a practical level? I know it looks
Well, it
pretty...
doesn't. But I don't mind. I absolutely don't mind.
Jeff?
No, I'm disappointed. It's not really my cup of tea. It's all too cluttery, and the other house, I like the long garden, the peacefulness of it all.
This is peaceful. You can only hear the odd car occasionally.
OK, you're not going to convince me. I love the third house. I thought it was great. It's new, vibrant, and...
OK. And Sharon, let's just think about it from a practical perspective. Oh, dear. This is very difficult. This is extraordinarily difficult, and it's a situation that I have never had to deal with in 15 years of house hunting. Is you get a couple where one loves it and one hates it. That is exactly what I was worried about the whole way through this search. That they are coming to this, having not chosen a house together, and actually with very different stylistic ambitions. I don't know how this is going to shake down, I really don't.
I'm going to give them some space to talk it through.
After taking Sam and Jamie out of their comfort zone, I've brought them back to the village where Jamie was brought up. They have seen this house on the internet, but discounted it due to the lack of land. Now they're keeping a plot from the family farm, it's a contender, and seriously under their £400,000 budget.
What's the hesitation?
There is no hesitation. I'm just being silly.
He thinks it's too central, which it's
It'd
not.
be quicker for me to go to the pub than to go to the fridge for a beer. I'm a bit worried.
And he thinks that's a problem?
And to top its central location, the house itself is a real gem. The cottage is being marketed as a 3-bedroomed house with 2 reception rooms and a private garden, all for £289,950.
Ooh. Oh. How does it strike you when you come in the door, Jamie?
It's nice, like full of character. It just seems a bit small.
It is. It's got quite a few rooms.
It's lovely. Look at the fire.
I do like the fire.
Look at the window.
Do you like the window?
Window seat. Okay, I've got a sewing machine.
I am staring into the eyes of a defeated man.
Give him a chance. You've only just got him into the place.
This is the current kitchen, and you would need to make it a bit bigger.
Yeah.
Now, because the house is listed, you would need to get relevant permissions, and we've looked into it. It would probably cost you in the region of about £40,000.
It's as big as the kitchen in the one that we looked at yesterday, really. It's just a different layout. It's really quiet, and once you're in the house, you don't hear or see anything. You're looking at the garden for most of it.
Jamie's seeing the house's potential, and even though it's Grade 2 listed, an extension should be possible. It'll require permission from the local planning authority.
When Jamie was first outside, he had that uncertain look. Then when he came in, he had an even more uncertain look.
I wasn't hesitant because I know sometimes Jamie is wrong. So if he didn't like it, then he would have been wrong, because I know how happy he would be here. We've got everything within a very short distance. And to have such a pretty little house in the middle of it all, it's perfect.
Sam is beaming, and after a tough few months, it's great to see.
You'll like it.
I think my mum would have liked it, because it's in her village as well. She sort of grew up here as well as me growing up here. I think she'd be pretty happy with me here.
To be honest, Jamie, if your mum likes it and Sam likes it, then I think,
Yeah.
It's a good house.
Yeah.
You can almost see the weight lifting off the shoulders of this young couple.
And mine. We could finally be getting there.
After a night's sleep, it's a no-score draw in Torquay as 3 houses are still in the running. Jeff and Sharon haven't discounted the second property I showed them.
The third low-maintenance property has stolen Jeff's heart, and Sharon has fallen for the 4th character-filled coach house.
So I've called a summit meeting with them and with Joyce.
How did you two get on over the course of last night?
I don't think we're any further ahead. We went into it thinking we knew what each other wanted, and after seeing the properties, we're quite apart.
Yeah, it was a shock, actually. It was a shock. Poles apart.
I don't think you're the only people that I've worked with that are trying to do complicated things for the wider good of quite a lot of people.
Yeah.
And everyone gets excited about it, it's all going to be great. Actually, there are tough decisions that need to be made along the way.
Phil's role is to take the emotion out of this and give them fresh perspective. And luckily, he's good at his job. After debating all 3 properties, they've agreed to revisit the second one.
One thing that we both said, we want a home that all the family can enjoy and be together. And we've got big rooms to entertain. And that we can do that in that house.
Yeah.
Sharon and Jeff need time to look seriously at what this house can offer their whole family, which gives me a chance to show Joyce her space.
Now, the quote that we've had is to level this. So don't worry about the stairs, it's all on one level.
Right.
But this is your kitchen.
Oh, it's a lovely kitchen, isn't it?
We've had a quote for around £20,000 to convert this space and the adjoining bedroom into an annex for Joyce.
Joyce seems happy, and I'm hoping Sharon has put Jeff's mind at rest about the renovations.
And when it's done slowly and you explain that, I can see the big potential in the house.
It's beginning to piece together, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, last night I was very worried. I got a couple that were completely at loggerheads with one another, very relieved that with Joyce's influence and Joyce's comfort with her space, it seems to be coming together.
It's come together so well, in fact, that they want to make an offer. Phil's next challenge is to bring it in on budget and leave them enough money for Joyce's annex renovation. It's on at £535,000.
Let's offer 500 and take it or leave it, because we're not wasting anyone's time.
I like your style, Jeff. Get that man a Bacardi and Coke quickly, and another glass of red while we're at it. Hi, Kate. A quick conversation at this end, because we have a best and final offer for you. And I do absolutely, genuinely mean best and final offer. They will pay 500. They won't pay a penny more. Terrific. I'll wait to hear. Thank you. Bye.
Shall I dance now?
No.
Okay.
Sam and Jamie aren't dancing yet either. For a property with no land, they don't want to spend more than £300,000. The Gampton cottage is on at just under £290,000, so under budget, but I still want to get them a good deal.
What do you want to pay for this house?
Would 275 be a reasonable starting point?
I think 275 is a good starting point.
This house is not being marketed through an agent, so I have to call the vendor direct. There can be advantages in this for both parties, as it cuts out the fee for selling, up to £6,000 for a house of this price. But it's not for everyone.
The upshot is that Sam and Jamie really want your house. We wondered what you would feel about an offer of £275,000.
If you do have to speak to the vendor directly, be clear about your pitch and your top price before you call. Stick to your guns, or it could end up costing you more.
OK, fantastic, bye. She said we were hoping for a little more, but we will speak to my husband about it. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
It's a very fair offer for a house that's been on the market for almost 2 years. But there's nothing we can do but give the owners time to mull it over.
For Jeff and Sharon, there's no more waiting.
We're all a bit anxious at this end, Kate. Can you put us out of our misery? Get in. Thank you very much. Terrific.
Oh, Mummy.
It was great jubilation at the time, but a few days later, Sharon and Jeff had a change of heart and decided the great guest house conversion was too big for them to take on. So they pulled out, and they feel fate brought them to this house.
There's a little road down there with a parade of shops, and Jeff and I were driving, and someone pulled out the space, and I just went, "Space, estate agent," and he pulled in, and they gave me a wad of brochures, and this was amongst them.
It's a 5-bed coach house with a 2-bed annex above Torbay.
As we walked through the front door, I could just imagine us all sitting around the table, either with our family or with our friends. That really excited me, I thought, that is perfect.
It was at the top of their budget at £550,000, but they managed to do a deal at £500,000. And amazingly, the property hits the spot for all the family members.
It fitted on all 3 fronts. Great entertaining area, merging the old and the new really sympathetically, but it had a brilliant space that we could convert for my mum.
This property was a very straightforward proposition in terms of creating independent living quarters for Joyce. With 2 bedrooms above it and a separate entrance, the garage was the ideal space to convert into her perfect pad, and the money was there thanks to the saving on the sale price.
It was worked, isn't it? It really has worked perfectly.
I don't think we could have found anywhere better.
I mean, we see each other every day. Like, I can see Mum through the utility window. And then I'll drive back and Mum might be sitting in the courtyard or in the garden, but...
We're just like next-door neighbours,
yeah,
I think.
It's like neighbours.
True to form, Jeff stayed well away from the renovating. Fixing a bird table is as far as he'll go.
Voila.
So it was left to Sharon and Joyce and a local builder.
We weren't worried, just Jeff. But he stayed out of it.
I really haven't got that sort of flair, and I take my hat off to builders who can change a room into a living area.
But that was the only work the property required. The main part of the house had everything they needed in terms of style and space. At Christmas, they had 14 people staying. Given how at odds they were during our search, it's a huge relief that Sharon and Jeff did end up living in the same house.
Without Phil and Kirstie's input, I don't think we'd have got there.
It's a perfect size and it has a lovely feel to it. It's so warm, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously we love entertaining, don't we? Yeah. We like our weekends with our friends coming around, and the garden, we can sit out in the garden, and when you have days that are as beautiful as this.
There's nothing that's missing.
It's a fantastic outcome, the ideal home for several generations with priceless views in a prime spot.
Walking, beaches, it's to die for. What haven't you got?
And just waking up in the morning, seeing the sea and the blue sky, and it's just a fantastic place to live.
It's a superb result for Sharon, Jeff and Joyce. Further down the coast, Sam and Jamie eventually had an offer of £280,000 accepted on the cottage, but then they too took fright. They were concerned about the complications of extending a Grade 2 listed house.
We were going to try and extend and put a lovely kitchen on the side. However, there was no guarantee that we would ever be able to do that.
16 months on, has fate been as kind to them?
Just over a year ago, I was here house hunting for Sam and Jamie. Jamie's mum had recently died, and he wanted to spend the money she'd left him wisely. Sam wanted to be close to her horses. There were lots of things going on with their search.
After pulling out of the charming cottage in Gampton, they then found a 1960s house, a mile and a half away in Paynton, and a world away from their original brief. Things have changed, but the biggest change is baby Arthur, who was born only 7 weeks ago, weighing a very impressive 11 pounds 7 ounces.
He's really beautiful.
He is.
He's really lovely.
Gorgeous.
So you are looking totally amazing. Jamie is looking chilled and relaxed. And the house looks so lovely.
Set over 3 levels, they have 4 bedrooms and the potential to convert the garage into a 5th. From the outside, it's not the most elegant of houses. But when you've got views like this, who cares?
From the road, the picture in the estate agents was a bit of an ugly duckling.
Yeah.
And it was very overgrown out the front. We walked up the stairs, looked out that window, and I think it was...
that was it?
I think the estate agent knew he had us then, because it was just...
And it was a space as well, wasn't it?
Their top budget for a house without land was £300,000. To secure this place with its beautiful views, they had to stretch to £323,000. However, both house and location make it worth every penny.
It's a really fantastic baby house. And it's so big. I mean, look at this kitchen. How much of this have you done?
We've done all of this. It's not quite finished. We've still got to do the floor, but the kitchen, that was our main extravagance.
It's lovely.
Sam and Jamie have improved and updated the house with style. But their hearts were originally set on Village Charm in Gampton, near the horses.
I loved the other house that we had the offer accepted on, but the day we dropped out of that house, this one came on the market, and we were sort of in a complete panic because we thought we were settled and had everything organised. So we were the first people through the door in this property, and we just loved the space, and we were the only people through the door. We had the offer accepted the day after, and that was it.
And has the arrival of Arthur meant the surfing and the horses are taking a back seat?
No, Jamie's still managing to surf, but the horses have gone.
You've sold them completely?
Yeah, completely. It's a big
when
relief,
did you
to be
sell
honest.
Them?
We found out I was pregnant in September, and they'd gone by Christmas, and they've gone to a really lovely home, both together on the moors. So,
oh wow!
Yeah, so I'm really pleased about that, and it's such a weight off my shoulders. I can't
Is
believe
it?
it. Yeah.
The thing is that who needs horses? No.
Doesn't compare.
No, it doesn't compare.
The views are also incomparable. This is my kind of Baywatch.
It's mesmerising. It really, really is. I mean, you can see sitting down here, you don't need a telly or a book, really, do you?
We didn't use the telly for about the first 6 months we lived here, so...
It's extraordinary. You know, people pay millions for this view. They really do.
I'm glad we didn't have to.
No, I'm very glad you didn't have to. I think after all you went through, I'm thrilled you've got this lovely house. You were concerned about spending the money wisely. You know, there had been a lot of trauma and upset. Are you content that this is the house that your mum and your dad would have been happy to see you in?
Definitely, yeah. My dad was a fisherman, and he spent all of his time out there. My mum was swimming on Broadsands Beach the day that I was born on the bank holiday. This is part of them, really, yeah.
Yeah.
It's truly heartwarming to feel that Arthur will enjoy the Devon coast just as his grandparents did.
Have you got a tiny wetsuit yet?
Not yet, but I've already seen the one I want.
It couldn't have worked out better, and I'm thrilled, as it was an emotionally testing search with a lot at stake.
Now here you are, in this amazing house, overlooking the sea, with the world's best behaved baby. Also, what you have got is room for more kids, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and the main thing is, because my family are so far away, which is even more important that we see them now, we've got room for them to come and stay, which is lovely. And
That's really nice.
My mum comes down quite often.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It's clear that both sets of house hunters found their own property heaven here in Devon.
Sharon and Jeff and Jamie and Sam are settled. All the grannies, both near and far away, are catered for. Everyone is happy beside the sea. Devon, you can't beat it.
You two.
Fabulous.
Cool, I haven't had one of those in a while.
But even a good relationship can go off kilter.
You hate me today, don't you, Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Practical doesn't have to be dull.
To make it through the rocky patch, we need to get radical.
This house is not for sale.
Oh, you're mean!
It's the only way to keep them keen.
Keep her on edge for a little bit longer, please. We're searching in Scotland's granite city, Aberdeen, for two families who are both new to the area.
Both couples have come here for their work, but they've brought with them very different budgets.
But in a city where property prices have proved practically recession-proof, finding their perfect pads could be problematic.
Phil, you pulled that off.
That was all right, wasn't it?
In the last 40 years, Aberdeen has become the oil capital of Europe.
And because of all that oil and the jobs it brings, property prices have remained strong, despite all the world economy has thrown at the market.
Engineer Scott Lang and his wife Kirstie are just one of the many families relocating here for precious job opportunities.
Also making Aberdeen home are Brian Clarence and Helen Barr. 7 months ago, this engaged couple were living in Essex, expecting a baby, when Brian was offered an oil industry job too good to refuse. So they relocated the length of the country, just in time for 2 to become 3.
Well, we came up in a rush, mind, so...
We did. We actually moved into a house 3 days before Frankie arrived with us, which was a bit of a rush, but it was all right for me.
Yes, hence why we're renting, and we haven't actually found a house in Aberdeen yet, but we're still all a bit new.
I've now got number 2 on the way as well, so in amongst that, there's not really been a huge amount of time to
do anything,
to do other things.
First-time parents, another on the way, a new job and a brand new city. That's a lot of stress in one move.
But that's nothing to these two. Their last job was decommissioning nuclear power plants. Surely finding a house for this nuclear family should be simple.
We've had Frankie, we've been looking for a house. We are planning a wedding, we're getting married in a couple of months' time.
In the last 2 years, I think we've done all those big, stressful life events that people say that you go through.
You know, if we can get the right house in the right place and settle for a few years, it would give us a chance to catch the breath.
And do all the things that we haven't been able to do yet as a family.
Good luck, Phil. Careful not to cause a meltdown.
Fear not, Kirstie. Working with you, I deal with meltdowns all the time.
You guys don't do things by halves, do you? It's kind of all of the things that people struggle to do one at a time. You're trying to do them all simultaneously. How much are you prepared to spend?
We've got around 350,000. We can stretch a little bit more.
If I was a magician, which I'm not, and I could conjure up your perfect house, what would it be like?
Well, our perfect house has got some curb appeal. It's got some character that makes it feel
something
like
quirky.
Yeah, that you want to actually
not
live
just
in there.
Square box.
It's got to be a bargain. It's got to be value for money.
It is the #1 criteria.
It is my #1 criteria. I'll probably put it above a garage if I'm honest, and that's saying a lot.
And I would be able to talk him round to most things, but not this.
I can find opportunities and I can show you how you might be able to add value and I can negotiate prices, but I can't beat the market.
No, we're realistic on what you can get, but by the same token, we're not going to pay top dollar for anything.
Would you do any work to a house?
Our views are slightly different. We'll do decoration and
I think
things
it's less
like
that. I think it's more that you would want to do all the work yourself, and I want your time, or Frankie and I want your time.
I'm not very good at paying workmen to come and do jobs that I can do.
It's a slight point of difference, but there's arguments on both sides, isn't there? We need to get on with it, don't we?
That's a good idea.
Let's make a start.
Excellent. To do work or not to do work? That is the question. Let's hope Phil has the answer.
Their ideal budget is $350,000, but they could stretch to $400,000 for the right house.
They'd like 4 bedrooms for guests and future additions, and somewhere with a bit of character, and a garage.
For Helen and Brian, spending quality family time together is key, so I'll be looking within easy commuting distance of his office in the West End of the city.
Well, I'm with Kirstie and Scott, who might not be moving as far as Phil's pair, but whose search is just as complicated. Scott, Kirstie and their 2 children, Natalie and Max, currently live in the coastal town of Kirkcaldy.
But when engineer Scott discovered he was being made redundant, family life as they knew it was about to change.
It's very out of the blue, totally unexpected announcement.
So we had one night of feeling a bit sorry for ourselves.
Yeah, have to turn it all around and get the positives out of it. Don't throw yourself in a pit of despair and feel sorry for yourself.
So my resilient couple picked themselves up, and just 3 weeks later, Scott thankfully secured another job.
But with his new position 100 miles north in Aberdeen, it means the family are currently separated during the week.
The big thing that's hit me the hardest is probably leaving Kirstie and the kids to drive up to Aberdeen. I managed to hold it together, unfortunately Kirstie and the kids did as well, so it didn't end up this sobbing family in the street.
That's really the impetus to get us together.
So, to keep the family as one, Kirstie and the children are following Scott to Aberdeen and leaving behind their beloved home in Kirkcaldy.
We bought the property 2 years ago, which was my grandparents' old house. They lived here for over 30 years. I remember them moving in, and we have spent the last 2 years,
lots of time and money on it,
renovating it and making the perfect family home. And I've got so many family memories of being here.
Kirstie and Scott loved the idea of their kids growing up in this house, adding their names to the height chart where Kirstie herself was measured as a girl.
But this canny couple have a plan. For now, they're going to rent out the house in Kirkcaldy so they can keep the place they love in the hope that one day they can move back.
And the home at the end of the day is where the 4 of us are going to be.
So it's up to me to find the all-important stopgap in the Granite City so that this foursome can be back together again. No pressure.
Obviously, redundancy is a very scary word, but you two have got a really positive attitude. You picked yourself up and you said, right, okie doke, off to Aberdeen we go.
We want to keep the family up in Scotland, and the only opportunity was for me to come up to Aberdeen.
I think at issue is the fact that you have your forever family home.
Yeah.
That already exists. So in Kirkcaldy is this house, which is where your heart lies.
Yes.
So you're not looking for that.
No.
But at the same time, this house is where you're going to bring up your children.
Yeah.
And it's going to be important. And your budget is around the 200,000 mark.
Yes.
200.
200.
Maximum.
Maximum. Okay.
Max.
I won't play with that. Don't worry. It's fine. 200,000 max. You're aware that for £200,000, you're not going to get anything palatial in Aberdeen.
Acutely.
I think, you know, the old, tired house that's, you know, not really had much done to it for a long time, the expectation is that's the level we'll be pitching in at.
Right.
Because we would rather go in at that and have space than have a walk-in that doesn't have the other attractive things like space. Yeah.
So you're not afraid of doing stuff?
No.
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 We've even taken walls down.
Scott, I'm beginning to feel a bit inadequate.
Well, that's got to be a first.
Thank you, Phil. Kirstie and Scott have a £200,000 budget and they want a rather large house. They're looking for a semi-rural property with 4 bedrooms, but they are happy to take on a project. If I were looking within the city itself, I'd be really concerned, but Scott's new office is near the airport in Dice, so they're searching further afield in Aberdeenshire where their money should go further.
I got a lovely couple. They're realistic. They know they can't get anything as good as what they had.
Yeah.
And they're just incredibly grateful for the help.
My couple are sensible about it. They kind of know-ish what they want. But Brian made it very clear straight away that he wants a bargain. Otherwise, he ain't buying.
Right.
In a city where I just don't think there are any bargains.
No, Aberdeen is not known as the Granite City, home of the bargain. I don't think so.
No.
This time we're both playing the relocation game, where the perils and pitfalls of buying a house are magnified.
With an average house price of £185,000, Aberdeen is second only to Edinburgh as the most expensive city to buy property in Scotland. Prices here are more linked to the need for oil than anything else. And because the jobs market is so buoyant, the demand for family homes is huge.
There's new houses going up everywhere, and there's you still got all the old granites, which is...
Beautiful property.
Yes.
What's it like?
Great. Good for business, good for families, good for schools.
House prices don't seem to be affected here. I mean, we've really been quite cushioned by the oil industry. So I would say prices are still very, very good.
Good for sellers, perhaps, not so good for buyers.
For my first property, I'm taking Brian and Helen to one of Aberdeen's new family-centred developments in West Hill. I know the houses here lack the character they asked for, but with a young baby and another on the way, this house is all about having an easy lifestyle.
Now, almost everybody that we spoke to recommended coming and having a look in West Hill.
OK.
It's got playgrounds and space. It was designed with young families in mind. But I just thought it was a sensible place for us to start.
OK.
It's a start.
It might be a finish as well. I sense that. Come on, we'll go in.
Uh-oh, that didn't sound like a glowing endorsement from Brian. Good luck, Phil.
This modern detached property has 4 bedrooms with loads of space. It's on the market at offers over $340,000, and I'm confident I can bring it in on target.
It doesn't need any work, and the kitchen-conservatory combo is perfect for a young family.
Ooh.
That's a big kitchen, like.
Key reason why I want to show this house is the layout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is built with almost you guys in mind.
Yeah, this is nice, actually, isn't it?
It is, that's nice, and it goes round the back of a conservatory.
Yeah. Very nice.
I knew Helen would love it.
And you may even be winning Brian over.
I just wanted to show you something to see if you could be seduced by the ease of this. It is absolutely turnkey.
It is, isn't it?
It is, you'd come in and that will be you, and...
That's nice for the doors as well.
That's nice, and it ticks all of the boxes, but it's your biggest purchase, and if it doesn't tick putting a smile on your face...
I know it's putting a smile on my face for now, though, isn't it?
It is yours, but...
This house is all about stress-free living, and after their hectic last year, I thought an easy life would appeal, but it looks like Brian's going to need some convincing.
When you got together and you thought up about the type of house that you were going to buy together...
It wasn't this.
You didn't have children.
I accept that you do have to be more practical. Practical doesn't have to be dull. It doesn't. Practical doesn't have to be dull, and I'll be honest, it's nice and fit for purpose. And it is just nice and fit for purpose. Spending this much money, it's not going to be on this house. Even before we see upstairs and see the rest of it, it's not going to be on this house.
OK. As long as we know where we are, that's fine.
I think we all know where you are, Phil. Standing in the wrong house.
Yes, thank you, Kirstie.
We're in and around Aberdeen, the oil capital of Europe, where I'm helping reunite a family separated by redundancy.
And I'm helping a Geordie who wants to bag a bargain for his family in a city where bargains are very few and far between.
The first property I showed Brian and Helen caused some dispute. The spacious kitchen conservatory combo made Helen smile, but Brian thought it was, well, in a word, dull.
Fingers crossed I have better luck with my couple. I'm searching for a property that will reunite Scott, Kirstie and the kids.
Their modest 200 grand budget won't go far in the city of Aberdeen, but luckily for you, Kirstie, they want semi-rural.
So I'm searching here, across the beautiful countryside to the north of the city, where properties on average go for £80,000 less than in more popular parts of Aberdeen. And we're starting in Hatton, a small village just outside the bustling town of Ellon.
16 miles north of Aberdeen, Ellon is an area popular with young families. It has good primary schools and a strong community feel, which is perfect for Scott, Kirstie and the kids.
And I think my first property and its picturesque setting will get me off to a great start.
So, first house of the day. It's more about that than that.
I am loving
this.
Yes.
This modern, detached bungalow with its stunning views has a generous open-plan kitchen, a separate dining room and a child-friendly back garden.
And it's on the market at a fixed price of £195,000.
Let's get in and see the house.
Apart from a bit of redecoration, it doesn't need any major work, so Scott won't be reaching for his power tools just yet. But I don't think that's such a bad thing.
Doesn't need anything doing to it, really.
No.
But you could do stuff together at the weekends.
Yeah, we could have a life.
Yeah. Initial impressions so far?
Very positive.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Great start, Kirstie.
Yes, but this place is a gamble. They want a fourth bedroom for guests, but at their budget in this setting, they only get 3. Time to see if these two are as open-minded as they seem.
There are 2 options. The first is to have a bunk bed in one of the children's rooms, or to curtain the window between the dining room and the sitting room, put a sofa bed in there, and then have your dining table in your sitting room. The word sofa bed makes people's hearts sink, but there are so many fantastic ones on the market now. Which
That's what we use, because we use our playroom and our playroom's a spare room with a sofa bed.
I know you wanted 4 bedrooms, but we felt that this house had so many other ticks in the boxes.
We do need the extra space for people to come and stay.
Yes.
But it's as and when. I'm kind of pretty good with it.
Be my guest, go and look at the bedrooms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kirstie and Scott said they'd compromise, and they might just mean it.
Okay. Nice light room again. And it is actually a good size. And lovely view as well. Yeah. Really, really nice view.
It's all my Christmases come at once. A couple for whom being together as a family is what matters. The view's great, the location's great, it's got lots of space. We're going to enjoy being here as a family. That's what matters.
Well, that was all remarkably positive. Is that a skip in your step, Kirstie?
You can hardly blame me, Phil.
Well, there's no skipping back here in Aberdeen, but I've learnt my lesson about new build estates. So I'm bringing Helen and Brian closer to the city, to the more established suburb of Manorfield, where I've got a fantastic family home to show them.
West end of Aberdeen, much closer to work.
Yep.
Still a very good family area, good amenities, these type of 60s houses.
Yeah. It's better than the last house, by a stretch.
Thank goodness for that.
This 1960s semi-detached house has 4 bedrooms, a good-sized living room and a huge open-plan kitchen at the back.
It is more expensive than the last house, but still within their ideal budget of 350 grand. And there's no denying this property would give them the practical family space and the curb appeal they've asked for.
Now, the owners of this house lived here for 10 years, and they've had 3 babies in the house.
Oh.
So it is absolutely road tested for small children.
Oh, this is lovely.
This is a nice room, isn't it?
This is the extension. Everything that we're stood in here, they've put on.
This is lovely. This is perfect.
I like the layout. It's a kind of a slightly smaller version of where we've just come from, but it offers the same in terms of family living.
Yeah.
With access to the garden.
Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? No, fabulous.
Fabulous. Cool. I haven't had one of those in a while.
It's really good. It's really nice.
good layout.
So it's exactly what you want in a kitchen diner
Yeah.
area, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looks like you're bang on the money with this one, Phil. Helen has not stopped smiling.
And Brian seems pretty taken with it too.
Oh, perfect.
That's another good size.
It's a Frankie room.
It is. It's already a Frankie room with people.
That's lovely. Oh,
What we got?
big sort of office cupboard
Okay.
kind of thing. So you could.
Alright.
They're both keeping pretty open-minded about this place and the potential it has.
And this is where the little person lives, obviously. I mean, how does the house sit with you?
I like the layout downstairs, obviously, with my fabulous.
Yeah.
So it's working for me.
And Brian?
It was definitely a big step up from the first house. I would know if he hated it.
Yeah.
He definitely likes it. Whether he loves it or not, I don't know.
We better find out what Brian thinks, don't we? Well, if you had to mark it out of 10, what would you give it?
I would give it 8, I think.
6.5 to 7. Okay. Which isn't a bad score for me.
He'll never give anything 10.
Nothing ever gets 10. Ever.
They're asking for offers over 348 grand, and it's been valued at 350.
I'm not surprised at all. It could probably do with a bit more work for us. There's no adding any value to it.
What sort of work?
Well,
Decoration or real work?
a bit of both wouldn't do any harm, would it?
If we've got a reasonable tick in this box, let's go and explore something where there's more work and more opportunity.
Okay.
I think so, just to see how that compares.
Yep.
We've got more to see tomorrow. Come on. We'll keep on.
Helen really fell for this property and its practical family layout.
But it seems Brian won't be happy without a project.
These two want quite different things. I just hope I can find a middle ground.
Over in my camp, I have a family to reunite and a fabulous first house to improve upon.
Scott and Kirsten are after a semi-rural family home on the outskirts of Aberdeen. And Old Meldrum is a charming little village that would suit them perfectly.
I found a house that gives them the charm they love. And if they like the last property for its views, then they'll go mad for this place. I think it's about time you met my dream buyers, Phil.
Is this semi-rural enough for you, do you think?
Yeah, it's a fantastic
Yes.
location.
Yeah, it's
Beautiful
lovely.
scenery.
And very quaint as well.
As I promised you, there will always be compromises.
Yeah.
And this compromise is not on the look, not on the location, and not on the scenery. You know, those three things are absolutely 10 out of 10.
Tick box, absolutely. It's space, probably.
Oh, well.
Let's get in.
Great.
She's got this one sussed, Kirstie.
This 1950s cottage is on the market at offers over £199,000. It's top of their budget, but I'm confident we could do a deal.
It's smaller than the first house, and they've said space is their priority.
But there is room for improvement, and I hope my star pupils can see the potential.
Come and see what you think.
Wow.
Little kitchen diner.
Yeah. Lovely view again. From the outside, you know, it's really beautiful and quaint, and I was a bit worried that when we came in, it would be quite oppressive.
Claustrophobically
but
small.
no,
Yeah.
I have to say, it's actually better than I thought it was going to be.
It's on the market at 199, being valued at 200. There is opportunities longer term, but obviously there's a budget implication, and this is top end of budget now.
We fully anticipated coming into something that would need work done, but we knew we weren't going to be able to do it straight away.
Yeah.
So it had to be livable with, which this is
Which
totally
totally is.
livable with. And it's a longer term thing if we're going to do work.
Good stuff.
You were right. These two are such a pleasure.
What did I tell you? Like the first property, this has just 3 bedrooms. But there is a huge loft ripe for development, which will give Scott the renovation project he craves.
And it'll comfortably provide the 4th bedroom they asked for.
Space is definitely, obviously, we're compromising on. But location is kind of winning out on me.
You
just
said
now.
it was all about space,
I know,
this search. And
I know.
Luckily, I didn't take your word for it. Luckily, I didn't believe you.
I know. I bet if he's gone up in that loft with Phil, he's already planning out the space and what he's going to do.
Do a lot with this.
Well, you were the one that wanted to put your stamp on somewhere.
Yeah.
I reckon up here you get 2 bedrooms and still have a loft.
Easily, yeah.
It's huge.
It is, definitely.
And something for the future.
Yeah. It wouldn't be too difficult to do because the roof structure's the right shape.
Yeah.
The 2 properties are so much better than I ever anticipated that you would show us.
Can you come and be with us every week?
I'm so pleased.
We'll just clone
Everything
you
has worked so hard.
and dress you up differently every week.
Do it every time. Oh, this is a nice big room as well.
Yeah.
This is
No,
totally livable with.
Again, isn't it?
It's totally livable with, and we can do something here as well. But I think this is probably more us in terms of what we're doing and what we can add to it further down the line. Yeah, great.
Didn't I tell you you'd be pea green with envy?
Yes, I am. I mean, to be fair, you've got them good houses.
You've
got this so taped. They're making it look easy.
I know, but they're so sweet and they're so positive and their attitude
They just want to get the family together and sorted and move on.
I know.
How are you getting on?
Good.
Yeah,
actually.
We
Yeah.
love the place. Very enthusiastic about it.
I can tell.
I think we may want to buy it.
Did we say that at the last?
Oh, dear me.
You should keep her on edge for a little bit longer, please.
I love you two. I really do. Okie dokie.
I'm so taking that as 2 out of 2. But can I make it a hat trick?
I think you should quit while you're ahead.
Where's the fun in that, Phil? Where's the fun in that?
This week we're in Aberdeen, where I'm finding a family home for new parents Brian and Helen, who have moved to the city for work.
And I'm with Kirsten and Scott, who need a home to bring their family back together after Scott's new job in Aberdeen has separated them during the week. And these guys are the best house hunters ever. I've shown them 2 properties so far and they like them both.
Good for you. If only I was getting on as well with Brian and Helen's search. The 2 properties I've shown them gave Helen the practical family space she wants, but for Brian, they lacked character and the potential to do work. I'm hoping my next property, which certainly has curb appeal, gets me back in the game.
Well, we couldn't come house searching in the Granite City, could we, without having a look at a very traditional granite house.
That's lovely.
That's much nicer.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Built in the 1860s, stuffed full of character and interest, but it is going to throw up lots of different choices.
Much better?
Much better.
Let's go inside.
Excellent.
Was that an excellent from Brian? Good start, Phil. In an ideal world, when relocating, rent first in order to familiarise yourself with different areas. It's paying off for these 2. This house is close to where they've been renting for the past year, so they already know how well the area caters for family life.
On the market at offers over $375,000, this detached granite cottage is 25 grand more than they'd ideally want to spend. But it's the biggest property I'm showing them, with 4 bedrooms, a formal dining room and loads of living space.
And then the family living room in here, which is also bigger than any living room we saw yesterday.
This is what I look for in a house. This is great. It's lovely.
I think you may have caught his attention with this one, Phil.
In terms of the price, the owners are looking for offers over $375,000.
Well, it's slightly over, but it's not too far over that.
Yeah.
Would worry about it. It's a lot more house.
Yeah.
25 grand more house.
Yeah, you can see where your money's going.
No,
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah.
Definitely.
For the perfect home, Brian and Helen said they could add $50,000 to their 350 grand budget. And so far, bargain mad Brian isn't put off by the price.
The issue with the property at the moment, it doesn't have parking. The owner here has agreed in principle to buy access out onto the road, meaning you could build a garage here.
Build a garage here.
Perfect.
So it's going to cost you a little bit more, but it's going to add some value to it as well.
You get to build what you want.
You do.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Building a garage would give Brian the project he wants without taking up too much of his time, which will be music to Helen's ears.
Oh my God! This is amazing! The fireplace in your bathroom. In your ensuite bathroom.
Your ensuite. That's an ensuite, isn't it?
Look at the radiator.
This beautiful cottage gives them the curb appeal they want, but it isn't quite the open-plan family space they were after. Great to see so much excitement from both of them this morning. However, I also hope that Helen hasn't forgotten about the places that we saw yesterday and the ease of bringing up small children in what is a modern family layout. I don't know.
Seems to have Brian's vote.
You're picturing kids buzzing up and down there?
Yes, they could be running up and down and around some corners in here. We could lose them everywhere.
Oh, around the corridors.
Should be excellent.
Although, of course, the playroom would be quite some distance from the kitchen here.
It's not what we discussed or were really looking for, but it's got something about it. It's got that indefinable character. It's lovely.
How about Helen? She was quite taken with the layout of some of the houses yesterday.
It's a compromise that we need to have a chat about and see if she's willing to make. But it's a lovely, lovely house. It's over budget. It's not what we asked for.
It's funny the way things...
It doesn't really matter.
You're admiring the bath. How have you been getting on?
It's quite impressive. Just trying to imagine how we would actually live in it.
Yeah.
I don't know if the dining room will be wasted space. And the kitchen's a decent size. Can't get the big fridge freezer in, and it's not the open plan.
No.
But the house is gorgeous.
You've said it all. It delivers 10 out of 10 in a couple of aspects.
Yeah,
and it
completely.
slightly makes you forget about some of the other aspects, but they are important aspects.
If the one that we needed 10 out of 10 was the open plan living and the practicalities, then yesterday's houses would win. And right now, this is by far the one that grabs you.
There's no denying this isn't what they asked for, but they've both fallen for its style and charm.
Well done, Phil. Looks like you're back on track. Kirstie and Scott fell for the cottage just outside Old Meldrum. But I've got one more house to show them that's right in the heart of the village itself, and I've got a feeling it might give them some tough decisions.
This is Old Meldrum.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you lived here opposite the playing fields, children would walk to school, and you'd be in the centre of a lovely community. It would be a very different kind of life and not involve the car very much.
The conversation I have just had with Scott.
So here we are.
Okay. Good. Oh, you're mean.
I'm not mean.
So cruel.
I'm not mean.
This 1940s four-bed detached villa is on the market and offers over 210 grand.
But I have it on good authority that their budget of £200,000 would be considered.
You know what? I think we can do something with this one. Yeah.
I can do lots of things.
Great.
Sounds positive, and he's not even inside yet.
Scott and Kirstie want somewhere they can do work to, and they'd have a field day modernising this place.
Okay.
Is this better than what you thought you'd be buying?
Yes, from a location point of view.
It's not doing it for me as much as the other two properties did, but again, it's a very different animal, isn't it?
Right.
Oh dear, Scott isn't sounding quite as positive now, but Kirstie loves the location. I hope you've got something up your sleeve to convince him.
And I do. To give them the space they need, the house needs an extension.
Poke your chin out there.
Oh,
Yeah.
So it'll be a great project for Scott.
It's a decent size, isn't it?
No, it's okay.
It is, definitely.
Bit of a jungle, but it's okay.
Bit of a jungle, and you can build an extension in there and not impact too much on the
It
garden.
needs a bit of work, but no, it's good size.
But I am just not sure he likes the house enough.
Really struggling to get my head around this whole thing.
What's pulling me here is the fact, I don't know if you're going to end up working away as well.
Right,
if you're going to end up being away overnights and stuff, how, I would feel maybe being out there on my own with the kids. All right.
I'm not totally put off.
No, I know. I think we just need to think about it.
Yeah.
Consider it.
Kirstie loves being at the centre of the village, but with Scott pining after the rural cottage, it's not what he wanted to hear.
You hate me today, don't you, Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's good. I'm glad we got out of the way.
It's just totally not working for me at all, this house.
This house is not the build that you would really like, is it?
No, it's the shape and the way it flows. It doesn't really...
No, it doesn't.
It's not in here.
But it will never be where your heart lies.
No, that's right. If Kirstie wants to buy this house, we'll buy it. and I will deal with that and move on from where I am at the moment.
But Kirsten loves you and wants you to have a house that you love, particularly when you're working so hard to provide for your family. It's nice. Listen, I like it when people don't buy houses because they love each other too much.
Oh dear, Kirstie, it's all getting very confusing. Care to explain?
So this is the house for Kirsten, not the house for Scott. But Scott loves Kirsten, so if Kirsten wants this house, he'll say yes. But Kirsten loves Scott, so she's not sure whether she's going to make him buy this house. They are utterly sweet and totally devoted and both obsessed with finding the right house for their family. But I can't call it.
It's not the fairy tale ending just yet.
Oh. I know, I'm sorry. Scott hates me. He's come out and said that. Yeah. He doesn't know whether he hates me or the house more. Yeah. What do you want to do?
We have to go back.
Go back and look at the other one.
We have to definitely
What,
do
the
that.
second house yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah. See if that makes anything any clearer.
I had thought I had this all wrapped up, but after this property, my perfect house hunters are torn, and I'm just not sure which way they'll go.
I've got one last attempt at finding Brian and Helen a family home with character, space, potential to do work, and all for a bargain. And I'm really hoping my final house will be the one that gives them everything.
Ooh, big claims there, Phil. Hope you can back them up.
I'm taking Brian and Helen to the prestigious residential area of Kingsgate to see this 1930s semi-detached granite house.
It's only a few minutes' walk from Brian's office, so he could come home to the family for lunch.
And on the market at offers over $295,000, this property is 55 grand under budget. Potentially a big bargain for Brian.
It stacks up so far, but for the rest they'll have to use their imagination.
It has 2 good-sized living rooms and 3 bedrooms, but it needs modernising, and a simple 2-storey extension at the back would give them fantastic open-plan living space and a 4th bedroom. It just so happens a neighbouring property has had some of that work done, and that's where we're starting. Now, I've got a few surprises in here. Okay. Couple up my sleeve.
Excellent.
Good. Well, here's the first surprise.
Hello.
Kirstie, this is Helen and Brian.
I'm refusing to get involved in this because Phil is playing with your head.
Okay.
The second surprise.
This house is not for sale.
The house isn't for sale?
No. There is a house 3 doors down which is for sale.
Okay.
If this house were for sale, it would be for sale at £380,000. It has recently been renovated, and this is the result. Phil wanted you to have this in your mind.
I wanted you to see this kitchen extension before we go down the
road. This is the show home look.
The house that's available down the road is on the market at £295.
Okay.
So there is room within your budget to create da-da. What I would say is to get the 4 bedrooms that you need, this extension.
Double story.
You're ahead of me. Anyone coming with me to see a house that's actually for sale?
Kirstie, you're just jealous you didn't think of it. I really hope Brian and Helen are still with me, though, because this house could become their dream family home.
Kitchen.
Somewhat different in here.
Right.
But you know what it could look like?
Yeah, it is. A bit different in here, isn't it?
Obviously, this is not work you can physically do yourselves. No. It is a much bigger, more in-depth project. But if you want to add value, then here's your opportunity.
Yeah.
Could you live with this kitchen for a while?
It's not the end of the world. You could clean it and live in it for a while until you start it.
I think that getting the work done and then moving in is probably a good idea.
Yeah. Even if it's not 100% finished, even if all the corners aren't tidied up, you'd have the big works done, you'd have a nice cooker in, some units in.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's have a look around.
Yeah,
We've only done one room.
After you.
Thank you.
The work needed here is definitely what Brian wanted, but Helen didn't want the stress of a major project. I wonder what she'll make of it.
We could do ensuite in this half of the extension, couldn't we? With that being the other kiddie room.
And make this a double dormer so it goes through the whole length.
This is a good size anyway, and if you did all of that, it could be quite good.
It would be really good.
Yeah.
It sounds like she's starting to come round to the idea. This property must be really tempting her.
I'm not as brave as they are. They are trying to do so much in such a short space of time. My head spins.
But their job is to decommission nuclear power stations. It's not like they don't...
Mine's just finding a house.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. I mean, I reckon that's how they are. They're project managers. They need a lot going on and, you know... Rumour has it they're planning a wedding as well.
Yeah.
This would be a cracky house when finished.
Yes.
Yep. Anyway, less chatter. More looking after
Let's check
Phil.
on them.
Yes. Here they are.
You've got to change all the windows.
So where are your heads at?
Well, my heads are between here and the other property we've seen today.
Yeah.
And
working out how much we would need to spend on each and then how much value we would add to each.
Don't fry your head now. You don't need to make any decisions. They're big ones. You need to make them in the cold light of day.
yeah, I think we need to look at some sums.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay. Good place to be at the end of the day.
Exactly. I'm happy.
Okay. 2 in the running.
2 in the running.
Good.
So that's 2 couples both torn between 2 family homes.
And 2 property finders with no idea which way it's going to go. A new day in Aberdeenshire, and Kirstie and Scott have a big decision ahead of them. They need a new home to reunite the family, but my dream buyers have fallen for different properties.
Scott loves the rural cottage 3 miles outside Old Meldrum, but Kirstie preferred the villa in the centre with the amenities of the town on her doorstep.
But they've decided to come back to the cottage Scott loves to see if the same house can feel like home for both of them.
It's this fire I'm heading for, not interested in anything else. Blow the house, it's the fire.
Yes.
We dashed in because it's very cold and windy, which even more makes me think what happens in the winter. Have you got a 4x4?
We've got a Volvo.
OK, right. We won't talk about what happens up here in the winter because Scott doesn't want me to talk about that. And I'm not to be negative about this house in any way. I'm just backing off at this point. Call me back off, Kirstie. Go and have a look around.
Scott and Kirstie want a home where the family can be together again. But on this second viewing, it's important that they think with their heads and not their hearts.
How are you feeling about here, then?
I think this has definitely got the best of everything because we can move straight into it. There's a lot of potential for what we can do with it. You know, you look at this space, what we can do with this up here.
My head did think, oh, Meldrum, being in town, being able to walk to school, having the park across the road was all perfect, but...
I just didn't like the house.
I know, and I'm okay with that.
It's a great space.
There's a lot, fantastic. Okay, great.
They have this incredible sense that as long as they're together, that's all that matters.
This is really pretty.
We can get chickens.
And I have to say, I think Scott and Kirstie are pretty inspiring.
Some people are just meant to be together, Kirstie.
And some people are just stuck with each other.
OK, you're both grinning like Cheshire cats. So the house is what you want?
Yes. Definitely.
It's
100%.
I can see myself and the kids being here. I did love the location of the last place, but no, I'm feeling the love here.
I'm thrilled, absolutely thrilled.
You've done a fantastic job.
I want is for you two to be happy and in the right house. We should find somewhere warm, dry, and with a licence.
Yes, please, I feel the need.
After you.
Thank you.
After months of being separated, Kirstie and Scott have found somewhere which could bring their family back together. But this property is on the market at offers over £199,000, close to their maximum budget of £200. So it's time to talk numbers.
What's the figure that you're thinking you'd like to put in an offer at?
I was thinking of pitching it at 195 as a starter for 10 and seeing where we go from there.
I think 195 is strong.
Okay.
I wouldn't be ashamed of an offer of 195.
Yeah.
At this point, I would usually call the agent, but under the Scottish system, buyers often make their offers via their solicitors.
We'd like to put in an offer on the house, please. We're going to go in at 195.
And that leaves it up to Scott.
Yeah, because we are in a very strong position, I think, so... OK, right, thanks, Crawford. Bye-bye.
So it feels a bit weird. I'm kind of on the other side.
With their offer on the table, Scott and Kirsten can do nothing now but wait.
And the next day, they have some news for Kirstie.
Hello, Kirstie.
Scott, is that you?
It is. No, I was just phoning to let you know that we have the house.
No.
And we got it for 197.
Many congratulations. I can't tell you how pleased I am.
Well done, Kirstie. That's a terrific result for Scott and Kirsten.
Thank you, Kirstie. Bye-bye.
Bye then.
But over with Brian and Helen, there's been some devastating news that's made them rethink their move to Aberdeen.
Helen had a miscarriage, unfortunately, while we were looking for a house up in Aberdeen. It was very difficult. It was even more difficult because there was nobody there.
Helen and Brian have now moved to Largs on the west coast of Scotland for a fresh start and to be closer to family.
We've already spent a lot of time with Brian's mum, who's been up and stayed because she's a lot closer now. We can get a babysitter for a night now, which we never had the option of in Aberdeen, you know. So, I mean, it's nice because we've always done stuff as a family and Frankie's come out with us for dinner and things like that. But now we can actually have a little bit of a life.
It's not the move they planned, but with new jobs secured in nearby Glasgow, Brian and Helen are settled and fast making this place their new home.
And as for Scott and Kirsten, they're excited to be in their new home and finally back together as a family.
We've come to a house that we've fallen in love with so much.
Fantastic!
And it's so beautiful here, it's so peaceful. Just really, really happy to be here.
At last.
Yeah, and all be back together again, I think, which has been really the important thing.
It's been a difficult time for both these families, but Kirsten and Scott are now delighted to be living together again. And Helen and Brian, they've decided to settle near loved ones in Largs, and we wish them all the very best. We're back, catching up with two sets of home hunters who got their postcode picky knickers in a twist.
I'm not feeling the love right now.
I think it's a definite no-no.
There were some unprecedented confessions.
I made a mistake, OK? I've said it. Now, can we all move on?
Some tricky negotiations.
I'm really struggling to come up with a value that's anything like your asking price.
And a year down the line, some new additions. Just over a year ago, Kirstie and I were pounding the pavements of Harrow and Hertfordshire with two couples who had lots in common. Both were looking for their first family home, both with very strong women at the helm, and both with a serious case of postcode pickiness. So I've come back to see if all the hard work and compromises have been worth it. Last year, we met Sandeep and Rupreet Nanra, who are both living in Harrow in Greater London and working in financial services. They met on a blind date in a coffee shop on the appropriately named Love Lane. And from there, it was just a hop and a skip to the temple and a life of wedded bliss. Don't you just love a fairy tale ending?
You look stunning there. That's probably my favourite shot of you.
Steady on, Prince Charming. The wedding was only the beginning. 18 months on, Rupreet and Sandeep are still struggling to take the next step across the threshold of their first family home together.
We're living at the moment with my mum and dad and my brother and his wife because it's a tradition in Indian culture for the boys to stay with their parents at least for a year.
Upholding family tradition has come with some sacrifices. Rupreet's cookbook collection is gathering dust as the most she gets to make in her mother-in-law's kitchen's a cup of tea.
We're really ready to just start our lives together and just to be able to do the normal couple things.
sit on the sofa and watch TV and eat takeaway and do all the naughty things that you're not supposed to do.
So all naughtiness is on hold. But there is one big advantage of living with the parents, and that's the whopping 100 grand deposit that they've been able to save. But after 7 years of careful saving and 7 months of looking, finding a house worth spending that deposit on is proving to be a struggle.
For me, the search is about postcodes. I do want to live in areas that tend to be a bit more expensive because of the lifestyle they offer. So they're all no's. So some people might say I'm a bit of a postcode snob, which I guess to an extent I am.
Well, they've worked hard for the money, so I'm going to work just as hard to find the right house.
What are your top 3 most important criteria in order 1, 2, 3?
Location, size, and the potential.
Scope to extend.
Nobody ends up doing a house search with Phil and I if their requirements are easy. What do you think is holding you back?
Okay, well, I have a map, actually, that might help.
Convince you.
And some highlighters as well.
Gordon Bennett.
Do you want to do good and I'll do bad?
We like Pinner.
That's where we really want to live.
We like East Coast.
Is it the B472 that we can't cross? South Harrow?
Is bad. Rayners Lane, that's a big no.
This couple are super organised and super cautious. It's going to be tough. I think you should laminate that map, Kirstles.
I'll laminate you in a minute, Phil.
So everything south of Eastcote is no.
This is a pink dotted line, which
say
we're not supposed to cross.
Okay. Yeah.
So North Harrow is a good
North Harrow,
North Harrow is if we have to.
So North Harrow is this.
Okay, 2.
Oh.
Half yellow, half pink.
Yeah.
Location is clearly a huge thing. What is the house that you reckon is going to be your first home?
We did find one house that was perfect, as in it was within our budget. It was exactly in the state we wanted, and we got gazumped on that one.
What, someone else came up with more, and you didn't find them?
We didn't, no.
To me, that says that you didn't have the killer instinct, that you didn't want it enough. And what is worrying me is that you haven't got the push, that it's too nice living at home, and no house is that perfect.
They've loved and lost out on a house. There'll be none of that on my watch. Sandeep and Rupreet have got £380,000, and for that they want a 3-bedroom property with the potential to extend within the right postcode. And for this pair, that means Harrow, and in particular Pinner.
But Sandeep and Rupreet weren't the only ones looking for a family home. 30 miles north in Hertfordshire, with a very impulsive Hilary Sylvester and Rob Burton.
We met in a bar. Hilary had the audacity just to walk straight up to me and say, I want to marry you and have your children.
Love at first sight.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to give her credit. And so, after a whirlwind romance, Rob moved into Hilary's flat. Pretty soon they were engaged, and proud parents to beautiful baby daughter Alexis. Isn't she sweet?
And there must be something in the water, because 9 months later, Rob and Hilary are expecting baby number 2, which means they're on a race for space, and they know exactly where they want to be.
I love Hitchin. There's no big department stores here. It's full of boutiques and coffee shops and lovely restaurants.
It's Hilary from Hitchin in Hertfordshire.
This is going to be tricky. Hitchin's a touch on the titchy side at just over 3 square miles, and houses here certainly don't come cheap.
I know Hitchin is dead set for you, Hilary.
It is. I've been here for nearly 16 years, so I've built up a fantastic network. I am willing to compromise on a property to stay here to a certain extent.
I wish you hadn't said that last bit. If only you just stopped.
And made it easier for you, Phil? No chance.
Rob and Hilary have got £250,000 to play with. They want a minimum of 3 bedrooms, off-road parking, and they want it all in Hilary's beloved Hitchin. With Rob and Hilary itching to stay in Hitchin and Sandeep and Rupreet pining for a property in Pinner, it's clear that both our couples are picky about postcodes.
Pinner Village is part of the London Borough of Harrow. With great transport links into London, fantastic schools and thriving high street, it's an expensive area with the average house setting you back £400,000. Which is more than twice the UK national average, currently at 162 grand. And because properties in Pinner don't come up for sale that often, The ones that are available are expensive, so Sandeep and Ruppreet are priced out of the Pinner market.
But Pinner's just one of the 21 areas on offer in Harrow, once a stomping ground for Elton John. And all of these 21 districts have the typical hustle and bustle you'd expect from Greater London.
Just under 2 miles away and east of Pinner is North Harrow.
Wasn't North Harrow one of their borderline areas on that map, Kirstie?
Back off, Phil, I know what I'm doing. They coloured this area in with pink and yellow highlighters, so this 1930s semi could go either way. It's only been on the market for 5 days and has already generated lots of interest. So if they like it, we're going to have to move quick.
Oh, there seems to be a smile.
It looks big from the outside. Its own driveway.
Own driveway.
Own garage.
I'm positive about this.
Okay.
It's very close to your mum.
Yeah, my mum lives on the road opposite.
So, yeah.
Cool.
About a 2-minute walk.
It's a done deal. Mum's rules. Sold. You can all go home now.
Nobody likes a show-off, Kirstie.
Is that the green-eyed monster speaking, Spencer? This house is even better inside. There's a large open-plan sitting room, 3 bedrooms, plus a huge garden with potential to extend, and it's 50 quid shy of their maximum budget of £380,000.
This is currently the main room.
That's fine.
They've done nothing to the kitchen. It's a decent ceiling height, but as you know, it's what you can afford to do.
How much is this on for?
Before I tell you that, you tell me what you would be prepared to pay for this.
Probably 330.
Now, that's quite interesting.
It's on for 365, isn't it?
It's on for more than that.
Really?
Yeah. It's on at 379,950. Something is only worth what other people are prepared to pay for it. But it's quite interesting that there's such a wide gulf between what you'd be prepared to pay and what the asking price is.
Due to lack of experience, it seems our first-time buyers might have a problem with undervaluing.
It's got lots of really nice original features, this house.
Yeah, it has nice bay windows.
What's your gut feeling right now?
I like the size of the rooms.
Yeah.
I like the garden. It's just the borderline area, isn't it?
And you could pop into your mum's and pick up some food.
You could pop into your mum. Yeah, exactly. Wow, how spoiling would that be? To move into your own home and to be able to pop into your mum's on the way back from work and find that she's cooked your dinner.
In some boxes, all bagged up.
Would she really do that?
Yeah, she would. She does
But
that
I
now.
thought we were moving out to, be more independent.
Yeah, but independence great. What you want to be able to is walk around with no clothes on in the middle of the night, not have to cook your own food.
Yes.
Which would you rather she did? Walk around naked or cook?
Probably both.
Cook naked.
That's food for thought. 7 months of looking, and you might just have nailed it straight off.
You knocked it into the single toilet. You could probably put a bath and a shower in here.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not complaining, but I wasn't expecting our sensible couple to love the first thing I showed them.
I'm positive about this. I mean, you've shown us exactly what we want.
Do we think this has set a benchmark?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the size of the rooms, the hallway's big, the
Yeah.
landing's big.
I think this is probably the best house you're going to show us.
Sounds like Sandeep's thrown down the gauntlet there, Kirstie.
Red rag to a bull, Phil. I will find them an even better house.
We're back catching up with 2 couples who are hankering after family homes. Cautious first-time buyers Sandeep and Ruppreet in Harrow, and Hitchin-mad Hilary and Rob in Hertfordshire.
Hitchin puts the heart in Hertfordshire, a quaint yet stylish medieval market town with an alluring mix of old and new.
Hitchin's just a 30-minute train ride into King's Cross, so it's a popular spot for commuters. And it's this proximity to the capital that's insulated it from the recent ups and downs of the housing market.
And round here, the press-up pram pushers are fighting fit.
But Hilary's not alone in being hooked on Hitchin. It seems that love is definitely all around.
It's a lovely little market town, got a brilliant selection of shops.
And if you want the countryside, you just walk 10 minutes up the hill and it's there.
It's young, isn't it? It's a great place to raise your kids. I find everyone's lovely in Hitchin.
Any plans to move?
No, none.
Never?
Never.
And therein lies the problem. Nobody wants to move, so it makes property here very hard to come by. Hilary has set her sights on living in the centre of town, where 3-bed semis cost around 315 grand, which is 65 grand more than they can afford. But we've been pulling out all the stops to find them a house they can afford. And voila!
Ooh, someone's had their porridge this morning. I'm impressed.
Well, I just hope Hillary is, because this house genuinely is the best on the market in central Hitchin within their budget. There's a good-sized kitchen diner and 3 bedrooms, so Rob and Hillary wouldn't have to worry about that second cot. And all this is on the right side of 250 grand at just under 248.
Come on in. The front room is not big.
No. The fireplace is beautiful. Just feels sort of very small.
Enclosed. I agree with you, because it actually opens up, gets a bit better through here. But here is where you do your entertaining. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be quite so big in here.
Quite happy with this room.
Yeah.
Up here, we've got the 3 bedrooms.
Okay.
It's not a big house, but this is, by some margin, the best of what we looked at.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
What's...
I think...
Talk to us.
I am trying to be open-minded. I do love the location. You know, it's got a fantastic nursery on the corner. Town is, you know, so close. But I am not feeling the love right now. Except for you, of course.
Oh, well, thanks very much.
Looks like you've proved to Hillary that the gap between what she wants and what she can actually afford in Hitchin is just too wide.
If they want to live in central Hitchin, this is actually a good option. Personally, I would much, much rather see them accept the reality, move a bit further out and buy themselves a bigger house. It's not what you had hoped for, but it is the reality.
Really? Okay.
We knew we were asking for an awful lot.
We did.
With the budget. It's a good effort. It's not right.
We're free to stretch the boundaries a little further.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bad luck, Phil. Your first viewing didn't go quite as well as mine.
Oh, you're all heart, my love.
Sandeep and Ruppreet loved the first property I showed them, but they're not alone. Other viewings have proved equally popular. I'd hate for them to lose out on a property again. So to give them a fighting chance of securing it, I'm putting a call in to the agent.
If there's any kind of activity in the next 24 hours, whether you could keep us posted.
Expressing interest means the agent's far more likely to keep you informed of any developments. If you like somewhere but are struggling to reach a decision, it's a useful way of gaining thinking time. We need to encourage them to look beyond their favoured postcodes. Ruislip's just 3 miles away. Houses are considerably cheaper here, and it offers much the same lifestyle as Pinner. So it's hard to see why it's one of Ruppreet's pink no-go areas.
Ruislip High Street. Have you ever been before?
We have been.
I think it has a lot to offer. Well, I'm not going to strong-arm you into looking at areas you're really genuinely not interested in looking at.
Yeah, I really like the High Street.
I'm not sure how we've missed this.
It might be something to do with maps and marker pens.
I think we're moving beyond that map now, to this cracking 1930s semi. It's cheaper and needs less work doing to it than Property 1, so I think this is a real contender for the top spot.
First impressions?
It looks like an obvious extension. We want it to look sort of natural.
Yeah. It's a bit of a random add-on, it looks like.
Top spot, Kirstie. Sounds like it's not even going to make their top 40.
Not a great start, admittedly. But this house does have a large open-plan kitchen, so Ruppreet could bring her cookery books out of early retirement, and with 2 bedrooms upstairs and 1 ensuite bedroom downstairs, they could certainly grow into it as a family home. All this, and it's 30 grand under budget, at just under £350,000.
That's massive.
Yeah.
It is big, isn't it? This house has got the potential for you to do more work, but a great big chunk of work has been done, and you can move in and just get on with things for the time being.
I like what they've done with it. But,
It's something I would want to do.
I think we could probably do a better job.
Can you imagine doing this to the last house we just saw?
Yeah, definitely.
And better.
Sandeep, why don't you go upstairs and have a look?
Okay.
And I will keep Madam down here. It's not my job to encourage you to max out your budget. The last house we saw, basically the best part of 380. And I just need to show you that it's possible not to spend that much money and have the work done and to be close to somewhere, which is really great.
This is too done.
No, I totally understand that.
Like, As in, if they'd maybe done the building work, but this is fully, like, you could move in tomorrow.
Of course they want to do work. They can live at home until the place is absolutely finished. But I do worry about them maxing out their budget.
So what do you think of it?
Upstairs, this is quite a large bedroom, but there's only 2 bedrooms upstairs. And they've added one downstairs, so I think they've added as much value as you can. I think it's a definite no-no.
Yeah, it's a no for us.
Still, it isn't the one for you?
Yeah,
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Worth seeing? Learned anything?
I think we already knew that we didn't want a house that had already been done up. So.
Okay. I made a mistake, okay? I've said it. Now, can we all move on?
Yeah.
Can we close the door on this? Right, okay.
Kirstie Allsopp admits to being wrong about something. That'll definitely be in the morning papers.
I beg to differ. The headline is actually Property One was a winner, which means you have a lot of catching up to do if you want to hold the front page.
It's a new day, and hopefully a new approach will get Hilary and Rob falling for a house, like they fell for each other. Hilary's agreed to look beyond her beloved Hitchin, but we don't want to scare her off by going too far afield just yet.
Just 10 minutes away and at the very edge of Hitchin are the pretty villages of Gosmore and St Hippolytes.
It's in St Hippolytes that we found this 3-bed semi.
This is what we're going to come and see. We are 2 miles from central Hitchin.
Yeah.
Yes.
We like this village anyway, from that point
It's
of
a
view.
big enough village that you're not totally isolated.
Yeah.
There's different things.
Well, let's go and see if it's a big enough house.
Okay.
The house is lighter and brighter than Property One, and with a large kitchen, diner and playroom, it feels like a more grown-up house for our fast-moving couple.
This house is a good example of how to decorate to maximise space and light. Upstairs, the bedrooms seem really spacious.
It's slightly over their 250 grand budget, but I'm confident we could do some work on the price.
It's very neutral, completely blank canvas.
I like it. I like the feel when you walk in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels much more open and brighter.
Through here you've got a kitchen which hasn't been there very long, that's modern. The improvement that I would do at some point is to knock through there.
Definitely.
I like it. That needs quite a lot of work.
It's more of a blank canvas, actually. You know, the ceilings, the walls, you know, all of that is all easily changeable here, and because you've got the space as well.
Hilary and Rob can certainly see the potential of this house. What are you going to pull out of your hat next, Phil?
It's quite a sweet garden out the back here, and it comes with its own pet white rabbit. In terms of the area, if this house was there, they're about 600,000 or 700,000.
They are, yeah.
Those ones right there.
I know, which is why I kind of never expected to find somewhere in Gosmore, actually, because...
Well, therein lies the issue, that this fence is the boundary. That house is in Gosmore, and this house is in St Hippolytes.
I bet you still say we're living to Gosmore, don't you?
No, I don't mind St Hippolytes. That's fine, that can work for me from a area point of view.
Well, much, much happier house hunters. They haven't been put off by the postcode boundary. They haven't been put off by doing bits and pieces of work to the house. So it's fingers crossed.
How are you feeling?
Not 100%, but I do like it. And I could definitely see the family living here.
So what do you reckon?
It's much, much more livable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm happy with it.
And having come 2 miles out of central Hitchin, you haven't got the jitters. You
no.
seem quite taken with it.
She doesn't seem to have a nosebleed, yeah.
No, I haven't got a nosebleed. Yeah, no, I'm fine with that, actually, because actually I can walk it.
It's good exercise.
Thank you.
Not that you need it.
Darling.
Thank you.
Sounds like a definite maybe to me.
I'm pretty sure I can do better, but it will mean pushing the search even further away from Hitchin. This week we're catching up with 2 searches, a pair of newlyweds who wanted their first home, and a growing family that were desperately seeking more space.
It's a search where girl power rules. The women are very much in the driving seat.
Rob and Hilary had exclusively set their sights on Hitchin, but we've taken those blinkers off to show them what they could get if they're prepared to look beyond Hitchin High Street.
After 7 months of house hunting, first-time buyers Sandeep and Ruppreet have experienced love at first sight with Property One. and I've yet to find a stronger house to steal their affections. But 2 heads are better than 1, so I've called in the cavalry.
We're in Northwood Hills, an area that's already had approval from Postcode Precious Reprete.
This 1930s semi is bigger and cheaper than Property 1, but it also needs more work. There are 3 good-sized bedrooms and a massive garden, which offers the perfect solution for updating and extending the small kitchen.
At just under $350,000, it's well within budget.
But is all this enough to supersede Property 1?
What you've got here is a really nice-sized front room.
What was going through your mind as we came up the road?
I think I was concerned that it's quite a busy road.
Every house has a compromise, but because you're opposite a playing field, not a house, the noise is not bounced into the house.
It's quieter than I thought it would be.
This is on at just under 350.
That's quite surprising.
If it wasn't on the road, if it was on the street behind, it would be £30,000–40,000 more.
This is what would be your dining area of your kitchen. Because you take down that wall, you'd have a kitchen diner across the back here. Should I take Sandeep upstairs?
You do that, lucky man.
Oh, Phil, you are so smutty.
You just make it too easy for me, Kirstie.
So, this is the larger of the 2 rooms.
It's a good size.
But it's not doing it for you, this house, is it?
I'm not falling in love with it, no.
This is the existing kitchen for a girl with 100 cookbooks, I understand. She needs a pretty special kitchen. You must be pretty keen to get that part of your life from marriage underway, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the fun part. As in, you know, we did all the hard work, like finding him, getting to know him and marrying him, and now the kind of fun, enjoying our lives together bit needs to start.
Ah, love's young dream.
There you are. How was your little talk?
Yeah, it was good.
And what did you think of upstairs?
Upstairs, yeah, it's nice. The master bedroom and the second bedroom is big.
The kitchen's still okay, but I think it'd be too much work because you'd have to
extend it.
Yeah,
out.
you'd have to extend in terms of building permission and build a proper extension. Whereas the first house, we could probably get away with kind of knocking a wall down and putting the conservatory on.
This house is too big a project. The last house was too small a project. Is this a Goldilocks moment?
It's not a definite no, but definitely at the moment, house 1 is just, I think, gone up a notch.
I'm heartened by the fact that I've come along, I've seen something that I think is fantastic, but Kirstie's found something that you prefer. So that's actually a great, great position to be in, and I can be comforted that she's performing okay.
I'm comforted that you're comforted. But in the meantime, are we fiddling while Rome burns? Should we just get on and buy house number 1?
Hilary has finally accepted she can't get enough house in Hitchin and be near her friends. So the next best option is to be near her sister in Bedford, where she will also get a much bigger house.
Bedford's 18 miles away, Phil. That's a far cry from Hitchin.
You can say that again, but the average house price in Bedford's around $224,000, which is $40,000 less than the average price in Hitchin. So there's definitely more space on offer for less money. We're taking them north into Bedfordshire and the village of Goldington. It's a massive gamble on my part, but the payoff is this stunning 1930s property with a few modern twists.
There are 3 spacious bedrooms upstairs and a study-cum 4th bedroom downstairs, which opens out onto a fantastic garden.
At just under $270,000, the house is 20 grand over budget, but we know the vendors are open to negotiation.
That's the one we're going to see.
Aha! I just try not to be seduced by the fact that there's blue sky and sunshine today. And
didn't you know? It's sunnier in Bedford than anywhere else. That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. That comes with the house.
Come on.
Nice try, Kirstie.
Well, I'm determined nothing is going to rain on our parade.
It's been extended in quite a number of different directions.
Wow. It's got the right balance for family life because there's 3 bedrooms upstairs, but it's got a lot of space downstairs.
Yeah, looks great.
Yeah.
Whilst I take Hilary upstairs, Phil and Rob get down to some serious business in the garden.
How will Hilary deal with Bedford? Can she move out and away from Hitchin?
Yeah, she'll have to. To get what we want, she'll have to, and she'll have to make the compromise. The good thing is, Bedford, all of her family are here,
It just seems to make an awful lot of sense.
Yeah.
Your life has altered incredibly quickly. Do you think that what you enjoyed in Hitchin was part of your old life?
I've already moved away from my old sort of social life.
Yeah.
My family is the most important thing now, and I suppose I just need to get my head around the fact that my priorities have changed. Now it's not me that's number one.
It looks like Hilary is ready to move on, but is this the house for her?
I like the house.
Big kitchen, separate living room for us.
I mean, the way it all
playroom
sort of
for the
flows
kids.
round actually is great. I know your heart doesn't rest in Hitchin like mine does, but equally, you've still spent 2 years building up a life there.
I know.
Are you going to be happy to leave
I'm going to spend the next 10 years living in Bedford, aren't I? That's what I mean.
Well, Rob's ready to make the move, but is Hilary?
Hilary actually said she's deciding to the fact that Bedford might work.
What an amazing turnaround! Hilary has gone from wanting to be within 20 yards of Hitchin High Street to being happy to consider moving 20 miles away.
Over in Harrow, Sandeep and Ruppreet haven't clocked up as many miles, but their journey has been just as surprising. They fell in love with the first house we showed them, but they're not alone, so just in case events conspire against us, I found them another option. We're in Eastcote, a small leafy pocket of Harrow, to see this 1930s semi. It's less of a project than Property 3, yet bigger and cheaper than Property 1, so I'm hoping it will be just right. There are 5 bedrooms on offer, including one in the loft with an ensuite bathroom and a kitchen ripe for renovation. It's under budget at $375,000, so it should appeal to our steady eddies.
They've already knocked through here.
I like the size of the rooms.
Yeah, it seems like there's, you know, massive amount of potential.
This is the kitchen. It would be something that you would knock through.
Yeah.
It'd be massive. So first impressions, I think, are really good.
Looks like we could have a winner.
That's a good size too.
Yeah. What do you think overall?
Yeah, I like the project it offers, and then I like the room sizes.
I like it, but there's just something in the back of my head. I just need more time to think about it, I guess.
Sounds like it's getting Ruppreet's vote.
But Sandeep is playing his cards very close to his chest.
Are we split between 2 houses? Does that wipe out number 1?
I think you're still a bit split.
Do you want to go back and see house number 1?
Should we go back?
I think we need to go back just to...
So it's fresh in our mind.
Back in Bedford, Rob and Hilary have asked to revisit Property 3, but this time the big boss is coming with us.
Nice to be back.
Yeah, it is actually.
Definitely.
Yeah. I was worried that I'd come back and it would be smaller, but it's not. It still feels really spacious.
What went through your minds and discussions overnight?
I had to really, really make sure I was comfortable leaving Hitchin. But I think, you know, we're good, aren't we?
Looks like smiles all round.
Let's hope those smiles stretch to North London, where our newlyweds are torn between 2 houses.
With Property 4 in Eastcote fresh in their minds, Ruppreet and Sandeep are heading back to their first love in North Harrow.
What do you feel?
I prefer this, I think.
That was a short-lived love with your other house.
Yeah, I think coming back to here, just...
This still feels more Harrow.
Whereas this is what I think we're used to. We've always grown up in quite an urban area. Maybe that's why
That's
I'm
what's pulling me to the other house, is that lifestyle change from this one, even though it's only a few miles away.
It started out as a search about location, but it now boils down to the level of work they're prepared to take on board.
It's a smaller project, this one.
This is a smaller project, yeah.
Which is why it's safer in the short term as well.
But I still think that is probably too big for us.
It is too big for us.
And we would have to do probably more work on that.
We would.
Their very conservatism has led them to be in a great financial position because they have done exactly what they should have done. So, of course, that's part of their character. It's going to influence the house they buy.
Are you any clearer?
I think it's this one.
Yeah, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh, that was decisive.
Well, I
Went upstairs, Sandeep had a word, and you came downstairs convinced it was this house.
We felt something quite strong the first
straight
day.
away.
Yeah.
We did say that we like this, so...
I was just teasing you. You have to know that what you've got is the best of what's available and it suits you better than anything else. And this does. Now we have to secure it for the price you want to pay for it. And that's the next stage.
Yeah.
Right.
Just like Rob, Sandeep has jumped into the driver's seat, so now we have to help steer the search across the finishing line. And back in Bedford, that's exactly what I'm trying to do for Rob and Hilary.
Well, no great surprises that you love the house. I think that much is clear.
Yes.
What do you want to do about it?
I think we'd like to make an offer.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. You see it as your home?
Definitely.
Yes, definitely. It's not a house, it's a home for us.
Yeah.
OK, well, let's talk figures. They're asking $269,000, and I just can't see that. It can't be worth any more than $250, not in today's market. What I'd suggest is we go in at $243. We'll just see where we get to.
OK.
The house is on the market for $270,000, so going in 27 grand less is pretty bold, but it'll kick-start the negotiations and would certainly keep the stamp duty to a minimum.
Tony, hi there, it's Phil Spencer. We've got a couple here. They can offer flexibility in terms of the completion date.
If Rob and Hilary pay £1 over 250 grand for the house, the stamp duty will rise from 1% to 3%, adding an extra £5,000 to the final price of the house. So it's vital that we get it for under £250,000.
I'm really struggling to come up with a value that's anything like your asking price. So the offer that I've got is $243. Thank you. Cheers. Bye. He's going to ring them straight away. He's good. He's on the ball.
As Phil tries to seal his deal, we've discovered that an offer has been made on the property Sandeep and Rupert fell in love with. So we've got to think smart and move fast.
It is disappointing that another offer has been made. There's probably nothing to be gained from coming in low because we're going to get the offer turned down.
I wanted to go in at 360.
365?
Yeah, we could go to 365.
366?
Weirdly, 366 is probably a really good idea because it sounds psychologically you've pushed it.
Yeah, we want it for 366.
Yeah, we want it.
Lauren, it's Kirstie. How are you? I've got an offer to make. They have instructed me to make an offer on their behalf of $366,000. Are you able to tell me whether that I have put clear blue water between us and the other offer? Thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate it. OK, bye. When I said, have we put clear blue water between us and the other people, she said it's in the same region.
Phil and I have both got offers on the table now, so we all have to play the waiting game.
Hi, Tony. How'd you get on? Can you just bear with me? Just hold, stay there, and we'll try and sort this out right now. They want to hold out for 250. He said you might get it for 248, 249, but probably not. That wouldn't happen right away. So either we go, okay, 245, best and final, or we take time out now.
Tell him we'll pay 245. Final offer. That's it. If not, we'll look elsewhere.
Okay. Happy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Tony, I've got my instructions. I'll have a best and final offer of 245. It's on the table. Make of it what you will. Cheers. Bye. The ball's in their court. They want to come back. You've made a great offer. They want to come back to you and accept it. Terrific. We'll talk about it.
So even more waiting for Rob and Hilary. But over in Harrow, it looks like Sandeep and Rupert won't be kept hanging on for much longer.
Lauren? Hello. Yes! Thanks, Lauren. That's fantastic. Bye. Congratulations. I'm going to have to give you a kiss now. Oh, that is amazing. That is incredible. Thank you.
The waiting game has paid off. Sandeep and Rupert's offer of $366,000 has been accepted, and finally they've got their first home together. 12 months on, and we're back to catch up with them to see if it was happily ever after in Harrow and what a difference a year makes. They got the keys to their home just 8 weeks after their offer was accepted.
We finished work a bit early that day, and walked down, and it was really sunny that day. And it was a great feeling putting your key in the door and opening the door up for the first time. It's like, oh, it's actually ours.
It's taken them over a year, but after completely transforming the property, they finally moved in 2 weeks ago.
Initially, we started gutting out the house ourselves, so ripped out.
More like you started gutting it out yourself.
Ripped out the carpets, took down the wallpaper, took off the plaster, extended out into the garden, changed all the windows, replumbed the whole house, rewired.
Built a wet room.
Redecorated.
There's actually nothing left. The only thing left is the staircase.
The project took them twice as long as they expected, but they've created the most spectacular home. And their attention to detail has definitely paid off.
The black and white theme we kind of wanted to do from the beginning because it was a very 1930s Art Deco kind of feel, and then we chose sort of 3 colours that we thought we'd just run through the whole house, which made it a lot easier.
Because the house is very white, we needed sort of those bright colours to just set it off a bit.
We're happy with the result, which was the main thing.
After over a year of hard graft, it seems they've left the biggest job until last.
Repeat has lots and lots and lots of shoes and handbags. But luckily we've made a space in the loft just to store all their shoes and handbags.
I don't think a girl can ever have too much space. We also got separate sinks, separate like dressing areas, everything's split in half because he's quite messy. So I'm really like happy about not sharing a sink with him. It's like the best ever.
I'm impressed. In just 2 weeks, they've already perfected the fine art of couple cohabitation. And there's certainly enough space for Repeat to put those recipes to good use.
I think we definitely feel like a proper grown-up married couple now.
Yeah, a lot more responsibility now. Have to pay a mortgage.
Had to buy a Hoover. That was great grown up, wasn't it?
They both clearly love their new home. But has Repeat made her peace with her new postcode?
We couldn't have had the house that we have now if we got the location we wanted. We would have run out of money.
I would see us living here for a long time. This could be our one and only house.
I don't think the postcode really made much difference in the end.
Fantastic. A first home that could be their forever home. It's happily ever after in Harrow. But back in Bedford, Hilary and Rob were not home yet. With their offer of $245,000 on the table, they had an anxious wait ahead. Hilary and Rob have decided to up their offer on the Bedford home to $249,000. After a tense afternoon waiting, I finally had some news.
Hi Phil, it's Rob. Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, very good. I have some exciting news. 249 has been accepted.
Oh my god!
Get in.
Wow.
The property is off the market and the deal is yours as of right now.
Oh,
Brilliant.
fantastic.
That's excellent news. That's really, really
thank
good
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Phil.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
It's in.
It was a great result, and since then, I've heard tale of a happy home for a growing family.
Just over a year ago, we were on the hunt for Hilary and Rob. They were desperate for more space, and in the end, decided to compromise on location in order to get it. I've come back to meet the new addition and find out if life in Bedford's come up trumps. Anybody home? Hey, Rob and Alexis, welcome. Hello. It's a giggle to welcome me to the door. How lovely. Hello. Hi. Oh, look at you both.
Good to see you.
And you very well. Who's this?
The bouncing Sheridan.
Hello, Sheridan. You bounce into my arms. Well, what a busy house you must have.
Oh, absolutely.
Hey?
Life never stands still here, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And they certainly haven't wasted any time putting their personal touch on this fabulous family home.
Such a lovely house. I was so pleased you bought it.
Yeah, us too.
I know it was a bit of an upheaval out of Hitchin, but it was such a lovely house.
Yeah,
it's well worth it. Yeah. We don't regret it.
No,
whatsoever.
not at all.
Hilary clearly relishes the buzz of a hectic life, and it's been a manic 12 months for the whole family.
It's been something of a busy period, hasn't it, Rob? I mean, all the things that people say don't do together, I think you've done all at the same time. Move house, new area, new daughter.
No, it's a challenge, but it's well worth it. It's brilliant. You know, the house is everything we wanted. 2 beautiful kids.
Yeah.
You know, things really do start looking up.
I imagine Hilary keeps you busy, got lots of jobs on. The house is looking fantastic.
There's always a little list of, oh, I didn't like that toilet roll holder, can we change this? Or the decking needs to be screwed down. The tree needs to be totally chopped, it's all diseased. Just
all the responsibilities of having a lovely big house that needs looking after.
I know.
It does look terrific, though.
Yeah, I enjoy the work, and you know, when you do it, you do reap the rewards.
Yeah.
I always thought this house would work for the family. The playroom is perfect for 2 young kids, a chill-out space for mum and dad, and a fantastic garden for relaxing in.
Thank you. I've reconnected with lots of old school friends as well that have now got children and settled down, and
You've got the space if they come around here for barbecues and picnics. And,
I know this seems to be the favourite house at the moment.
I'm not surprised. It is a very
My
lovely...
food bill's gone up the roof, but hey.
But this is all a far cry from the Hilary I met last year. I'm itching to find out if Hitchin and the high life has been happily left behind.
Well, you look, all of you, so happy and settled. Even though, and I keep casting my mind back to when we first met and you said to me, I'll compromise on the house, but I will not be moving from Hitchin.
I know. But then I think realising what we could get for our money in Hitchin and the lifestyle that I wanted to lead, they just didn't add up.
No.
Life had really changed for me, you know, there was no kind of going shopping in boutiques anymore. Buying handbags and shoes, it was which was the best nappy bag to buy and which were the most comfortable shoes to buy for walking with the pram.
So from fancy footwear to family first, Hilary's shifting priorities have meant ditching Hitchin might not have been such a compromise after all.
My mum has been an absolute blessing, but having my sister right on my doorstep, I see her and my little niece Grace every week, and that's really great. I mean, there was a couple of sticky moments there when I was heavily pregnant and I could just make a quick phone call and she was here in 2 minutes to be able to help me. I would have never had that in Hitchin, you know?
So Bedford looks like a long-term base for this blossoming family. They've really come a long way in a short space of time.
So you lived here almost a year now.
Yeah, that's
right. Does it feel settled? Does it feel home?
Yeah, it does.
Definitely, we love it. Absolutely love it. There's nothing will change.
No, well, we've kind of got everything on our doorstep.
It does really seem to me as though you've got ticks in all the important boxes.
I know, it's great, it's perfect. Well, the thing is, this is us now for hopefully the next 10 years, isn't it? If not more. So...
You've got room for a few more of these.
Oh.
No. We're going to fall out.
When we first met, both our couples were postcode picky, but in the end decided to compromise in order to get the house they wanted. So I'm delighted to come back and find that not only is everyone happy and settled in their new areas, but the homes they've created have more than lived up to expectations. And that's what I call a happy ending.
This week, we're back to see 2 sets of first-time buyers who were after their own slice of the London pie.
There's nowhere for me to have a vanity desk.
Size matters.
Generous portions don't come cheap.
It's not for you to be providing accommodation for your friends.
And there was also the question of taste.
Maybe for me, a little bit boring.
Oh, come on.
Would they grasp that in this city, it had to be compromise with a capital C?
You are asking the world, Matt, let me tell you!
House hunting in the capital.
capital is not for the faint-hearted. Apart from anything else, 500 yards in the wrong direction could cost you 100 grand.
With tight budgets and long wish lists, there's only one word that springs to mind, and it's a house finder's favourite: compromise. This week, we're catching up with two sets of first-time buyers who were both determined to find a capital first home in their favourite areas. Matt and Louise were searching north of the river, and our other pair were keen to stay south in their current stomping ground of Balham. Together for 3 years, Sarah and Ian were over-renting and desperate to buy a home in the area where they'd had their first incredibly romantic encounter.
It was a normal night out in Balham. The bus was coming to the stop and it screeched a bit and I got a nudge in the back of me. I was like, what's that? And I thought, oh, you're nice. And got off and Sarah followed me into the night.
You followed me?
Well, it was sort of blossomed from there.
Working in financial services meant these two would put in long hours in the city, but they knew how to unwind and were on first-name terms with the barman at their favourite cocktail bar. They liked the highball life, but Ian was a bit of a wheeler-dealer at heart.
I guess people that know me would agree that I do love a bargain, whether it's a drink, a restaurant, you know, getting a cheap holiday at a late deal. I suppose in an ideal world it would be nicer to transfer that to buying a house, and with the help of Phil and Kirstie, perhaps they can find us a bargain.
I hope so.
Well, there's nothing I like more than bagging a bargain, especially when it's on my own patch of South London.
So, Balham, you're now living the dream lifestyle. Your dream lifestyle is here in Balham.
We do love it here now, but I think when it comes to buying a house, it would be rolling with my head and not my heart.
How long have you actually been looking?
About 6 months.
How many have you actually been into?
One.
One. How does that work out?
We wanted to get all our finances in place. I didn't want to go and find my dream property and then go, oh dear, Mr. Mortgage Man won't give me a mortgage.
In a nutshell, then, what are we looking for?
I would quite like some outside space. It would be a deal breaker if you showed me an open plan kitchen lounge.
Close to transport. I've never been more than, say, 7 minutes from a tube. I'll push it to 10.
The reality is we're going to have to widen the search. Your budget, or it's a sizable amount of money, £250,000, but Balham is a very popular spot, and that doesn't buy a very big flat. Yes, I'll show you flats in Balham, but we're going to need to widen it.
Sarah and Ian have £270,000 to find a flat with 2 bedrooms and a separate kitchen, within easy reach of transport links in the Balham area. Our other pair are also looking for their first home in pricey areas. Louise and Matt have been together 4 years, but their search is hampered by the fact that Louise works in events management in London and Matt works as a chartered surveyor in Lincolnshire. In fact, they've rarely lived in the same place.
I was in Scotland and he was in London, and then I moved to London and Matt moved to Surrey, and then decided it wasn't far enough and then moved to Stamford. We're jumping in with both feet, going from never living together to actually owning a property together, so don't do anything by halves.
Matt and Louise can only spend weekends together, usually at Louise's house share in Balham, where Matt has his own set of drawers. But the South London location is making their time together even shorter.
Friday night traffic is just awful. There's that moment where Louise will phone me and I'll say, I'm just north of the river, I'm about to cross the bridge, and I'll be heading south, and then she'll phone me half an hour later and go, how far have you gone? And it will be half a mile.
It would be nice to have our weekends back, wouldn't it? Really?
Yeah.
A move north of the river means Matt could cut his journey by at least an hour. Precious time together is being spent property searching, but they haven't even been able to settle on an area.
There's nothing particularly drawing us to one specific spot because we've got family or we went to school there.
For you, it has to be North London, but there's lots of different areas. It's not that we have to be in one particular area of North London, so it is a bit like a needle in a haystack.
Too true. Having a wide search area may seem to give you more options, but focusing on where you want to be is an important first step to getting the right property.
Between them, Matt and Louise have been saving for 8 years and have a healthy sounding budget of £380,000. But for that, they're expecting a lot, and Kirstie's never one to mince her words.
I know quite a lot about what you guys are looking for, and I'm thinking, how can I help?
You just show us the way. I think this is where we've been going wrong. I think what we want doesn't exist.
I think when we listed things, we both came up with location and transport links are the top ones. Our preference would be 2 bedrooms. Our compromise is going to be the outside space.
All the stuff about location, I'm with you. But to be frank, Matt, I'm not sure that outside space is enough of a compromise.
Okay.
I think we can draw in outside space and see where that gets us. But I think we may need to draw in the second bedroom as well.
So we're looking for a 1-bedroom.
With no outside space.
Oh, thank you.
Definitely no punches pulled there, Kirstie.
The only thing that's given us a direction as to where to buy in London has been my commute out.
Right. This is the M25.
Yes.
And basically you need to easily access this sort of...
Exactly where your 2 fingers are, yeah. Either the M11 or the M1 to get out.
Yeah.
So I could come out of Chiswick very easily, or I could come out of North East London.
Yeah.
It seems shocking that even with a budget of £380,000, Matt and Louise will struggle to find a 2-bedroom flat with entertaining space, outside space and curb appeal in North London, or anywhere with an upmarket, villagey feel and a fast route out to the north of London.
You're in Clover this week.
I am not in Clover.
You are.
No, I am not.
You are, absolutely.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I have had to manage their expectations. I went in there and I cut them down. I said, it's only 1 bedroom and you can forget outside space.
OK, maybe we've both got it tough. We might be searching on opposite sides of the river, but although Kirstie's north and I'm south, we're not really poles apart in terms of challenge. Staying close to the cocktail bars of Balham is going to cost Ian and Sarah. It's one of the priciest postcodes in South London with a plethora of popular restaurants and bars.
Add in great transport links for commuting to the city and a buzzy town centre, and it's clear why these guys love this area. They're not the only ones to have fallen for Balham's charms.
I think it's a lovely place to live. You only walk away from a tube or a train or a bus.
Oh, it's perfect. You've got the pub down there, Bedford, very notable place. There's a cinema over there. You've got all sorts of little wine bars as well, so it's great.
Loads of bars, loads of restaurants, so loads of people mingling.
But a 2-bedroom flat in Balham costs around a whopping £370,000. That'd blow Sarah and Ian's budget out the window, so I'm going to hold off showing them properties in Balham for now. In order to get the space they want, the only thing we can do is move a mile down the road.
Tooting is south of Balham, and it's an area that is still on the rise. Sarah and Ian will get way more house for their money here if they can bear to leave Balham behind.
If your cash can't buy what you want where you want it, then it could be time to stretch the search. Board a bus or take a train to the fringes of your favourite area, and you might find some real property gems. They could have character and more space than you've ever dreamt of at a fraction of the price.
This first property is on a pretty street and it's close to the tube, so if nothing else, it satisfies Ian's 10-minute rule.
Initial thoughts of here?
Tick. So far.
OK, 2 stops away from Balham. It's not the end of the world, is it?
No, not at all. I guess it will all depend on size. Size matters.
Yeah.
Size matters. Let's have a look.
Good start, Pip. Maybe Balham isn't such a big deal after all. This 2-bedroom flat has the living space arranged over 2 levels, and there's a separate kitchen, which should please Sarah, who's keen to shut the door on the dirty dishes. It's on the market for just under £260,000, which is well within their budget.
I'm keen to show them how much space they get out here in Tooting, because there's a fair amount of it in this flat.
Here we are. Up the top of the stairs.
Dining space. Another tick.
We get a...
You're on a roll.
You've got a dining room.
You've got a dining room. Come on up.
Come. I like the split level thing. I like the idea of dining there and then coming here with a glass of wine and just chilling out here afterwards.
It's an upside-down flat in that your bedrooms are beneath us.
OK.
I guess from Sarah's point of view, you just have to be careful when you bring me breakfast in bed as you're going down the stairs, but...
Hopeful, isn't he?
Ever hopeful. Why don't the 2 of you go and have a look at the bedrooms yourselves?
OK.
Yeah.
And I'll catch up with you in the kitchen.
There's nowhere for me to have a vanity desk. Be a squeeze down in the corner.
You can have a vanity desk in the spare room because it's only literally next door.
Yeah.
Spare bedroom.
On a par with what we have now, I'd say. Slightly smaller. You could fit a futon in there, though.
Yeah.
Welcome to my kitchen.
Oh, it's very nice. I love the lounge and that layout. Really do.
I don't love it. Do you remember what we said? We said we want a place that we'd be proud to bring our parents to and that our friends would be jealous about.
Yeah.
I don't think our friends would be jealous of this place.
This is going to be a really tricky search if I've got to please their friends as well. This week, we're back with two sets of house hunters who were ready to take the plunge into the fast-paced waters of the London property market, but on opposite sides of the river. Sarah and Ian's perfect patch, Balham, was too pricey for what they wanted, so we were stretching the search area. Our other house hunters were Matt and Louise. With Matt working in Lincolnshire, they only saw each other at weekends, so wanted to make the move to North London to shorten his commute and have more quality time together. Their budget was £380,000, but they'd set their sights on West Hampstead and Belsize Park, some of North London's pricier postcodes. After a lot of hard work, we found them a property in their #1 area of West Hampstead.
I think I'm onto a winner here, and Phil's come along to see how it's done. West Hampstead is in a leafy part of northwest London and has the villagey feel Matt and Louise are after, with all the shops, bars and restaurants they could hope for on their doorstep.
It's great for Louise's commute into the city and is also easy for Matt to get out of London. He could be on the M1 heading out of town in under 10 minutes.
So, how's this for a starter location?
It looks good. It sounds good. A nice location up to the town.
Yeah.
And it's a nice quiet street.
It's a lovely quiet street.
This Victorian conversion has a decent-sized kitchen, sitting room and garden. The compromise here is that there's only one bedroom. It's on the market at 375 grand, which is 5 grand under their maximum budget, and I think curb appeal could swing it.
So, what we've got here is a separate sitting room and kitchen. It's a one-bed flat,
Okay.
but it does have a garden.
Oh.
Jolly good.
What we have here is a real cook's kitchen. A big... Oh, your face lit up, Louise.
Do you think it's big enough for you now?
Yes and no. I mean, the kitchen's lovely. The kitchen's a really good size. My only concern is if we do have friends to stay, there's not a lot of space for things like a sofa bed or...
Well, it's not for you to be providing accommodation for your friends. You're not a B&B. You've got so many priorities which have got to come higher in your day-to-day life.
Hearing you say it, it sounds very obvious, but it's actually just having heard it said, you know, why are we putting our friends above ourselves?
This flat works for them now, but with only one bedroom, I'm worried they may soon outgrow it.
I think it's an absolutely lovely flat, but I also can't help thinking it would be nice to see you buy a two-bed flat now on perhaps not such a pretty street.
We're willing to compromise on the number of bedrooms or the outside space, but I think that curb appeal, the pretty street, it's easier to sell when we come to sell, and it attracts us, unfortunately.
Curb appeal is one thing, but they are going to be living in the flat they buy. And Matt will only be here 2 days out of 7. So does that mean that what Louise thinks matters more?
When we came in, Matt did some of this on the wall and sort of... Are you worried that he might go over the top with the head stuff?
I think he's just anxious. I mean, obviously, we're putting a lot of money into this. I think I'm strong enough, and I think he does say that he thinks ultimately I will have the final say.
Ooh, does he?
Yes, he does.
OK, I like the idea of Matt bowing to your decision-making powers.
I'm sure you do, but I'm not certain this one's got either of them on their knees.
It's a bit square and boring. It could be made more interesting.
You could landscape it.
I could definitely landscape it.
In today's market, more than ever, it is vital to plan for the future. But you have to walk before you can run. This could well be the right choice for Matt and Louise for now.
So, what do you think?
It's a good flat. I love the kitchen. I love the fact it's really nice and big.
It may be, for me, a little bit boring. I'm not asking the world, but it's just...
You are asking the world! You are asking the world, Matt, let me tell you!
I just think it misses the wow factor. Is that what you're...
Well, I think it would tick all my boxes from a boring practical point of view.
And where the wow factor clashes with about 3 of the other criteria, which is why I slightly overreacted and looked panicked when you said about wow factor, because I was like...
No, I think it's you are just
opening my eyes to what the reality is.
So this is a maybe, Yeah.
Yes, a very definite maybe.
A definite maybe. We like definite maybes.
I take it all back, Kirstie. Maybe you're not in Clover after all.
I told you.
Fellow first-timers Sarah and Ian weren't convinced by the first property they viewed in Tooting. They're looking for a more impressive house for their money, so I'm taking them to Streatham Hill. This area's not quite another Balham yet, but it's on its way. What they'll find here is a lot more space, and maybe even a cafe or wine bar too.
This flat certainly packs a punch. If it's space they want, it's got bags inside and out, but there's a compromise, and it's an open plan kitchen. It's on just under £280,000, but we've heard the vendor might accept 270, which would bring it in bang on budget.
There's a bit more space to cover, so I've got Kirstie along to help.
Lovely big light living room here.
Ooh, I like it.
Something that we talked about when we first met was...
Yeah, but you can put a door in.
It's tiny.
It is open-ish at the moment. There's no dishwasher.
She's here.
Oh, you are so dead.
To compensate for the small kitchen and slightly dodgy jokes, I'm hoping Sarah will be more impressed by the outdoor space.
It's a proper vista.
Yeah, it's Mary Poppinsville, isn't it?
Yeah,
on the chimney
really
tops.
is. Phil said outside space, this is something that's on the wish list. But is the outside space really something you're going to use?
I think we would need to do stuff to this before there's a jealousy factor. I think I need to have a serious think if this appeals to me more than having a larger kitchen.
Get ready for the screech of brakes, Phil. I think your house hunters are about to throw a U-turn.
And then up here, we've got the second bedroom.
OK. Yeah, the first thing I thought was, wow, this is big. Do we need it? Question mark.
If it didn't have a second bedroom at all,
yeah,
that'd be all right?
Other boxes obviously would have to be ticks.
That's something for me to think about. 1 bed, 2 beds.
Yeah.
Like many first-time buyers, Sarah and Ian have been surfing properties online. There is no substitute for getting through the doors. When you see properties in the flesh, what you thought you want can change.
Well, there you are.
Planning your escape off the roof terrace?
Not far off, actually. I do not want to be searching for the flat based on the nearest cocktail bar.
Oh dear, you are down in the mouth.
She came out, she said she wanted a roof terrace to make her friends jealous.
I'm actually feeling quite chipper about it because I've been looking for a 2-bed flat and it turns out here they don't want to pay for the second bedroom because they don't really need it. So I can show them 1 beds. So my world has actually, my options have opened up.
I prefer the other place, the first place we saw, because I'm more familiar with the area.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
How'd you get on in there?
A lot that's lovely about it.
Yeah.
But a lot that the property has that we would sacrifice to be not necessarily in Balham, but maybe in Tooting Bec.
Personally, looking at somewhere in Streatham, I wasn't envisaging viewing a place that was full whack.
I'm hearing to come to Streatham, I need dancing girls and
Exactly.
James Bond's flat. 00 Can is what he's looking for. Can you provide that?
I can, actually.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to be here to see the Dancing Girls 007. I know. If I'd known there was that kind of an attraction, I'd have put off my other house hunts.
This pair are proving hard to thrill. Clearly, it's going to take more than a roof terrace to tempt them out here.
My search for a 2-bedroom property for Matt and Louise has brought us to Crouch End. They've looked here before and liked its bohemian hustle and bustle. Matt's commute would be easy from here, but in the absence of a tube line, they thought Louise would struggle, so they rejected it. But I think we found a property that can make them look at it with fresh eyes.
I love Crouch End. We did love it, but it was just the transport.
7 minutes walk from here is Hornsey train station, which takes you directly into central London.
If it is something that is so accessible to get to and from work and central London, then definitely possibility.
Sounds promising. Well done, Kirstie.
By coming to this part of Crouch End, we've found them a 2-bedroom flat that has almost everything they've asked for, including the wow factor. It's on the market for just shy of £390,000. That's 10 grand over budget, but the agent has hinted a deal could be done.
You've got a really nice sized sitting room.
It's a lovely room.
Yeah,
It's
nice high
nice,
ceilings,
again.
nice bay window.
I love the stained glass.
The kitchen is smaller than in property 1, but if they wanted to create more space, they could extend out into the good-sized garden.
You can see how far next door have extended their conservatory.
OK, that's got potential.
If if you are happy to stay here, what are you thinking, Louise?
I like it. I really like it. It's the separately spaces. When you come in, it's a bit like a TARDIS. You come through and there's so much more space at the back.
The only thing that's counting against it is the curb appeal side of it.
Yeah.
The street's slightly shabby, but in that case, it can only go one way.
Yep,
Up,
that
I
is
hope.
true. Up. Oh, no, God, yes, yeah. Can only go one way.
This could be a great flat for Matt and Louise, and while it's not quite future-proof, they could live here happily for the next 5 years. Surely they won't let the lack of curb appeal put them off such a strong contender.
So, 2 flats, a definite maybe this morning, but has this flat knocked the other one into the long grass?
I don't think completely. I think this definitely, it's completely different, isn't it? Because, I mean, it's brought us back to Crouch End, which is an area I've always really liked.
It is cheaper. We're getting a big 2-bedroom property here with a garden and room to grow.
I think the answer is you've got a lot to think about. Don't have a sleepless night because you will need your wits about you tomorrow.
Oh, Kirstie, they're bound to have a sleepless night now. It's a new day, and overnight Sarah and Ian have had a radical rethink about their priorities. After viewing the roof-terraced pad in Streatham Hill, they decided that they really don't need 2 bedrooms after all. My next property is a gem. It's a perfect fit for their new criteria. Streatham Hill may not be their #1 location, but we're still only a couple of miles away from their favourite cocktail bars in Balham. I've got a master plan for this next option. Yesterday, Kirstie talked about needing dancing girls to bring these 2 to Streatham, and I'm confident this plush pad delivers all the bling they could wish for. It's got 2 double bedrooms and a massive garden with room for a hot tub. Now that would make their friends green. An open-plan kitchen was a deal-breaker, but I'm not worried one jot. It's on the market at just under £280,000, but I want to show it to them as a previous offer of £260 was accepted and subsequently fell through.
Now, what do you think this is?
Ooh.
I reckon it's open plan.
It
is very nice. Very nicely finished.
Beautiful while it's nice and clean and tidy. It's my ideal kitchen.
What would you say? What would you say if this wasn't the living room?
Wow, OK. Now...
What would you say if this was just the kitchen?
I would be very, very impressed.
Yeah?
Ding!
In actual fact, this is a 2-bedroom flat.
OK.
And they are using it as a 2-bedroom flat with a open-plan living kitchen. However, you just put your sofa in one of the bedrooms and call this the kitchen, and you have a very, very smart 1-bedroom flat.
It is beautiful. Absolutely stunning.
You could stick a sofa in either of these 2 rooms and leave the kitchen just for cooking and dining. But Ian has other plans.
I'm thinking pool table, dartboard, beer fridge, get the lads round and have
a football.
Yeah, definitely. I'm guessing that wasn't what you were thinking.
Absolutely no way.
Well, this is going remarkably well. In fact, I'm feeling a little smug about this. I can find dancing girls anywhere, even in Streatham Hill, it turns out.
So what's it to be? All very positive in there.
It is positive. I think it would shoot straight to the maybe list. Definitely.
Oh, come on.
That's progress.
Ian!
Well, I only say it because if you'd heard our conversations last night, then it was very much Streatham out. I mean, this has thrown a right spanner in the works with just 1 property to go, so it's...
You've given us all singing, all dancing, and I love it.
Yeah.
Good.
And for me, it's a 98% contender.
But it's not a knockout for Ian, even though it is the perfect pad for him and his mates. Seconds out for round 2.
We're back with 2 sets of London house hunters. Both were after first homes in pricey postcodes. As ever, it was the age-old question. How much were they prepared to trade in order to achieve their dreams of owning their own homes? City workers, Ian and Sarah, were hankering after Balham, and I had to stretch them on area. I thought I'd delivered the jealousy factor they were dreaming of with Property 2 in Streatham Hill, but Ian was proving a tough man to please.
You've inspired me to take a chance with Matt and Louise. They've been searching for over a year without success. The most important location consideration for them is that Matt's weekly commute from London to Lincolnshire should be as quick as possible. After looking at 2 properties in North London, I'm shaking things up a bit and moving the search to another area they said they'd consider, Chiswick.
You're being brave. I only moved area by a couple of miles. That's a different part of London altogether.
But this area really works for Matt. With the M4 so close, he could be heading out of London in 5 minutes. And I've had a bit of luck. We've managed to find them the biggest property yet, with curb appeal and wow factor.
We've seen a big flat in a scruffy area. We've seen a small flat in a really nice area.
Yeah.
This flat is the one that doesn't have any outside space.
OK. Chiswick's got lots of green space. We're on a nice quiet street.
And we can't have everything.
No, we can't.
No.
This split-level Victorian conversion does have a lot, though. 2 double bedrooms, a mezzanine kitchen, a massive sitting room, and it's bang on budget at £379,950, having been recently reduced from £400,000. It's generating a lot of interest.
So, this is the front room.
Yeah, the high ceilings are great. There's a real good feeling of space with that up to that mezzanine floor where the kitchen and dining room
Very
are.
nice and open, which
Yeah.
is nice. You don't feel cramped at all,
Yes.
which is really good.
That's a good start, and they've not even seen the best bit yet.
Here we are on top of the world.
OK. And a whole other aspect to the property.
Yeah. Oh, it's really lovely having the kitchen and the dining overlooking.
Yes, really nice.
Really nice.
It's all here, it's all working, it all looks good.
Yeah.
I think Matt and Louise have fallen for this place, and who could blame them?
Matt is the most eagle-eyed house hunter I've ever had. What I hope is that if there are any problems, he will just forge through them and realise that in the great scheme of things, they're not that big a deal.
Do you think the fitted wardrobe would come out if you wanted it to?
It looks like it's falling apart along the top anyway.
Something for a Sunday for you.
Something to keep
If
you
you
out
don't
of
have a
trouble.
garden to keep you entertained, you can...
This flat is in move-in condition, but there are enough little jobs to keep Matt busy at the weekends.
What do you think?
The bedrooms are both great sizes, both decent doubles.
It's got a really good feel, this flat, a really warm feel.
This morning, you had a choice between 2 properties which were very different. Now, a third property has been injected into the proceedings. Has this crystallised anything?
This morning I was toying up with, was it area or was it the property? And I couldn't decide, whereas now we've got this one where we almost have both.
In my mind, there is a clear leader. It just requires a bit of thought over a cup of coffee as to see how...
Caffeine-induced fault, I think.
If there's a
Do
clear
you want
leader.
to go for a cup of coffee and sit down and talk it all through and make lists and...
Yes.
Well done. The promise of more space has got Matt and Louise considering a whole new area.
While Sarah and Ian seem willing to sacrifice space for location.
Sarah loved the Streatham party pad, but we've found something back in Balham that they just have to see. We've searched over 40 properties in Balham, and this one is head and shoulders above the rest.
Okie dokie, well, this is your patio, garden chair, and your own front door.
It's a lower ground flat in their dream location, but there's a big compromise. This is almost 200 square feet less than the biggest of the Streatham properties. Having seen what they can get elsewhere, will the size on offer here be enough for them? Phil, you're pushing your luck. That's another open plan kitchen.
This flat is £5,000 over their budget, but the vendors need to sell fast, so I'm confident they'd accept a lower offer.
Wow.
This is the best one-bedroom flat on the market in Balham at the moment.
Yeah, I can see why, definitely.
I like it. I love it.
Although I've shut the doors, that's the kitchen.
Wow.
It's nice.
It's small and I don't care.
It's also slightly open plan. Do you care about that?
No, it's definitely got doors.
And all of a sudden, it's open plan. Oh, gosh. Who would have thought? So go and have a look at the bedroom, bathroom, and take a bit of time to think it through.
Wow. I was not expecting that.
No, I really like it. I was taken by surprise.
I love it. And we're on our doorstep.
This has got so much more space than I was expecting.
Sarah loves this place. It's written all over her face. She seems to have forgotten all about impressing her friends.
It's very spacious. Again, we've seen a lot smaller than this, haven't we?
This is the smallest flat we've shown them, but it's having the biggest impact.
Really impressed.
Yeah.
Having come from somewhere that was 2 bedrooms, massive garden, all the bells and whistles, to 1 bed, low ground, no garden, open plan kitchen.
Well, there's space out there. There's a bench.
I think because of the unexpected space that we've got here, personally, it doesn't matter.
There's no room for a pool table here, but that hasn't deterred Ian, or his desire for a bargain.
It's on at 275. There is some flexibility in that because the people who own it have already had an offer accepted on where they want to buy up in North London. So they're kind of under the cosh a bit.
Scope for a bit of a deal then?
Definitely.
Brilliant.
This flat's really crystallised their dilemma, and it's all about the location. They both love it, but are they ready to give up all that lovely space in Streatham?
Take the night to think about it. Meanwhile, I make a call to the agent and say, look, they are seriously thinking about this overnight. I'll come back to you first thing in the morning.
OK. This is the smallest of all the properties I've shown them, but is it enough? If Sarah and Ian do decide they want the Balham flat, we'll need to act smart before someone else snaps it up.
Back in Chiswick, and after a cup of coffee, Matt and Louise want to check out the local area. Chiswick High Road is 5 minutes from the flat with a vast array of shops, cafes and restaurants. It's got everything anyone could want.
So, this is Chiswick High Road. Pretty much has everything you need to sustain life. Just standing here, how does it strike you?
Everything you could really need, isn't it?
Lots of pubs and restaurants.
And you've got easy transport straight into the centre of town.
Yeah.
The area's got the thumbs up, and they like the flat, but the pressure's on. The price has recently been reduced, so there's a lot of interest. For Sarah and Ian, there are 2 flats in the running, and it's all about space versus location. Will they choose Bijou in Balham or Spacious in Streatham?
Well, it's going to be an interesting day. They've asked to meet me here at the one in Streatham Hill, but I've no idea whether it's to rule it in or rule it out. I'll have to wait and see.
Can they really sacrifice all this lovely space?
It is stunning, but I think this is a tease of what our second property is going to be like.
Yeah.
But Balham is definitely the front runner.
Yeah, but not a bad consolation prize if that doesn't work out.
Let's see.
Revisiting the Streatham flat has confirmed that their hearts belong to Balham. But that flat is at the top of their budget. Like all first-time buyers, Sarah and Ian are keen to keep their costs down. If they pay 1 penny over £250,000, they will have to fork out an extra £7,500 in stamp duty.
So 250 is what we're going in at. It's a brave offer, almost 10% below the asking price. If I can pull this off, it'll be a steal. Could go either way.
Yeah, very well indeed, thank you. Well, I can help you in that regard because I do have now a confirmed offer of 250. If they don't get it, then they'll buy this other one in Streatham. Thanks, Lucy. Cheers, bye. She said they're open to offers. Well, they're open to...
Yeah. That offer,
25 grand off the price is perhaps a different matter, but the die's cost. This will be a real coup if this comes off. It will be a real coup.
Over in Chiswick, time is not on our side, so instead of heading off for a coffee, Matt and Louise are going to make some decisions right here. What do we know? That you want to buy this flat?
Yes.
Yes.
That 2 other people have put in offers which have both been turned down. We also know that this afternoon at 5 and 5:30, 2 more sets of people who've never seen this property before are coming to see it. I don't want to inject any more heat into the situation. I'd rather back off and view it from a distance.
I think it could add some more fuel to the fire if they have yet a third
You know,
offer.
and I hate this not making an offer
on something you really want thing. But I think it's the right thing to do.
I think it's wise. There's just too much at stake.
Yeah. Gives us time to think. 2 viewings tonight. If no one comes forward, it almost puts us in a stronger position.
Exactly. Okay.
Sit tight.
Are we going to get Matt to smile just to us?
It doesn't come naturally.
I think it's a smart move to see what comes of today's other viewings. By waiting overnight, Matt and Louise could be in a stronger position when they decide to put in an offer on this property.
But in Balham...
Hi, Lucy. What news? Fantastic. Thank you so much. 250. And will you take that off the market? Thank you. Cheers. That is terrific. Terrific.
Oh my God, I wasn't expecting that.
Get those drinks in now, Phil. You've earned a cold one.
Fantastic.
Who cares if it is lunchtime?
Cheers.
Well done.
Here's to being jammy.
Here's to cocktails in Balham.
A well-earned cocktail in Balham.
All the time.
Alas, there were to be no cheers in Chiswick.
Louise and Matt asked me to put in an offer on the Chiswick flat for £371,000, nearly £9,000 under the asking price. This was matched by another buyer, so Matt and Louise raised their offer to £376,000.
Once again, they were beaten by the other party, and at this point, Matt and Louise decided they weren't prepared to get into an auction, so they let the Chiswick flat go.
But at least we got them to decide on an area.
Chiswick was where they then focused their search, and they spent another 3 months on the hunt for their first home together.
Every weekend, I would come down from Stamford and we would peruse the streets of Chiswick.
It was actually a big step for us because we've been all over the place.
It was tough going, and they lost out on 3 different properties in that period. But 6 months ago, their luck changed, and they took possession of an upper masonette, a flat over 2 floors. It was only a 1-bed, and they'd originally wanted 2.
Our expectations had become slightly more realistic.
I think Kirstie mainly helped by showing us a different area and actually making it realistic at the same time. That she took us to say, this is your perfect area, this is what you want, other things you need. However, for less than your budget, you're going to have to do some compromising.
But this was a much bigger compromise than Kirstie and I could ever have predicted.
I always wanted a nice big kitchen. That was one of my things on my wish list. The kitchen was quite small. It was a galley kitchen, so we wanted to extend that. So Matt quite enjoyed having the opportunity to knock down a couple of walls.
Kirstie would be proud, especially since they'd never even considered a doer-upper. And never ones to do things by halves, Louise and Matt really went for it.
We have our dates now, don't we, in DIY shops? That's what we've done.
What was a 1-bed masonette with galley kitchen and loft space now has 2 beds, master with ensuite and an open-plan kitchen.
I think initially there was a slight degree of ignorance that we didn't know quite how much how much time it was going to take when we started taking off the wallpaper, because we thought we'd just take off the wallpaper and then paint the walls underneath.
But it's been exciting.
Yeah. The walls are badly painted, that's because we did it. But we can go, yep, I remember painting that wall.
And because they've done so much work themselves, even with the alterations, they're optimistic their new home will ultimately come in under budget at around £370,000.
By buying a house that was cheaper, we were able to get our 2 bedrooms and the garden within our budget.
Another big development in their lives is that Matt no longer commutes to Lincolnshire for work. As well as renovating a property, they've both changed jobs in the last 6 months and now are both working in London.
It wasn't intentional, I have to say. We didn't intend to do so much all at one go.
But we have a habit of doing everything at once.
Yes, we do have a habit of doing everything at once, so why not? Why not?
It's been 15 months since we first met Matt and Louise, and they've come a long way in that time. This renovated masonette's a fantastic achievement, and they're days away from moving in permanently.
It's lovely that we are moving into our house together for the first time and have something that is very much ours, because we've put so much work into it and shaped it how we wanted it. So it is, well, it's your kitchen, but it's our house. I'm very glad Kirstie brought us to Chiswick, and it was a wonderful wild card.
Always worth playing the wild card. But Sarah and Ian played it safe in Balham, choosing location over size. Did they make the right decision?
Sarah and Ian weren't budging on location, and when it came to the crunch, they went for the smallest place we showed them. 5 months ago, they moved in here to this one-bedder in Balham. I've come back to see how they're getting on and find out whether or not it's big enough.
It was certainly one of the best deals I've ever scored, and I'm keen to see what they've done to it.
Anyone home? Hello.
Nice to see you.
Hello. Wow.
You're welcome,
Oh, well,
Ollie.
that's for you. Thank you very much.
How are you doing, mate?
All right.
Yeah, good, thank you.
You've had a makeover.
You're jealous, aren't you?
Oh, I'd forgotten how fun you were.
There's clearly enough space here for Ian to let his hair down, or rather out.
It's a different colour. It's a lot brighter. It feels bigger.
Yeah.
And I mean the flat, not his hair.
We've gone big table, open up the bay window, add some feature walls.
Yes, lovely.
With first-time buyers' energy, they've gone all out, and Sarah even turned her hand to wallpapering.
Taught by my dad, so I was quite proud of myself for that.
I like it.
And Dad did just over half of that, and I did the other little bit.
So Ian and the living room have both had makeovers, but all the kitchen needed was a lick of paint.
And what was it like when you actually picked the keys up and came here for the first time?
It's really exciting. Because it was ours.
And you think, wow.
And although bijou, the Balham pad doesn't feel crowded or cramped.
Well, unless you've hidden a lot of things before I've arrived, it looks as though you're spreading out. This is perfect. There's plenty of space for everything.
Everything's got a space, doesn't it?
Yeah. Took a while to get there, but everything's sort of unpacked now and...
And do you find you have to live quite tidily?
Luckily, I'm quite tidy anyway.
OK.
Yes, there's even still room for Ian's sense of humour. They've pepped up the living room, and the bedroom's also been refurbed with a new paint and paper job and new furniture.
Everything hand-picked by myself, as you can see, very male touch.
Oh my word, look at this.
Yeah.
Very fancy wallpaper, very Swiss bed.
That's Sarah's pride and joy with the matching chest.
Yes. I must say, I think it's a lovely flat, and I was really pleased you bought it.
Yeah.
It was touch and go for a bit between this flat and a more spacious one, but these guys were all about location.
Having lived here for 5 months, what I'm sort of sensing is you don't feel you did compromise on space. You got enough space for you to live the life that you wanted to live, and you bought in exactly where you wanted to be.
I think, had we gone for the Stretton property, 5 or 6 months in, I'd have been doubting if we'd made the right decision because I know we'd have been sacrificing things in our lifestyle.
OK. I've often said that first-time buyers never get to buy what they want where they want it. Doesn't happen.
I think we definitely have.
I think, by the sounds of things, you did.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it.
Had they chosen a more spacious property, they wouldn't be in the thick of it in their beloved Balham.
So this is it. I mean, you've got it all on your doorstep. It's not just cocktail bars, is it? You've got boutiques and cafes and good coffee and...
It is brilliant, and like you say, it's on our doorstep.
Did you cop a bit of flack for buying a one-bedroom flat for £250,000?
Only for people who don't live in London, like my friends back in Notts who, you know, have recently bought places for, you know, double the size and half the money.
Whereas friends in London were shocked by how much flat we got for such a small price.
I think we also did a fantastic deal on the way in.
Yeah.
£250 was a sensational price to pay.
Awesome.
You chose that flat because you loved it and you loved where it was. You didn't choose it to make a whole bunch of money.
No.
But that said, it is a lovely one-bedroom flat, and if ever you sell it and somebody wants a one-bedroom flat in Balham, I think it would be top of the pile.
I remember you saying as well that it was in your top 3 deals that you've ever done. It'd be a real coup if we got it, and that's good enough for me.
The market in the 5 months that you've lived there hasn't been that friendly. But I tell you, if that was to go on the market today, and we've had agents look at it, they would put it on at 300 and expect to get it.
No.
So, you're in the money.
Yes, give them a call.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare!
I'm pretty sure they love it too much to be selling any time soon.
We'll be staying here for a good while.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't got a cocktail this time, but cheers anyway.
Cheers.
Congratulations.
Great news.
Good to see you both.
Both our first-time buyers needed to compromise, but in each case, they seem to have found the perfect result. In this job, you learn to expect the unexpected, and that was certainly the case with Ian and Sarah, and with Louise and Matt. They both faced difficult choices to get where they wanted to be, but both couples have ended up with good homes in great locations. So I'm over the moon to see how well it all turned out.